Does it give us a? It does give us a view counter too. Hell yeah! This is
yeah.
fun.
There's widgets.
Hell yeah!
Access or something.
Alrighty. Downside. Dog shit streaming layouts. So this is what we got. This is all we got. We can't change it. This is literally all that we can do. So, yeah.
We've been.
Audio's fine.
Ignored. 500 million of us exist,
Very loud.
yet our presence is barely felt. How can a creature have dignity if at first it is not seen? Therefore the project cannot fail, for if it does, the consequences for our kind will be dire.
Is this copyright
The fate
music?
of us all rests in justice.
I sure fucking hope not.
The forest races begin, and it's Pepper and Bear leading the race out. The little pigs fighting for the lead here, but it's Bear who's getting the edge, and ultimately Bear will win the maiden race of the forest, with Piggy Smalls snatching second out of nowhere. A classic Smalls move. Ginger also passes Pepper.
A classic Smalls move.
That she's capable of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And look at the race clock, under 8
Fucking
seconds.
pigs
the
are
pigs
funny,
were able
aren't
to
they?
complete the track, and that shows two things. One, that the track is a straight
People are
track
clicking
once
on this
again, and
Lebanese
two,
civilians
these
killed by
animals are
Israel,
more
and this is what we
powerful
see.
and far faster
Yeah.
than the creatures we were introduced to
Hey,
in season
this
1.
is-
You are watching
We currently are waiting for viewers. This is our intro video. We will get to the fucked up news in a second. Right now, we're
Right now,
enjoying
it's time for
piggies.
pig.
evolution of pig racing. Let's go to the eye in the sky to see a closer up of what is going on. You can see that Pepper is the first to realise that the race has begun, but with her slipping on the starting box door, it's Bear that takes advantage and slips round the far
Dumbass.
side, giving her a fantastic start and ultimately capitalising and winning the maiden race. And as we watch these images, you must be asking the question, what room is there
asking.
left for dog racing and horse racing when the League of Pigs exists? They continue to push the boundaries
This
of
is
animal
amazing.
sports. And let me assure you, this is the beginning.
This is
With
pod
all the
racing.
motion of the pigs entering the forest for the first time. We haven't mentioned
Hell
the structure
yeah.
of this season. There's
Piggy.
still going to be 3 rounds this season, just like there was in
There's
season
full-
9 and 10. But
There's seasons. What is happening? What is going on?
we have upped the races to 10 races around, and that means the
I
pigs
know,
are going
right?
to do more races than any other season.
I'm pretty proud of myself.
Also, a massive announcement concerning Piggy Smalls. He will not be handicapped for all races here in the forest. That is huge news. Personally, I think this is poor timing because Piggy Smalls has never looked so dominant. But if the League of Pigs thinks it's a good idea, then you can be sure it's 100% happening. And finally, all of the races aren't going to take place in one location.
What now?
We're going to do 6 races each round here in the forest. And
Okay, so my Twitch title is going to be real good today. Burning BioLab poisoning Georgia, USA. Rise of Sri Lankan Soviet Socialist Republic. Israel reminding us what fascists did.
four
think that's a
in
good
the
title.
wood. So we're going to be ferrying these pigs back and
And
forth
today,
between
we're in Just Chatting.
the 2 tracks, making it the most dynamic season we've seen. And the first of those woodland track races begins right now with race 2.
Hell yeah, let's fucking go.
The first woodland race of season 11 begins, and Ginger's the one leading it out.
Oh my god, they literally have a drop thing that before they go. That is amazing. This is better than the chinchilla one.
Well, the chinchilla one
Posey's
is
on
just
a
some
tail.
lady.
This is insane. This
Building
is a
on a
crazy
cardboard.
setup.
Oh, Pepper's in third. Piggy Smalls overtakes Bad. Ginger's distracted by staying off the track and has lost the lead to Hoshi, but she's looking like she's going to battle it
What
for
the-
this corner. Is she going to retain the lead? Yes, she
I lo-
does. Hoshi not giving his
What
all
the
here.
fuck
Piggy
is
Smalls
going
looking
on?
dangerous in third.
How is this a thing? Is this just this guy's 5 pigs that he just lets run in a track that he's
No,
made? Like,
they have like different pigs.
this is incredible.
As they approach this hill, they're all going over. Piggy Smalls too slow on that hill, so it's just Ginger and Hoshi left. It's looking like Ginger will win it. Is that the result? Yes, it is, and Ginger gets her first victory here in
They're
season
trained
11
racing
and
pigs.
manages to put enough effort
Amazing.
in to overcome the fact that she got distracted at the start of the race. Pepper falling
how you
right
train
back.
'em.
Bear's last place, who does all of her hard work from the first race. That's typical Bear on this forest track. Piggy Smalls could have pushed further, but we can't write him off, of course. We all know that this is his track. The curve track in the wood is his bread and butter, and it
amazing.
helped him win in
Smalls.
season
Piggy
10.
Smalls
It's
track.
looking
Got
very
5
strong still for him here
Got
in
5
season
people.
11. And Pepper fans is still...
I don't know. Where's the chat? How are we going? How are we going? Fudge, how does everything look? Is the layout shit? And look at what's on the screen. We have a chat box. Isn't this exciting?
Still
Chris
not
Chat
seeing
box.
too much of a spark
Yeah.
here. They're keeping their fingers crossed that the forest track will do something special, and it's still all to play for here. If you like this show and you've seen how much we care about it, get a t-shirt, get a hat if you don't want a t-shirt, do something about it, because you know if you're a regular viewer that I'm going to come on here every single time and just do it.
This guy has so much energy. Jesus Christ. Alrighty. The Twitches are all set up. Let's
Yeah, I
see.
know. I impressed myself too.
Just anybody. Yep, great. Same title. I don't know. Should we make different titles for the different streams, or just like simulcast it to both my channel and the 5th Gen channel? I don't know. Maybe I might shuffle it around. Actually, maybe.
Hey, this is
A
not
massive
what
round.
I'm looking for.
Yeah, I know. I also wanted to change it to politics. That's right.
Who gets politics? Oh, you're gonna flip them.
My other account is going to go into politics, and we're going to see if it's the politics or it's the channel itself, and we'll see what happens.
Can you highlight the chat message?
Um,
Like bring it on screen?
Yep.
From chat. Okay, I cannot.
Hmm.
At least not there. Let me check here.
Very strange.
I can on this one.
Ah, great.
So my audio, it's my audio monitor. I can't.
Mm.
So I just have to remember where I'm touching.
Yeah. Sweet. All right. Yeah. So chat box. We also have an alert box now. So anything that happens, we'll get an alarm.
Yeah, and I was
shit.
looking for the sound bites, right? There's
Mm.
this react section.
I know it's awful.
Is that, I don't hear anything.
Wait, really?
Is it drumming for anyone else?
Yes. It's a didn't
I don't hear
awful
anything.
air horn.
I hear that.
Yeah, great, because I can't hear that. What are you talking about?
Brand, do you want to be the person that feels that it's
No.
taken years
Pigs.
to build,
Pigs.
that has been done by a very talented
Pigs.
individual? How much more premium do you want? So
Oh
just
my God.
buy the t-shirt. Buy it. Do it now.
That's disappointing. Zachary
Okay.
Levi just endorsed Trump.
Okay, now
Yes.
I can hear that.
Yeah,
I just like it gives me like multiple inputs for the Bluetooth.
strange.
I have to make sure they're on the right one.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I think everything is set up. We should be in just chatting. Mine is in politics, and I put the rise of the Sri Lankan Soviet Socialist Republic in front because politics, I think that's a perfect place to put that at the front.
The second forest race begins, and Bear gets the best stop, but starts to jog, and that lets Piggy Smalls and Ginger in, and Piggy Smalls is
It's a
at the
dead
front, but
heat.
now Bear's overtaking, actually, and Bear is going to win it. Yes, she does, and she wins the second out of 2 forest races. Very exciting.
Bro, fuck horse racing. This is great.
time to be a Bear fan.
Let's get pig racing on Sportsbet.
You see that she can.
That's the first thing he said is like, why do people bother with horse and dog racing when there's pig racing?
Amazing.
Beat Piggy Smalls and Ginger and not run the whole way. Of course, Bear fans cannot rest on their laurels. They've seen Bear put in good performances, even good rounds before, and then completely fall apart in later stages of the competition. Hoshi is looking a little off the pace here in the forest, and Pepper is nowhere to be seen. Of course, we pray for Pepper, but we cannot delude ourselves here. It's worth mentioning that the track has a slight dip towards the end of the finish, and those pigs that can catch that dip in the right part of their stride may well get a boost, and I think that is what happened with Bear just here. We are doing a track walk of the Bale Chicane course coming up next, and it starts with a log hurdle and then goes straight into the 4 bale chicanes. There's a lot of space either side of each bale, and you could almost run straight down the middle, and that's why we put a log just before the bales. These chicanes are not as brutal as the red and white chicanes we've seen in the paddock, but this is on a very uneven ground. Let's see what happens. Now then, let's see what these pigs can do on these chicanes. Bear sprints out. It looks like it's her race already. Cleans the log nice. He's got the best line here. Piggy Smalls jumps to first, but he jumps to second. And he's going to get second, surely. He gets first. It's an incredible race by Piggy Smalls. And in a single race, raises the bar of this competition. And he flips it completely on his head. I cannot believe what we've just witnessed. Just look at the size of the bales.
He's so
They're as high
excited.
as his head. He does both of them at pace. The second bale moves when he jumps over it. Ginger smashes Hoshi into the second bale.
that bale.
Moves as Piggy
I agree.
Smalls jumps over it.
I
Have you seen
identify
more
as
inspiring racing
Anarcho,
anywhere
whatever
else?
the fuck this pig's name
You
is.
can't have. You cannot have. I can't
See you
believe what I've
later.
just seen.
Fuck
And
your
the staff
rules.
here are looking at each other and they do not know what to do with themselves. There is going to be a mad scramble to change this course. In a single race, Piggy Smalls has tipped the hand of what these pigs can do, and the verdict is they're not being challenged enough. A course designed for corners has been a simple jumping course for Piggy Smalls. We are 3 races into the forest and the magic is truly here. Clearing the forest to allow the pigs to freely roam and race unimpeded was a considerable task, taking a lot of time and effort. And as we watch Pepper, we realise that while this forest is certainly one of the most inspiring things a creature could witness, for Pepper, it's just a place to eat these leaves that are on the ground.
I agree. All right. News.
Tonight's other headlines, the vice presidential candidates were campaigning in battleground states today, days before they meet for a debate.
Can I make
Republican
marks?
Senator
Can I make
J.D.
markings?
Vance held 2 events in Pennsylvania. In Monroeville, Vance
Does this make me
participated
louder
at a
if I
town
turn this
hall
up?
hosted by
Am I now
Lance
louder?
Wallnau,
Much
a
louder?
controversial
Or am
evangelical
I
leader
quieter?
who claims to be a
I
prophet
don't
and
know.
he defended the January 6th assault on the U.S. Capitol.
I'm going to go there.
Vance hit on a familiar issue, immigration.
American resources
Oh, shit.
and American compassion
Neat.
have
Bro
to go
was like,
first to
for
American
Pepper, this is
citizens.
just a
And
place
we have
to
to
eat
build our
leaves.
country up to a strong place, and that's what allows us to be helpful
Yeah.
and compassionate
Fun
towards
little-
other people. Right now, our
fun
country
little
is
things.
disintegrating
Fun little
from
tools.
the inside.
Democratic
no
vice
marker,
presidential
no
candidate
marking
Governor
ability.
Tim Walz was in Michigan. He stopped at a
Crossclip,
voter registration
Twitch and
event.
YouTube
Then he attended the
videos,
football
no.
game between the University of Minnesota and
No.
the University of Michigan. The vice presidential candidates debate is set for Tuesday. In Ukraine, 2 separate drone attacks in the northeastern part of the country killed nearly a dozen people. Russian forces hit a medical center in Sumy, prompting
Wow.
the evacuation of residents of an assisted living
Very
center.
cool.
That's when the second drone attack hit. 9 people were killed and at least 21 others injured. Attacks in the region have
Nothing. It's just,
Your mic switched.
oh God.
Very
I can
loud. Re.
hear it 'cause
Uh-huh.
hang on.
Oof. Ooh.
Test.
No. Bad.
What? What are you
Wait.
talking about?
It's better. Good.
ramped up since
Hey, let me
August
just
when
check.
Ukrainian troops moved into Russia. Sumy is only 20 miles from the Russian border. SpaceX.
Oh yeah, we also need to change the branding and stuff. But I'm
This
just
one
going to
definitely works.
change. I'm going to change the the scroller to
Make it
Just-
fit.
Sure, yeah, something like that.
Launched a mission to rescue the 2 astronauts stuck on the International Space Station. To make room for them, there were only 2 astronauts on board instead of the usual complement of 4. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore were supposed to be in space for only 8 days this summer, but concerns about the Boeing Starliner meant they won't return to Earth aboard the SpaceX craft until late February, 8 months later than scheduled. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, the choices schools face when pandemic-era funding runs out at the end of the month. And new wearable technology takes us inside the minds of babies.
I'm a baby.
In today's other news, remnants of Hurricane Helene are wreaking havoc 3 days after making landfall, dumping rain across the southeast, Midwest, and parts of the Appalachians. It's blamed for at least 64 deaths. Today, North Carolina's governor said he expects the death toll in his state to rise. Flooding has inundated the western part of North Carolina. Homes and businesses have been destroyed and bridges and roads collapsed. Millions across the southeast are without power. Entire rural communities don't have cell service or internet service. That leaves them unable to call for help. Some neighbors are trying to fill the gap.
We have a lot of elderly people over there that we couldn't get help to, and we're just trying to keep everybody alive.
It happened so fast to me and scared the life out of me because nothing like that ever happened. And I apologize because I'm not from here, so I didn't realize how the street.
I don't know if it's because I got sick. I have bad stomach cramps lately. I don't know if it's like because I got sick or because I was eating more than just chicken and rice.
Might be that.
Bro, they literally like have a little cart they wheel around at this restaurant where they like make the guac at the table.
Yeah.
You know? Like, it was good guac. Fucking authentic Mexican food from like actual people who don't speak English.
That's how you want it.
Yeah, the waiter was great.
Were, you know,
But
Yeah.
like all the guac girls, none of them spoke English.
Mm.
I didn't know that it possibly could be that deep. This is the 3rd storm in a
Fucking
year.
octopus tentacles on the menu.
Mhm.
Like actual like fish on a stick, you know, like a grilled fish with the bones in and everything.
Yep.
Like this is a fucking authentic place.
I don't know how much more we can take, and then they're telling us there's another one out there.
The head of FEMA says the agency is trying to move satellite communications, bottled water, and additional medical services to the most affected areas. More than 100 Ukrainian drones were shot down over several regions of Russia today. Overnight, Russian-guided bombs pummeled the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhia, wounding at least 16 people and damaging infrastructure and residences. This past week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky pressed allies for more air defense support to help intercept guided bombs. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, the deadly floods destroying homes and businesses in North Carolina in the wake of Hurricane Helene, and a rare life-threatening condition that landed 9 members of a college lacrosse team in the hospital.
This is PBS.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Lebanon's marking 3 days of mourning after Israel assassinates Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah Friday in a massive attack that leveled multiple high-rise apartment buildings in a suburb south of...
No.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Anybody got that? Anyone got that Nasrallah hole?
How bad is it?
Hang on, I'll pull it up. I actually posted video of his body being pulled out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know where though. Oh, and also Ryan Macbeth pissed me off today.
He's been having some fat L's too.
Mostly Syrian opposition in Chinchilla. Did you see the Hezbollah journalist cry?
No, I didn't.
1 second. second. I got it. Want to add that for me?
Which one? This
My
one?
screen.
Not that one. That one?
No.
This one?
The stream screen.
I
This
don't know fucking which one it is.
Not that. Where's my screen? This one. It's on my small monitor, so it was all like cramped, so I couldn't see.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
So she's about to find out Nasrullah is dead. Look at, you see this expression right now?
Yeah.
We do now have official confirmation from the Hezbollah group of the death of Hassan Nasrallah. What's your response, please? I'm so sorry. Let's end
That's been a reaction GIF as of late.
That's awesome. Oh, I can have it at the top. Neat. Cool. Banner. The banners are so chunky. I don't know. See? Chunky as. I don't know why.
Beirut. Nasrallah had led Hezbollah since 1992, was widely considered one of the most powerful figures in the Middle East.
In my Instagram stories.
Okay.
Because it's not on my Twitter. I'm more connected to Lebanon through Instagram. Like, Twitter is more Syrian opposition.
Yeah.
Multiple news outlets report Israel likely used U.S.-made 2,000-pound Blue 109 bombs in the attack. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris both described Nasrallah's...
Oh, they show it?
Is that the hull?
Nah.
No?
Hang on. There's a whole thing.
In the Middle East. Multiple news outlets report Israel likely used...
Like, look at all the civilian buildings around here. All of them are damaged. Every single fucking one.
Used U.S.-made 2,000-pound Blue 109 bomb.
You know what the best part is? Netanyahu called this strike in from American soil, was able to leave American soil, and took $9 billion with him. Pretty cool.
In the attack. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris both described Nasrallah's death as a, quote, measure of justice. But on the streets of Beirut, Lebanese residents vowed to keep resisting the Israeli attacks.
Where do I see my past stories?
You won't be able to destroy us. Whatever you do, however much you bomb, however much you displace people, we will stay here. We won't leave. This is our country, and we're staying. Do whatever you want to do. We don't care.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave the order to kill Nasrallah shortly after giving a speech at the United Nations General Assembly here in New York. As he was being introduced at the UN, dozens of diplomats walked out of the General Assembly hall in protest.
Guess who didn't? Guess what cunt didn't leave and decided to sit through Netanyahu's fucking statements? Guess who? Take a wild fucking guess. Penny fucking Wong, because of course she fucking didn't. What a dumb cunt. And then she goes and talks about wanting a fucking ceasefire. Get fucked, you cunt.
Okay, it's also not in my archive stories. Weird. I might have sent it to you. Let's
look.
I got it. I'll find it.
Yes, you can look at messages you've sent, yes.
Iran responded to the assassination of Nasrallah by seeking an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council, warning Israel is, quote, pushing the entire region into an all-out catastrophe, unquote. A prominent general in the Iranian Revolutionary Guard was also killed in Friday's attack on Nasrallah. Over the past 24 hours, Israeli strikes in Lebanon killed
I was watching
at least
Majority
105
Report, and they once
people,
again did some
bringing the death
apology
toll.
about Qasem Soleimani dying.
Awesome.
And how that was bad to do.
Fucking send that shit. I'll play that. Fuck.
I don't know where it was.
Jesus
it was just,
fucking
like
Christ.
on in the background.
Yeah, okay. So you'll have to find it.
But hang on, I did find something. That's okay. No.
Over the past 2 weeks to more than
to the top.
Why is that there?
What?
Why was that there?
You added it.
This?
What? Yes.
Weird.
I was like, you add my screen, and you added that.
Okay. Well, I don't know what that is. Is that you?
Yeah, that's the audio monitor I'm using.
Oh,
Look at this, though.
That's very funny.
1,000 Lebanese with 6,000 people injured.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Israeli
So,
attacks have also
Iraq
displaced
as well.
Mm.
So, obviously, you have a lot of IRGC there.
Yeah.
And so, the bridge outside the green zone where, like, people always get shot during riots and stuff, they swapped out Iraqi riot police with the PMF. Literally outside the American, like, green zone.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And it worked. It de-escalated.
Really?
Yeah.
Weird.
PMF ain't gonna shoot their own people.
Fair enough.
about 1 million people in Lebanon. More than 100,000 have fled from Lebanon to Syria. Earlier today, Israel killed the head of Hamas in Lebanon, along with his wife, son, and daughter, in a strike on their home in a Palestinian refugee camp. A separate strike inside Beirut. Israel killed 3 members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Fears are now growing. Israel may soon launch a ground invasion of Lebanon. Earlier today, Hezbollah's deputy leader, Sheikh Naim Qassem, vowed the group is ready to confront an Israeli invasion. In Gaza, Israel is continuing to attack schools where displaced Palestinians.
I genuinely think that a no-fly zone should be put in place. I don't care at this point by who. Somebody with the ability to shoot down Israeli planes should put a no-fly zone in place. It's beyond time.
Have sought shelter. Earlier today, an Israeli warplane bombed a school in Beit Lahia, killing at least 2 people. In Deir al-Balah, another Israeli strike killed Palestinian journalist Wafa al-Qudani.
No, fuck. I don't know where the video of his body being exhumed came from. But it is this too. I got it both. Is it added? Hang on.
Did you make Twitter post?
Okay. Oh. Yes, I did. So here's the hole. This is where his bunker was.
Soldier in the bunker.
Right?
Wow.
This is his body being exhumed.
That was pretty far down there. He definitely dead.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
And 3 of her family members, including 2 children. On Sunday, at least 4 people were killed in northern Gaza in another Israeli strike on a school turned.
That's sick. Is that that doesn't hang around for too long? That's all right. We will.
I wanted to pull up the fuck. It's so deep meme. But like the one I want is the one where it's like clearly a girl's legs by her head and she's like, she's like hammered and like folded. This one's just some blonde girl. I've never even seen this one.
Shelter. Israel also launched a large attack on Yemen's port of Hodeidah on Sunday, one day after the Houthis fired a missile at Tel Aviv. The Yemeni health ministry said at least 4 people were killed and 29 injured in the Israeli attack. An unprecedented tragedy. Those were the words of North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper after Hurricane Helene devastated a swath of the country from Florida to Tennessee. The storm's death toll is nearing 100 and expected to rise as search and rescue teams reach areas cut off by catastrophic flooding and landslides. Millions have lost power in what's expected to become one of the costliest hurricanes in U.S. history. At least 30 deaths occurred in Buncombe.
Yes. Perfect.
County, North Carolina, where the city of Asheville has been largely cut off after the Shenandoah River crested 6 feet above previous records, flooding entire neighborhoods. Asheville officials said residents may...
So we have no sound bites anymore, by the way. It's very sad. It's a very sad day. But I still have my things.
And these.
Yeah. Yeah, those. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about?
May not have access to clean water for weeks after the storm severely damaged the city's water treatment plant and piping system. Food and water are now being airlifted into Asheville since many roads leading in the area have been destroyed. Hurricane Helene made landfall on Friday in Florida's Big Bend as a 140-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane that had been fueled by abnormally warm water in the Gulf of Mexico. On Saturday,
yeah. Clearly, it doesn't mean anything.
Did you see the fucking post from Cat Turd?
No, I blocked him, I think.
Well, it was on... I don't follow him either. It was on conspiracy bullshit.
Ah, yeah. But no, I didn't say it.
Let me...
Bring it up, Jamie.
We'll find it.
Greenpeace posted a message on social media reading, quote, Hurricane Helene must be a wake-up call for climate justice. In Nepal, non-stop monsoon rains and floods over the weekend killed nearly 200 people as rescue teams continue to search through the wreckage in the capital, Kathmandu. People were left marooned on rooftops as streets turned into rivers and major roadways became blocked. It was Kathmandu's heaviest rainfall in half a century as the climate crisis intensifies extreme weather events. Spanish authorities say 48 people are missing after a boat carrying refugees from Mali, Mauritania, and Senegal.
Oh my God, she reported on this.
Islands. 9 deaths, inclting a child, have been confirmed.
I thought we were going to be the only one.
People have been rescued.
Another
the
fucking
disaster could become the
to
deadliest.
Canary Islands.
Crazy. I didn't even see this. I didn't even look at the globe list, to be completely honest.
Whoa, bro, there's so much stuff in there.
I know. It's already full.
The Canary Islands in 30 years. A Spanish nonprofit reports an average of 33 deaths per day for refugees trying to reach Spain in the first 5 months of this year, as many European governments continue to crack down on asylum seekers and promote xenophobic rhetoric. In Austria, the far-right Freedom Party won this weekend's parliamentary election, edging out the ruling Conservatives and sending shockwaves throughout Europe. But it's unclear if the Freedom Party will be able to form a governing coalition as all of its rivals have ruled out collaboration. Party leader Herbert Kickl ran on a nationalist platform pledging to restrict asylum and migration and expel non-EU citizens. The Freedom Party was founded in the wake of World War II by former Nazis.
Cool.
On Sunday, protesters gathered outside the parliament building in Vienna chanting, Nazis, get out of parliament.
That's another important globe story.
That means social cuts for Austria. That means lower salaries. That means a catastrophe, especially for migrants. And for the women who are demonstrating in favor of abortion again. We started demonstrating 40 years ago, and I can't do it anymore.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused Moscow of waging war on hospitals after Russia struck a hospital in the city of Sumy, killing 10 people. Meanwhile, Ukraine launched one of its largest drone strikes on Russia Saturday night. Russian military authorities report they shot down 125 drones during the attack. Authorities in Egypt are refusing to release Al-qeada,
was like
the country's most
suspicious how this hurricane reporting came out of nowhere.
What the fuck? Wait, said it again?
He said something like, suspicious how this hurricane reporting came out of nowhere.
Is he retarded?
Yes.
Cool. glad we could figure that one out.
Daniel Larson thing. Hey, what on Reddit? What's wrong with him? Retarded.
Fucking hell. Is that me? Yes.
And political prisoner. He was due to be released on Sunday after serving a 5-year sentence,
No,
but his
Lauren.
sentence has been extended by another
Just
2 years. Last week, a
you.
coalition of 59 civil society organizations called for Egypt to release the British-Egyptian activist. His mother, Leila Swaith, spoke to Reuters last week.
I'm definitely angry,
Egypt
really
is another
angry from the way
country that
things are
just gets
happening.
away
And of
with
course,
human
angry.
rights abuses.
Yeah.
It's crazy. They like #1 for jailing journalists.
Yeah.
I should
About
fact
him
check that.
continuing to be imprisoned. He
Yeah,
wasn't
bro.
supposed to
Oh
be
my
in jail
God,
for
these
5
Globe
years,
stories.
let alone the 5 years before in
All
his
of them
first
are
jail
good.
term. I'm angry about what happened now and what is happening, but I don't have the feeling that I was expecting something to happen, and it did not happen. I never expect good things.
To see our interviews with Allah's mother and sister in Egypt, go to democracynow.org. Vice President Kamala Harris visited the U.S.-Mexico border in Arizona Friday and pushed for new restrictions on asylum seekers.
Those who cross our borders unlawfully will be apprehended and removed and barred from re-entering for 5 years. We will pursue more severe criminal charges against repeat violators. And if someone does not make an asylum request at a legal point of entry and instead crosses our border unlawfully, they will be barred from receiving asylum.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is
Wow.
escalating his anti-immigrant rhetoric, describing immigrants as animals during a campaign rally in Wisconsin.
They don't commit crimes like us. No. They make our criminals look like babies. These are stone-cold killers. They'll walk into your kitchen, they'll cut your throat.
During the same speech, he claimed Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were both mentally impaired. Meanwhile, Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz are preparing for Tuesday's vice presidential debate here in New York.
Kamala Harris. If it's done well, and obviously any law on borders is something I'm against. That said, from a neutral perspective, if the law is done well, what it is as long as you turn yourself in to asylum with Border Patrol right when you cross, you're fine. But if you avoid Border Patrol and don't give yourself up to asylum right when you cross, then you can get charged. Because they should still allow people who want to fucking cross the Rio Grande.
Yeah.
It's just unrealistic that they're not going to do that.
I mean, yeah, you would think that someone with a logical brain would actually be able to realize
you're
that.
going to cross anyway, so just have them able to claim asylum there. It's legal. The Border Patrol's there.
Yeah.
They tell them where to cross.
New York. In other election news, the Department of Justice has sued the state of Alabama after it purged more than 3,000 names from its voter rolls. In California, Governor Gavin Newsom is facing backlash from artists, lawmakers, labor groups, and others after he vetoed a bill Sunday that sought to regulate the artificial intelligence industry. The bill would have required tech companies to stress test AI models before releasing them on the market, held companies legally liable for harms caused by their AI technology, and enabled a kill switch for AI technology that was abused or went rogue. Backers of the bill accused Governor Newsom of being in the pocket of Silicon Valley.
Yeah, of course he fucking is. Why wouldn't you sign that?
The BioLab
That
chemical
just seems
plant
dumb.
in Conyers sent massive plumes of thick smoke into the air Sunday, prompting the evacuation of some 17,000 residents and shelter-in-place orders for others. It's BioLab's third fire in 7 years. Conyers has a majority black population. And in the UK, climate activists from Just Stop Oil threw cans of tomato soup at two Vincent van Gogh paintings, including sunflowers, at London's National Gallery on Friday.
I'm pretty sure these people literally just got out on bail and then went and did this.
Amazing.
I'm not positive.
I hope that's what happened. That's amazing.
The action came just hours after a London judge sentenced two other activists to prison for throwing soup at the same painting.
So it's clearly they didn't actually.
That's what it is.
Yeah, so they clearly didn't actually damage the painting, and they were complaining about the frame. Now, my response to this, and I've said this multiple times on social medias, is I'm not sure that you fucking morons understand. But if we cannot live on the earth because we ruin it, and we can no longer sustain a human population, this art means nothing. Just by the way, this art without us means nothing. Those cave paintings on the wall are meaningless. It only has meaning because some people have deduced that's maybe the meaning that they had, right? This painting is worthless. Worthless if we aren't here. It only matters because there's history and human knowledge behind it, you fucking idiots. So
it's literally
why
what they said when they threw the scoop on it.
Right? But they just, I don't think like, yeah, the you care more about the painting than the earth is kind of like the boiled down point, right? But it's literally that. And if I know it's fucking dumb and it's cringe and I'm about to reference a video game, but if you've played Horizon Zero Dawn and you've just walked through the world looking at what it looks like, that's what it'll become. And your painting will be worthless and mean nothing. So please shut the fuck up and actually, to the people who are doing this, actually damage it. Destroy it. Seriously.
Well, I think that they did, Palestinian activists actually did damage a painting.
Yes,
I don't know what happened to them though.
Yeah. And like, I say that with a little bit of hesitation because obviously like Van Gogh's paintings are, obviously they're like historical, they're famous, right? They're definitely not worth the money that they fucking ask for it because why would it be?
Piss on Starry Night.
But like, Jesus Christ, I don't really care about a painting considering that it won't matter if we're all dead.
Yeah.
And gluing themselves to the walls of the National Gallery 2 years ago. The judge said his harsh sentences of up to 2 years in prison for Phoebe Plummer and Anna Holland, both in their early 20s, was meant to deter protesters from such acts of civil disobedience.
Yeah. No, you should just do it more because the more people that are jailed unjustly for actions like this, the better case you have for a class action lawsuit against the state.
It's the latest in a string of criminal prosecutions against activists in the UK. Ahead of Friday's sentence, over 100 artists and art workers signed an open letter asking for leniency for Plummer and Holland. Protesters also rallied outside the London court to show support for the two activists who've been described as political prisoners.
Recently in this country, peaceful, non-violent people who protested weren't locked up. That was really rare. And in the last few years, and particularly in the last sort of 2 months, basically, almost 50 people have been locked up for daring to non-violently, resist the oil industry, resist the genocide in Gaza. And that's just not acceptable in a democracy.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
Welcome back, and now, as promised, part 2 of our exclusive interview with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Let's talk about the American people, the support. We're in an election year. This is obviously, Ukraine is front and center on voters' minds. And many of them see the $60 billion that have gone to support you, and they say, that's too much. You obviously feel differently. Why should those American voters care?
First of all, I'm again thankful for bipartisan support to Americans. Yes, we understand that they pay money, but they pay money in the United States for such plants as I visited, for any plants, a lot of different companies, private companies, which produce a lot of ammunition, which is so needed for us. So this money, they put this money of Congress, they put this money to these plants, to these jobs of Americans, not for Ukrainians.
Should the American voters, though, care about what happens in Ukraine?
You have to know, already there are attacks not only on Ukraine. There are missiles and drones in Belarus, in Poland, in Baltic, in Romania. All of these, except Belarus, all of these countries are NATO countries. And if they will attack, and not just in the sky, and not just attack some infrastructure, but if they will attack people, civilian infrastructure, and if there will be a lot of, God bless, not, but if a lot of losses, human losses, it will be the war, NATO, and that's why I think it's cheaper, frankly speaking, it's cheaper to support Ukraine. Because, when I say cheaper, it's not about money. Yes, it's about people. Today, it's more cheaper and more smart to support Ukraine and to help Ukraine.
It's more cheaper to support Ukraine.
We now have had Putin again with the nuclear threats. How concerned are you about that?
And nobody knows what in his head, really. He could use nuclear in any country, in any time, or not. I'm not sure that he will. I'm not sure that. I'm sharing with you what I think, but I'm not putting that best.
The G word. So you could say they're also from your country, so it's not racist, but...
G word, what?
Shut up, it's a joke.
But I can't know exactly, but because he's not always adequate, because any adequate people can't, just come to Ukraine and did what he did. He loves his life, I think way of life, and way of how he's managing his lives of others, I can tell, yes. And that's why I think he has to be afraid to use nuclear weapon.
As you leave now and go back, what do you think was the thing you accomplished? What is the best thing that you take away?
Definitely not something that rhymes with Zippo.
Bipartisan
but
support
starts with a G
of
instead.
Ukraine.
Did Trump's meeting go a long way towards
I think this also about it, yes. Biden, Harris, Trump, Congress meeting, that's all about unity of the United States. I'm thankful to all these persons whom I told now.
Mr. President, thank you for taking time.
Thank you so much.
Safe travels.
Thank you so much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
Shut up. 1 second.
Did you figure out the word, Jack?
No. I don't know what region you're talking about.
I said it's Zippo, but with a G.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never heard that in my life.
You've never heard that?
No.
it's like extra racist.
Is it?
Yeah.
To what group of people?
The Roma.
Okay. I haven't heard it said like that before.
Well, because like gypsy is still kind of accepted in certain places.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like you'll see like the shows. They'll use it in the titles for the shows, like the like Pet Gypsy Wedding or something.
Yeah,
there's other
yeah.
ones like that,
Because it's like
still like casual racism.
Yeah, it's very weird because I watched this. I think I sent you the video. I watched a video on the Roma and where they came from, and that they're like related to like the Indian subcontinent is where they came from apparently, which is fucking crazy. Went through slavery and shit. It's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of slavery of the Roma people. It's fucking crazy. What a fucking insane history. So I kind of don't want to say gypsy anymore because it seems kind of bad.
Yeah, you're not supposed to.
Like knowing the history, it's like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be saying gypsy.
But saying it with an O is like Holocaust shit.
Oh, okay, interesting. And like,
they also died in the Holocaust.
Yeah, because gypsies and the Roma were also targets of the Holocaust, I believe, as well as like throughout Romania and shit, chattel slavery.
You want to know something that people like don't know, and it's like kind of washed out of the thing. Scarlet Witch in Marvel
is meant to be Roma, yeah. Mm-hmm. I did know that, and so is I think technically so is Dr. Doom.
Quicksilver, because that would be her son, right?
It's brother, yeah. But yeah, Dr. Doom I think is from the same
Quicksilver
place.
is the son in the comic.
No, you're wrong.
Let me check.
I'm pretty sure Dr. Doom is also from that same place. Technically, if I am remembering correctly. There's probably somebody who is a bigger nerd than I am.
Who's Scarlet Witch's mom?
I forget because the movies have fucked up the law. Where I'm just trying to find the actual place that he's from. I can't remember. Cannot remember whatsoever. Anyway, not relevant. Doesn't matter. I am not, but I've heard that. Heard what? I'm lost. What did I say? Ah, yes, yeah. I mean, he's from a specific place. Like there's
No, he's from Latveria. It's a mythical country.
Yeah, but it's sort of from that I think. Yeah, fucking. Original birthplace. It's some mountain. Wondergore, Sokovia. Okay, so it actually was Sokovia. Okay. No, that's the MCU. I don't give a fuck about the MCU. I'm talking about actual Scarlet Witch. The Maximovs, because she was. They're the kids of Magneto.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Is Quicksilver and her are the kids of Magneto.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought he was
Quicksilver.
and Scarlet Witch are his kids.
Yeah.
But I thought Scarlet Witch also had like something significant.
Not sure. I'm not sure. I think they are. I think Sokovia was a stand-in though, of some sorts for that kind of area. And it would make sense that Hydra going in and sort of imprisoning these two in the actual thing. Here we go. Pietro and his twin sister Wanda were raised by Django and Maria Maximov, a Romani couple, as adolescents. So then they technically aren't, but they were raised Roma. Is the story there? Oh, that's uninteresting. There you go.
We had a very good meeting, very productive meeting.
So she's adopted.
And relationship is absolutely, I would say, fantastic. It's great. And I think a lot was learned, and it will all end. It'll end for everybody's benefit.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky concluding his whirlwind visit to the U.S. by meeting with former President Trump in New York City yesterday. This following his separate meetings with President Biden and Vice President Harris, where he presented his victory plan. President Zelensky spoke exclusively with Fox.
I was correct. Victor Von Doom was born decades ago to a tribe of Latvian Romani.
Okay, there you go.
I was fucking correct. I fucking
and he's
knew it.
Villain, coincidence.
Yeah. But yeah, that is kind of interesting. Yeah. He's probably one of the coolest fucking characters in all of comic books, though.
With Fox immediately following his Friday meeting at Trump Tower. President Zelensky, thank you for being here. You've just come from a meeting with former President Trump. How did it go?
Thanks so much for invitation, and really we had very productive, I think very good meeting. It was very important for me because before I came to New York, I said that I have to strengthen my country. Now it's a very challenging period, and we need the answers. I mean that we need the answers from the United States because you are the leaders in support from the very beginning of the war. And for me, it was very important to share our.
Do you think that is like witchcraft a part of the? It is, isn't it? Witchcraft and shit is a part of the Romani sort of diaspora mythos, kind of bad sort of thing, isn't it?
It's related to them being like demons.
Yeah, because Victor Von Doom's mother was a witch.
Well, yeah, like that's what I was reading about Scarlet Witch. The name is like passed down within the Romani family.
Interesting. That is interesting because they did. It's funny that they completely removed that storyline from the MCU, but they still kept the elements of it because the name is still passed down, right?
Well,
it's a title.
They didn't have like full access to the character.
At the time of
Fox still owns them. So when they did
true,
them, she wasn't called Scarlet Witch. So they completely retconned. They were technically original characters.
Interesting. Okay, so that makes.
But I
more
think
sense.
they touch on it in the show. I could care less.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna watch fucking Deadpool 2. Let alone Deadpool 3.
You should watch Deadpool 3 because it's fucking amazing.
Nah,
but
I'm
also,
trying to watch this one movie right now, but it's got limited showings.
Because like the Doctor Strange movies, I really like. I just reckon he's a cool character, and then they throw Scarlet Witch into his movies.
Didn't they whitewash a Buddhist monk?
I'm down. Not necessarily, no.
Like super chosen one person.
Like okay, so it's
like Ghost in the Shell. You can choose it for.
It's complicated. It's complicated because the character itself is kind of more than human.
Modern shit is that they're thieves.
Interesting.
But also the thing is, because of ostracized societies, it's one of those like self-fulfilling stereotypes.
Yeah.
Because they often have to turn to like pickpocketing and stuff because they're already like ostracized from the community. They may not even know the language.
They live on outskirts of cities and stuff, don't they? Generally.
It depends.
Like, because that's like a big stereotype is that they were pushed out of the communities, therefore that's why they live, like they roam, they move, they're wanderers almost, is kind of the stereotype that I have gotten, knowing absolutely nothing about them, having never met one, because I've never been to Europe.
Steps in our plan of victory. What can really strengthen us to be strong on the battlefield, even after battlefield.
Because, like, if you remember, one of the first controversial images to come from the Ukrainian side was
yes, they tied the Roma people to the
and those girls were like notorious pickpocketers, I believe.
Your mic is blowing
They
out.
might have
It's
just said that.
awful, god awful, fucking blowing out and shit.
How about now?
No.
Here?
Sure.
Now?
Yeah, go. A little bit more.
All the way up. It's all the
No.
way up. Or is it all the way up this way?
No.
No, that's louder.
That's way louder.
It has auto adjust mic on.
Yep, there you go. Perfect. Leave it. Don't touch it. Stop.
Don't tell me what's.
Future negotiations, Ukraine has to be strong. That's what about. We spoke with Biden, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris.
There was so many lies about that as well. That was the other thing. There was actually a lot of misinformation around those photos. It was really bad. One of those earlier ones where they were just trying anything and everything to sort of demonize Ukraine.
And Congress of the United States. I don't know what will be after elections and who will be the president, because your country and your people is right, extremely right, that they decide who will be the president. But I've got from Donald Trump very direct information that he will be on our side, that he will support Ukraine. And there are some many details, I think, which he was very interesting to hear from me, directly from me.
Did he ask you questions?
Did he ask me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, of course, a lot.
What did he ask you?
What do you see? What is really now the situation?
From you.
But
did you see that they did Jasmine Crockett on SNL?
No, I didn't, but that's funny.
Also, a gay Asian man does JD Vance.
Yes, I did say that. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with your mic. It keeps doing it. I don't know what is happening. It's like your
whole thing.
Like it's like it's like you're talking into it over here, and then it just blows out for some reason.
It's all kinds of reasons.
I don't know. As soon as we can, we should upgrade you to an XLR mic. Like,
situation on the battlefield, how you see the support from the United States.
It's also
and the details. What do you think? Why Putin began?
Now.
What?
But it's also different because it's not StreamYard.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know how the balance is.
Yeah. I don't know what it is.
This invasion.
Former President Trump said that he had a good relationship with you and a good relationship with Putin. Does that concern you?
I said that I hope that he...
I can barely fucking hear you now.
I know. 1 second. I mean, that's all my mic all the way open.
I mean, the problem, it happens when I'm playing the video, you try to talk.
Exactly.
It's just...
But I think it's also because it was on auto balance.
Ah, okay.
So that's why it was going like up and down and in and out. But I also put it on this. But I wish it would give me numbers for my audio levels on the desktop.
It's basically just the adjustment bar here, I think. Do I sound fine? I just turned off.
You sound quieter now.
I turned off auto adjust.
Yeah.
So let's go with this. I'll turn my gain down. Maybe is a little bit better.
Oh, you can also, I can turn down, it's the volume
let's go with
key
that.
here. I can slide it.
Ah, okay.
To be louder or quieter.
Okay.
More warm relations with me, and I said it during this meeting, and really I understand that that Donald Trump has relations and had relations during when he was the president.
You told the New Yorker recently that you didn't think Trump knows how to end this. Did he say anything today to change your view of it?
No, I said that I think that we understand much more better than everybody, really, including Donald Trump, what's going on in Ukraine and how to stop him. It's difficult to understand, yes, with all our respect between the United States and Ukraine, but we are on the big distance, and you
can also change it.
You can understand,
like
of
settings.
course.
My computer settings.
Now I can hear literally everything.
Yes, I can turn it so you can pick up everything.
Mm-hmm.
1 1 1 1.
Yep.
Ba, 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 ba.
Bit more.
Ba, 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 ba.
Keep going.
Ba, 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 ba.
A little more.
I'm going. I'm pushing it.
That should be fine there, I think.
We'll see.
Of course, you are smart people, and you read a lot, and you
I'm
support
trying to
a lot, but
turn up
if
the
you're on
game loud enough
distance,
to not get the wheel from the chin.
Yeah.
Distance, and you didn't come to Ukraine during the war, because Ukraine during the war and Ukraine before the full-scale invasion, two different countries. So without this experience, you can't really understand how to stop Putin. And that's what I wanted to share to President. And what is the price of this tragedy, bloody invasion of Putin?
You have said that, and you're seeking the authorization to use weapons the way you want to strike deeper into Russia. In your meetings with President Biden, Vice President Harris, or Trump, did you get any reassurance that you're closer to getting that authorization?
We are in dialogue, but that's important because we want to use it only on military targets. That's so important for Americans to know that we are speaking exactly about military targets.
Are you any closer to getting that authorization? From any?
Yes, we began to work. We took the plan with details, and we gave this plan to Biden. Yes, we shared some ideas about it with Kamala and with Donald. I don't have skepsis about it now. I'm more positive, but we will see. You know, it doesn't depend on today. It doesn't depend on our side. We did our work. I think we did it very well.
Let me ask you, you talk about needing the support of everybody, but Speaker Johnson didn't meet with you. He's upset about this trip you made to Pennsylvania. Did President Trump raise the Pennsylvania trip?
No.
Do you regret this trip?
No. President Trump didn't raise this topic, and I think it's
too horny.
It's clever because, to my mind, because I was in Utah, and so I had meeting with Republicans, and I was in Pennsylvania. It's different times, but it was not about elections. And I don't want to involve us to election period of the United States. That's why I think that's why we didn't raise up this topic with Donald Trump. I think it's very important because I had meetings both in Utah and Pennsylvania. I had meetings with people, ordinary people. Yes, there have been politicians from both sides, but we need both support, bipartisan support. And what is very important, I was thankful, both sides, I was thankful to ordinary people who helped us very much.
Let me ask you, if I can, about your meeting with Vice President Harris.
Please.
Did you get the sense that if she wins, that it will be an extension of the support you're already getting from the Biden administration, or does it differ?
I think it's not polite from my side to speak about elections with both of candidates. As I said, I don't want to be involved to the election period, and I don't want Ukraine to be involved. It's so dangerous. I don't want to lose one or another part of Americans. For us, the unity.
It shows us the viewers, right? But it's just, if I highlight over it, it doesn't tell me where they're coming from. Have you found anything that lets me see that? Doesn't matter. None of it matters. Are you talking? Because I can't hear you.
Yes. No, I didn't find anything. Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever matters.
And with Ukraine, now and in the future.
U.S. President money, yay! More money for Ukraine.
Statue behind him is so horrifying.
President Joe Biden announced more than $8 billion in additional aid to Ukraine during a visit by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to Washington, D.C.
We have a strong security agreement with the United States, and we are grateful for it, and we will fully implement it.
The aid will include the first shipment of a precision-guided glide bomb, a medium-range missile that gives Ukraine a major weapons upgrade. It'll also provide the country additional air defense, unmanned aerial systems, and air-to-ground munitions.
Can we roll that back to hear what the journalist said?
Glide bomb, a medium-range missile that gives Ukraine a major...
Is it a glide bomb or a missile?
That's awesome.
Major weapons upgrade. It'll also provide the country additional air defense, unmanned aerial systems, and air-to-ground munitions.
Mr. President, can you bring it into his wall?
Of course we have to.
Earlier, Zelensky was at the Capitol to meet with Democratic and Republican lawmakers. The Ukrainian president has faced rising criticism from some Republican leaders, including presidential candidate Donald Trump.
Take a look at the war.
Take a look at the war
happening right now in Ukraine. It would have never happened if I were president.
He's such a moron.
Trunk said he would meet with Zelensky on Friday in New York.
How would it have never happened?
Did you see his interview where he said that I'm more smarter than Kamala?
Fool, more smarter, amazing. Truly incredible.
He didn't say.
New York. This after telling a campaign rally in North Carolina this week, quote, "We continue to give billions of dollars to a man who refused to make a deal."
Maybe. There's a lot.
But
there's a lot.
Yeah.
There's like 80 videos. We usually do 60. So there's a lot.
Their Globe stories.
In the 2.5 years since Russia began its full-scale invasion, Congress has approved nearly $175 billion.
I can't hear you.
Hang on, bro. I'm trying to add it.
insult her intelligence?
Well, I have to do that. Well, I don't think she's a very bright person. I do feel that. I mean, I think that's right. I think I am a very bright person. And a lot of people say that. I don't think she's a very bright person. And you know what? Our country needs a very smart person. And I don't think she's a very smart person. So I'm not looking to, I don't consider that an insult. That's just a fact.
I insult her intelligence.
Well, I have to do that. Well, I don't think she's a very bright person. I do feel that. I mean, I think that's right. I think I am.
That's embarrassing. He should stop.
Of aid and military assistance for Ukraine and allied nations.
Can't hear you.
Sorry, it's because I'm still fucking with my mic.
Nations. Many lawmakers say they expect Washington will need to approve more money to help Kyiv within the next several months.
Retiree Anatoly Smyk returned to his village of Bohorodichne in the Donetsk region after it was liberated in October 2022. Russian forces had occupied the village for 5 months. Almost the whole village was evacuated, except for a few dozen older residents who stayed. Smyk says some of them disappeared, and he believes the Russians killed them.
The body of a 70-year-old man hasn't been found up to this day. He went outside and saw his wife was killed. So he went, and he was killed immediately too. And yet we still can't find his body. We found his wife's, but not his.
A volunteer search group called Platsdarm is working on the outskirts of the village, searching for the bodies of dead soldiers and residents. Alexei Yukov leads that group.
During our search operations, we found a skeleton of an unidentified person. We believe it is a soldier, possibly a civilian. We have information that while Russians were here, they had buried several people.
Yukov is a full-time boxing coach, but has been helping find the bodies of fallen soldiers for over 20 years. He's been volunteering like this since he was a teenager, exhuming remains from the Second World War and then in Crimea after Russia invaded there in 2014.
2,000 bodies. Unfucking believable.
After putting together a police report, search group volunteers start to remove human remains.
Teeth. And the ring. Here's another one. You can put them all here, so we can see them.
Platsdarm is funded entirely by money from international partners and private donors. It's enough to run about one search operation
This is a little microphone test.
The bodies they
I don't
find
know what happens here, but it's gonna do something, and then we'll see what it tells me.
I think it just gives you a
highest
feedback
value
thing.
we saw was 29%. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
That's good.
We saw 29%. 29% of what? I don't understand.
I don't get it.
Are sent to a morgue, identified if possible, then turned over to the families. Each search team consists of 8 volunteers with international certificates, allowing them to engage in exhumation. Every group also has a dog trained to locate burial places. Yukov's group located the body of Alexander Hrysyuk, a Ukrainian soldier killed in Donetsk in May of 2022. His mother, Olga, says she searched for him for 6 months before turning to Yukov. She says she knew immediately when Yukov found his body.
Yukov sent me the photo of a cross on a chain when they found Sasha.
In March 2023, Hrysyuk was finally able to bury her son. Information about the bodies of Russian soldiers is passed on to Ukraine's armed forces. It is later used for body exchanges. Yukov says he does this to help grieving families find some closure. And since 2014...
Pretty grim job to do to bring other people hope. So that's kind of cool.
And that's why this war can't simply fade away. That's why this war can't be calmed by talks. Action is needed. And I'm grateful to...
Okay, we get it. All right, let's...
Welcome back to America Decides. In his final...
Aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to...
Scott, and...
I'm just curious what the...
Now from the United Nations in New York. And we know you spoke with the NATO Secretary General about a range of issues today, including the war in Ukraine. What did he have to tell you?
Yes, we did, Scott. And we spoke to him shortly after President Biden delivered his remarks, which really was an effort for the president to cement his legacy on foreign policy. And not only did Biden speak about Ukraine, but he also touched on all the things that the administration has done under his leadership, investing in climate change and trying to broker a ceasefire in Gaza. But with regard to Ukraine, which...
Did you say something?
Did you do Instagram?
No. I'm doing it now.
Of course, is the Secretary General's main concern here. He did talk about Biden's leadership in this effort and what he's looking for in the next few days, especially as President Zelensky makes a speech before this group. President Zelensky has been very clear about what he believes could help him win, and that is the use of long-range missiles into Russia. Of course, you know what Putin has said about that. He said if the West allows that to happen, then that would mean the West is now in the war with Russia. But you recently called his bluff on this because you said we've heard these sorts of things from Putin before. So do you not take his words at face value here?
He has threatened us again and again since the start of this war, when we delivered advanced artillery, advanced battle tanks, fighter jets, and now he threatens us again. He tries to coerce us from supporting Ukraine. We need to remember what this is. This is a war of aggression. Russia attacked another country. That's a blatant violation of international law. According to international law, Ukraine has the right to self-defense, and that includes also the right to strike legitimate military targets on the territory of the aggressor, Russia. Some allies have no restrictions on the use of their weapons. Others have imposed some kind of restrictions, but also those allies have actually loosened the restrictions over the last months. I welcome that, and also welcome that we have an ongoing consultations on this issue in NATO.
But from your view, do you believe that Ukraine should be able to use these long-range missiles?
I believe that what we have seen so far, that some allies have loosened the restrictions, is the right way to go, and I welcome that we continue to work on these issues. The challenge is that in a war, there are no risk-free options. But I strongly believe that the biggest risk will be if President Putin wins, because that will send a message to him that when he uses military force, he gets what he wants. And that's also not only a challenge for Europe, but also something we will see in Asia, because the war in Ukraine is followed closely in Beijing. So as the Japanese Prime Minister actually told me yesterday in a meeting, what happens in Ukraine today can happen in Asia tomorrow. So this is about standing up for international law and prevent authoritarian regimes from believing that they can get what they want by using military force.
We have seen President Biden be convinced on the Abrams tanks, on the fighter jets, and change his position. Will you try to convince President Biden to change his stance on these long-range missiles?
Well, as I said, this is part of an ongoing conversation among NATO allies, and also the United States has loosened its restrictions because not so many months ago, Russia opened a total new front. And until then, most of the fighting in Ukraine had taken place deep inside Ukrainian territory. But when the Russians opened the front in the Kharkiv region, the front line and the borderline was more or less the same. And of course, then it doesn't give any meaning to say that you cannot fire behind the front lines. And then the United States loosened up the restrictions on the use of their weapons. And I think it's absolute value in now seeing if there are so the potential of loosening up even more. But again, I think these conversations should take place among allies. That's the best way of addressing these issues.
Of course, a parallel conversation is whether Ukraine will ever be able to join NATO. What do you say to that?
Well, Ukraine should and must join NATO. They have made it clear they would like to join NATO. NATO has made it clear that they should become a member. So what we are discussing is not if, but when. And I think we need to understand that at some stage this war has to end, and when the war ends, we need to be sure that this is really the end.
Of course, there is another conflict going on in Gaza, and NATO does not have a unanimous agreement, the countries, about the approach. So how would you describe NATO's view on how to end that war and whether a united front is necessary first?
So we are deeply concerned about the escalation, the suffering, and of course that's also the reason why I welcome that the United States and other allies, the United States, Qatar, and Egypt, have now taken initiatives or are working hard to try to find a peaceful way forward to de-escalate, to have the release of the hostages, but also of course a ceasefire. NATO is the answer to many problems in the world, but NATO is not the answer to every problem.
NATO is the answer to many problems in the world. No, it isn't. Shut up.
The message that President Biden sent as well, Scott, that now is the time to finalize that ceasefire agreement.
Probably
and
not
one
as
other
many as he thinks.
No.
President Biden, even though this is not a political speech, did get a bit nostalgic, and he had a message to foreign leaders. He said that some things are more important than staying in power, and it's the people who matter the most. That, of course, is significant given the fact that he stepped down from the top of the Democratic presidential ticket, paving the way for Vice President Harris. Scott.
Busy day at the UN in New York. Weijia Jiang, thank you very much.
Right now, we're continuing to monitor a dangerous situation in Rockdale County this morning. A chemical fire over the weekend started at the BioLab facility. It's on Old Covington Highway. This happened Sunday morning, and then there was another fire in the afternoon. It forced thousands of people to evacuate their homes. And so the fire is out as of now, but the impact, it is lingering. Crews are trying to get the hazardous material in the air contained.
Within the last few hours, we've learned that air quality surveys from the EPD and EPA both show that harmful irritant chlorine was detected in the air emitting from that fire. So here's how you can protect yourself. Officials now advising Rockdale County people who live outside the evacuation zone, go ahead and shelter in place and turn off your air conditioner.
Turn off your air conditioner. Make sure you don't fucking chlorine gas yourself.
Yeah, they chlorine gas Georgia. Very cool. Very, very cool.
Units and keep the windows and doors shut. Right now, 3 shelters are already open for people who have evacuated and need a place to stay. We have those listed right now on 11alive.com for you with those specific addresses. If you feel sick this morning and you need some medical attention, you are urged to go to a medical facility outside of Rockdale County. That is because the Piedmont
that the chlorine smell we associate with like pool cleaner isn't necessarily chlorine gas. Chlorine gas itself smells more like bleach.
Yes, yeah.
So who knows what chemical?
Yeah, smells like chlorine. Could be anything.
Rockdale Hospital, it sits inside the evacuation zone. Most Rockdale County government facilities also going to be closed today, and nearby Newton County schools are also closed. Rockdale County students are already on fall break, so they will not have classes.
She wearing a fucking normal jacket and shit. Come on, cameraman, what the fuck is this?
Oh, so you hang on. You want to know what that is?
Oh, they're getting focused.
Let us know when you're ready.
Yes, 2-stepping.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Mims. I'm the Public Relations Director for Rockdale County. At this time, we're going to have the Fire Chief speak, our EMA Director, and the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you.
Good morning. Marion McDaniel, Fire Chief for Rockdale County Fire Rescue.
And look how great in focus it is. Good job, camera person.
Causing a mixture with a water-reactive chemical. That chemical produced a plume that has been shifting north, as we know.
What's great on
right now are working on
at least the DSLRs I used. People don't understand what the feature's for, but they have the artificial digital zoom.
Yeah.
And it's like a button on the back of the camera.
I always use manual zoom and manual focus.
Well, I do too, but I do also use that because you don't fuck up the video you're taking when you pull it up.
Ah, interesting.
So I can focus with the digital zoom while my video is recording.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I also don't video record with my SLR because it's technically just a still camera. Like the video sucks.
Yeah.
Like the next one I'm getting is going to be I forget the brand now.
I mean, I use a 5D
Japanese
Mark II, and it's still something that's like industry standard, you know. And they're on like Mark 6 or 7 now.
Yeah. The
but
camera,
I also,
it's OMD, I think is the model.
Getting this it's like a CS100 Canon or something.
Olympus.
I really
is
like
be
Canon.
My next one. Yeah. So I've had Canon for a little bit. I'm gonna go with Olympus next, just because I want their OMD platform. Because it's more of a hybrid, more video and photo, and it's also compact, which is what I want. So I can have the capabilities of a full-size camera and a compact camera, which is cool. So I'm going to get one of those.
Moving that material from the building away from the water source. And so it will continue to off-gas, but at least it will not continue to cause any problems. There was a small fire on the roof, which has been contained. But at that time, right now, there are no other issues. Once again, we're working on removing the material from the building. EPA is en route. We have
how are they going to remove the material
hazardous
from the
material
building?
companies to help us offload this product, and that is where we are at this time. Once again, once the sprinkler head activated, it mixed with that chemical, and from that, the wiring and
Oh
things
my God.
caused the fire. So it was contained to a small
Oh
area
my God.
on the roof and was contained quite quickly.
That plume does not look contained. I don't think you know what contained means. That is not contained. That is like saying that Chernobyl was contained because they killed people by putting them on the roof and sweeping the fucking tar off the roof. That's not what contained means. This is not contained. Jesus Christ.
So for that, I would like to refer to the Sheriff Department. They've been mitigating the evacuation process.
Do you have any employees
With BioLab, yes, there were employees there.
What's the status of the
Yeah, everybody's been evacuated out of that immediate area. The plant manager is on site, and once again...
Why is nobody telling us the security level of the lab? What was in it?
Nobody's asking.
What was in it? Why are you idiot journalists not asking the right questions? Jesus Christ, do your job.
EPA is on site, as well as other companies. So everyone in that immediate area has been removed.
No injuries?
No injuries reported at this time.
All firefighters and first responders okay?
All firefighters and first responders okay. We have about 60 folks over there on the scene working through this, so it's going to be a long process, but we're here to the end.
We've been hearing that this same location, I guess, had a fire in 2004. There was something maybe one this year. Can you speak to how
There it is.
I cannot, since I've been a part of Rockdale County for 7 years, and with that time, this is probably the third incident of this magnitude.
Third.
There are smaller incidents that occur, but
Bro. Third? Third? Shut that shit down. Jesus Christ.
incidents of this magnitude, this is about the third one within a 7-year period.
Were there the other two, were they fires as well?
Once again, the products mixing with water, starting that chemical reaction, those type of situations.
Wow.
That I remember, big one was 2021 of this magnitude.
Incredible.
2021.
What do you, as far as safety, safety measures, we saw smoke in the air recently, it looks like it's cleared. What do you guys tell folks now?
We're telling people to shelter in place, keep your doors and windows closed. In the event the wind shift, this thing can change really quickly. But once again, shelter in place, windows and doors closed. To give you a specific time, no, but I will say we'll be here all day. It's a very long process. We are just really still at the top of it. We have all agencies in place.
Here a week.
But once again, just the biggest thing right now is being able to get all those pallets out. So they've been working with different companies to get the necessary equipment on that we can remove those pallets. And once again, once we can get that chemical out of the building and allow it to burn off, we'll be in a much better place. But that is going to be a process. I do not know the specific type of chemical, but only that it is water reactive.
What about in the air?
It was from the product itself. The mixture of the water and the water reactive chemical produced that plume. What that plume consisted of, the particular chemicals, I do not know.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sharon Webb, Director of EMA, and to sort of elaborate on what was just asked of Chief Mack, we have EPA and EPD just arrived on scene, so they will be conducting some air monitoring to give us more of an idea of what the plume consists of. Evacuation center is at our JP Carr Gym, which is at 90 Hardin Street, Covington, Georgia, 30012, and it's somewhat into the city of Conyers, and that's where all the evacuees will house out right now.
How long do you think the shelter in place will be in effect? We just all got an emergency alert on our phones.
Yes, ma'am. There's really no specific time frame. It depends on what the readings come back for the plume, how it, what the chemicals are in it, and as far as when the pallets are cleared
How
for
do
the
you not
off-gassing stop.
know? How do you not know what it is? I would very much like you to be specific.
I don't have a specific radius. I do know that we pushed it all the way up to the north side to the county for shelter in place, and then Lester Road was our main focus point for evacuations.
What can you say to people who are kind of concerned as far as safety? Like, am I going to get sick later?
So ESF8 has been notified with our local hospitals, and they will be pushing out a PSA in reference to irritants and things like that if someone was to accumulate those or what they need to process they need to take. I'm going to turn that over to Rockdale County Sheriff's Office. They actually did forced evacuation, so they can give you more specific idea of number.
Hi, good morning. My name is Christine Nesbitt. I am the Public Information Officer for Rockdale County Sheriff's Office.
There's a lot of people in the just chatting section, and also Hassan is live.
Damn, they got all the way up to like this kid. The camera I was gonna buy, it's like in a
We don't have that number at this time.
For those folks who have been evacuated to
real updated state, real expensive. Doesn't even look the same anymore.
Interesting.
Right now, there's not a plan in place for if they are not able to return to their home later on tonight, but we are steady working on a plan.
A little bit more with it. Once again, we do have EPA on site. So once we get the product contained, get the situation itself mitigated, and then they will survey the area, the air, and once again, we'll send out a public message.
What does the
speaking
fucking
to whether or
EPA
not you can
want to
return to
do?
your home if there's any further
Sit there and tell them that
cause
it's
for
poisonous?
concern.
Thanks. Like, honestly, seriously, the fuck?
Yes. So once again, we will communicate with EPA. They will get us the information, letting us know if it's safe. If it's not safe, we will get it to our public directors, and they will get that message out.
Yeah, it's got this camera. It's got like a built-in gimbal inside
Absolutely.
it.
Okay.
So like it's got a gyroscope inside it, so it auto stabilizes.
I mean, that's handy.
Yes, that is where you're going to get your most accurate information from Facebook, Rockdale County, Georgia, RockdaleCountyGA.gov, Facebook page will provide you accurate information. If there's something you do not understand, there's plenty of contact information for you to reach out.
We will be your only source of truth and information during this period.
Get caught up in the rumors and don't want fear. This is a well-handled incident.
You can trust us. We will be your only legitimate source of news.
We have this under control. We're looking to get it even more under control, and we will be out here until the very end.
She did it. She did the thing. She did
so
the
we're looking
thing.
To be here. This started once again about 5 o'clock. 5:30 is when my phone started ringing. And so from that to where we are now, we are still really in that first phase. Haven't really entered into the second phase. Second phase and third phase can happen quite quickly. Once again, the biggest thing is removing that product from the building. Once we can get that product up, which requires heavy equipment, which we have en route. Once we get that done, we can move forward. But once again, if you need information, go to RockdaleCountyGA.gov, social media, for all the information you need.
Anything else you guys want to say about the doors, getting more road closures? You guys are anticipating you guys aren't able to get that?
Yeah, once everything is done and we've deemed this incident closed, all that information will be put out via social media, via press release, and that's where we are at that point. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Emergency evacuations in Georgia following a chemical plant fire outside Atlanta that spewed potentially toxic smoke into the air and forced an interstate to shut down in both directions. Our senior national correspondent Steve Osunsami is on the edge of the evacuation zone. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning to you, Lindsay. Parts of this major interstate, Interstate 20, are going to remain closed today while authorities clean up this chemical mess. They're still telling people to stay inside their homes and keep their windows closed.
More than 17,000 people east of Atlanta are still worried about returning to their homes today after a fire at this pool chemical plant forced them from their neighborhoods. Colored clouds of burning chemicals filled the sky in Conyers, Georgia for most of the day Sunday, and people miles away could see what looked like skyscrapers of smoke.
I want to strongly ask all of you to please spread the word to stay away from this area at this point.
It was dangerous to breathe. So authorities shut down the busy interstate nearby, backing up traffic in both directions for hours. Families who agreed to leave spent the night in makeshift shelters.
If you choose not to evacuate, please do not get out and ride around and take videos of what's going on. Either leave or stay, but don't be wandering around in the city.
The fire initially broke out in the morning inside the BioLab pool chemical plant when water from a sprinkler mixed with a product and caused a chemical reaction. Firefighters were able to put out those first flames, but then the fire later reignited and the building collapsed.
What you're seeing is still that chemical reaction from that water reactive chemical product.
Investigators aren't sure yet which chemicals burned and released into the air or what caused.
I guess you can find today for $500, which is super cheap.
Yeah, that isn't that expensive.
Let's see what Amazon has it as. 1,500. No warranty. Body only renewed. Well, it takes the lenses I have, so.
Yeah.
Caused the fire to reignite.
This is now the third major incident at this same chemical plant in the last several years. George, these families have been here before.
Okay, Steve, thanks very much.
Our team coverage continues with Fox 5's Eric Mock. He's in Conyers with information about the ongoing evacuations and the shelter-in-place orders. Eric.
Eric, good evening. Yes, we are several miles away from BioLab, but you can see the giant thick plume.
The one thing that I saw was the AQI still lower than China on an average day. Pretty funny.
Of smoke rising over Conyers. It's extremely ominous looking here, and what we saw was different colored smokes mixing together into that plume, and that's again forced these evacuations. Now again, that evacuation zone is the area in Conyers between Sigmund Road and I-20. So everything north of I-20 before you get to Sigmund Road is being evacuated, and like Kim mentioned, that's thousands of people are asking to be evacuated, and in the county thousands more are being asked to shelter in place. They have stressed not to go sightseeing, not to come out to see the plume for yourself. And now we have a soundbite here now from an evacuee. She describes as a very, startling, shocking moment when she was woken up by police telling her she had to get out right then.
It was about 7 a.m. I was sleeping in bed with my fiance, and then I heard
at the airport in Florida, which is like it's Clearwater, which is like basically next to Tampa, and continuously on the loudspeaker, like every 5 minutes, it was telling people to remember to check their carry-ons for firearms before crossing TSA.
Yes.
And no other airport I've experienced this. And I'm like, how Florida is this? How many times has this shit happened that they need a 5-minute announcement?
Yeah.
Other places I hear like, don't pick up bags that aren't yours. Don't watch some stranger's bags. That's what I'll hear in other airports.
Crazy.
Loud banging on the door, and then I see blue lights outside, and so I come rushing outside, and then all of a sudden the cop comes around and says, hey, we need you to evacuate immediately.
The camera person changed positions there. Never do that.
Blue lights outside, and so I come rushing outside, and then all of a sudden the cop comes around and says, hey, we need...
Yeah, that was very strange. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Unless like there's literal danger coming, why would you do this?
They probably did it because they realized they were like doxing an address behind her.
Maybe.
Need you to evacuate immediately.
And so you heard her there. You need to evacuate immediately, and they've been doing that, going door to door, trying to get people to go. And again, they're asking everyone else to shelter in place. Now, unfortunately, we are seeing a lot of people still out and about. Some people, checking out the plume.
Maybe.
Smoke. Officials are saying you don't want to be doing that right now for your own safety. And we have a few evacuation sites here that they've reported. They said they've got a new one here that they said General Ray Davis Middle School. That's at 3375 East Fairview Road in Stockbridge. So all the way out to Stockbridge now, they're having people evacuate. Another one was a scout camp at 218 Scout Road in Covington. There's also another site in Covington as well. That's where they're having everyone go to get several miles away from this, again, what we can only know is a very dangerous mix of chemicals in the air right now over Conyers. So again, their officials are saying you need to take this seriously. And again, I-20 still shut down, between Turner Road and let me get the exact here, Turner Hill and to Salem Road exits. It is shut down for several miles. We've seen a lot of people, a lot of truck drivers trying to get on, but you're not able to right now. So just, good to avoid I-20 right now in this area in Rockdale County if you can, because it's just a nightmare trying to get around it. We actually spent at least an hour in traffic just trying to get around I-20 to bypass it. So it's not something you want to get involved in here. So again, take these warnings seriously. If you are in that evacuation zone between Sigmund Road and I-20, you want to get out right now if you haven't already. And if you're in Conyers and Rockdale County, around this area, you want to be sheltering in place. Now reporting live in Rockdale County, Eric Mock, Fox 5 News.
Fox 5.
Well, I spent the day digging through safety records to see what kind of violations this company's past has, and it reveals a pattern of problems. In fact, it shows things like exposure to toxic chemicals and a lack of training and precautions.
I don't know. It was just an option.
Yeah, but if it's a default, shouldn't it be like highlighted or something?
You would think so, but nope.
So that might be partially an issue, right?
Maybe we contact Twitch and be like, hey, cunts, you're suppressing our views by not putting politics higher. What the fuck? If it's one of the pre-selected ones and just chatting isn't, why is politics not highlighted? Fix this, please. Also, give us more viewers, for fuck's sake. people can learn and have fun, and we'll interact and continue to play videos and news and let people know. It'll be more fun if people interact, and then people can have their own little discussions in the chat, and we can do our job.
The neighbors I spoke with say something with that safety history doesn't belong in Conyers.
We were moved out of there pretty quick.
In 2004, a massive fire at the BioLab plant in Conyers prompted road closures, evacuations, and safety concerns.
A shift in wind may cause trouble for DeKalb County.
Rockdale County has reported several fires since.
Also,
One
just
time,
chatting,
okay, we
it's
get
got
it.
this little
But
icon when politics is just like a purple guy at a desk.
Yeah.
And it says politics like a default.
Mhm.
They really don't give a fuck about that category.
No, they don't. I think we've found out enough. I don't think they're going to give us any more information about this.
Hopes of finding dozens of migrants missing after their boat sank off the Canary Islands were diminishing, authorities said on Sunday, in what could be the deadliest migrant crossing incident from Africa to the Canaries in decades. Patrol boats and helicopters continued a second day of search near the Spanish island of El Hierro after emergency services received a distress call from the boat in the early hours of Saturday. They said wind and poor visibility made the rescue extremely difficult and that the boat sank during...
Talking about zombies with big titties, Fudge, have you seen Scout's Guide to the Apocalypse? If you haven't, you should watch it.
The rescue attempt. Rescuers were able to pick up 27 of 84 migrants from the boat, but at least 9 people died in the incident, authorities said, including a child.
Epic.
Candelaria Delgado, who heads up the
Thanks,
Canary
Europe.
Islands Regional Social Welfare Department, said minors who have arrived are at a temporary reception center. She urged the Spanish government to activate a mechanism with the European Union that would allow minors to be transferred to other parts of the continent, saying the island needed help tackling the humanitarian crisis. Bracing for the expected fate for those still missing, Delgado said it would make this incident the biggest crisis the Canaries have experienced in 30 years. Data from the EU's border agency Frontex showed that the route from Africa to the islands has seen a surge in migrants this year,
Frontex
with
sucks.
more than 21,000 crossing in the first 7 months.
21,000 is not very high. That's not a large amount of number. But is like, if that's an increase, what was it before? That's what I want to know.
Other boats reached the Canary Islands on Saturday night, carrying more than 200 migrants.
At least 9 migrants died and 48 are missing after their boat capsized early on Saturday near the Spanish island of El Hierro.
What was this about?
The
Of
emergency
course this
services were
catches his attention. What's this about?
Where?
able to rescue 27 of 84 migrants who were trying to reach the Spanish coast. Spanish authorities said the migrants were from Mali, Mauritania, and Senegal. The rescue team received a call shortly after midnight local time from the boat, which was located around 4 miles east of El Hierro. It sank during the rescue. All the migrants on board concentrated in the same side of the boat during the rescue, which made it capsize. Everyone fell into the sea.
Fucking hell.
Wind and poor visibility made the rescue extremely difficult.
yeah.
9 bodies have been recovered and the emergency services are still searching for the others.
Okay,
I was gonna
so
say, how many were missing?
if you click
48
the
missing.
IRL category, politics is in there, but only
Ah.
if you're using a full screen. If I minimize, I can't even scroll over to see it.
Cool. I also noticed that fucking Twitch on the mobile can't get to politics.
So, well, it's under IRL,
Okay.
right? But guess what? Also under there is chess with 750 viewers. Politics category only has 104.
Amazing.
Then there's also IRL itself.
Yeah, well, that's like ice show speed and shit, isn't it?
I don't know, but there's less viewers in there.
Rescue teams have renewed the
Talk
search
shows
for
and
48
podcasts
migrants who
also,
went missing
that's
after their boat
that's
capsized.
Only 2.5K.
I mean,
which
that's
is a
not
lot
bad.
more than politics. But it's also
Maybe we
not
try that.
as big as just chatting.
Well, I'll put the other one into I'll put the other channel into that one, into talk shows and podcasts, and we'll see what happens.
Near the Canary Islands. The incident is being seen as the deadliest in at least 30 years of migrant crossings from West Africa via the dangerous Atlantic route. Authorities have already confirmed the deaths of 9 migrants. One of them is a child. The boat sunk in the early hours of Saturday morning near the Spanish island of Al-qeada after it overturned. Rescuers could only save 27 of 84 migrants who were trying to reach the Spanish coast.
Ha dicho la presidenta de la Comisión Europea, von der Leyen, que se puede activar también mecanismos para trasladarlos, esos menores también al resto del territorio europeo.
Yes.
Bueno, pues lo que pedimos al Estado español es que lo active de una vez y que podamos hacer frente de verdad a esta crisis humanitaria que está viviendo Canarias.
Thank you for the subtitles. This is great.
To put on captions. It might be hidden there.
Y que ayer fue desgraciadamente su punto más álgido y sí, todas las previsiones de los que llegaban en esas pateras se cumplen, pues es la crisis mayor, la más dramática que hemos vivido en los últimos 30 años en Canarias.
Thanks, India.
Authorities deployed aircraft and helicopters of the Civil Guard, the Red Cross and the local government in the overnight operation. They say that the rescue operation became much more challenging due to bad weather and strong gusty winds. The Atlantic route from Africa to Canary Islands is a deadly in the world. But even then, the route has experienced a 154% surge in migrants this year, and at least 21,620.
European? Cool.
Are they about to Wicker Man these people? What's going on?
To the archipelago in the
in the last island,
7 months. Migrant rights groups say that each year the victims making the dangerous journey are in their thousands. Many come from Mali, Senegal, Mauritania, and other West African nations seeking better job opportunities. For all the latest news, download the WeOn app and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Oh, they actually do say
it once boasted
WeOn.
47 straight years of profits, but now Southwest Airlines is under mounting pressure. On Thursday, executives and investors gather in Dallas, Texas to discuss a turnaround plan. The low-cost airline has seen passenger numbers stuck below pre-pandemic levels, even while costs have ballooned. That has all but wiped out profit margins and caused its shares to lose about 40% of their value over the past 3 years. In response, activist shareholder Elliott Investment Management has launched a campaign to oust Chief Executive Bob Jordan. It also wants to replace 2/3 of the board. The fund is demanding a special shareholder meeting as soon as next week to drive through the changes. So far, Southwest has stood firm, though.
So the airport standard use biometrics now. Those weren't there last year.
Oh, really?
Right. So what they do is, you scan your ID, and then they tell you to stand in front of this thing, and it's got like 2 eyeballs that look at you.
Okay.
And it takes a picture of you, and it brings up all your government record photos, where the person checking you in and has that ID sees all your government photos and is comparing this photo you just with all the available photos from the government, and then it gets permanently deleted from the system after they hit it. Like, it's like papers, please. You know, they hit approve or deny, it still gets deleted from their system.
I mean, this is basically the system that I proposed would work for background checks, to have an isolated system set up to have the background checks, that you have a database to access that accesses it, checks it, deletes it. I don't think that's a bad compromise.
The people doing the X-ray machine, you can actually see what they're looking at.
Okay.
If you're going through security, you can't see your monitor, but you can see the other lines because they're facing you.
Okay.
But they have a whole hologram, and they can spin it and rotate it and expand anywhere in the bag and everything. It's like a free floating hologram.
I hate that.
Within the architecture program.
I hate it.
But so like going into Florida, the mic mount I have, they flagged my for that because like it's not something that appears in luggage. You know, who knows what they thought it was.
What was it? What?
So, the mic mount.
Yes.
So I put it in my carry-on, and I had to wait for my mom to bring it to me today before I could even hook on.
It's called him the right leader to deliver change, but now has to show it has a plan to deliver on the promise. Some details have already been shared, including a move to assigned seating and extra legroom seats to attract premium travelers. But analysts want more detail and say the airline is in peril if it doesn't execute the plan well. Southwest has already started trimming routes in a bid to reduce overcapacity. This week it slashed services to Atlanta and asked hundreds of staff to relocate. But some challenges are outside its control, including big delays in the delivery of new jets from Boeing.
good.
Southwest gets all its planes from the U.S. giant, which has faced a host of problems over quality and now a major strike. That leaves the airline expecting just 20 new jets this year, or less than a quarter of the number originally scheduled. The delays leave it stuck with older, less efficient aircraft, driving up costs even further.
Welcome to the News Hour. The devastating toll from Hurricane Helene keeps growing. Authorities say at least 120 people have died across 6 states, and officials fear that number could grow even larger. Many more people are still missing and unaccounted for.
In North Carolina, communities are in crisis, with many roads closed, slowing the delivery of food, water, and other desperately needed aid. And some places in Florida are now trying to recover from their third big hit in less than 2 years. Special correspondent Christopher Booker has our report.
For residents on Florida's Big Bend, it's been a year like no other. The small community of Keaton Beach took an almost direct hit from Hurricane Helene. It was the third hurricane since last summer to strike this stretch of the Gulf Coast.
Where we're standing, all that's left is what?
Just the pylons on the house.
Just the pylons?
Yep, that's it.
Where is the rest of the house?
Over there in the canal, across the canal.
What the fuck?
Shannon Millinor lost his entire home to the estimated 15 feet of storm surge. He was born and raised in this area and says many in this close-knit community are reeling.
They're just devastated. We pretty much know everybody down here. And just, everybody that lived here full time just thought that, they're going to come home. Now they have nothing, just like we do. Everything closed and everything.
While people in Florida have started to clean up, the aftermath of Hurricane Helene continues to wreak havoc across almost the entire southeast. In western North Carolina, rescue teams are still searching for victims as floodwaters have submerged entire neighborhoods. The state's governor, Roy Cooper, called the disaster an unprecedented tragedy.
Today, we did an aerial overview to see the damage here in western North Carolina, and it is extensive and devastating. We know that it's going to require significant resources both in the short term and the long term.
Among those rescued over the weekend was Nurse Janetta Barfield.
And even before the officer got to me, the water was all the way up to my chest inside my car.
Floodwaters and damaged roads left some of the hardest hit areas of North Carolina completely cut off. Many residents in the mountain city of Asheville remain without running water or cell service, but a lucky few have managed to find power.
I don't know exactly
we did not
what
have
it
cell
means,
service.
But the storm surge itself is what's the cause of the flooding. It's not the hurricane, it's the storm surge.
Okay.
Which is a side effect of the hurricane. Uh-oh, everything on my screen just went black.
Excellent.
For the first 3 days here, but it's just coming back, and everybody's wanting to get their devices charged so we can let our family know that we're safe.
In Georgia, playground equipment sat partially underwater. In Atlanta, 11 inches of rain fell over 48 hours, the most the city has ever seen over 2 days. And in eastern Tennessee, a bridge collapsed into a river. In all, more than 1 million people across the southeast
in one
are
of the
without power.
counties,
President Biden,
one area, Tampa, the storm surge was supposed to hit 8 feet.
What the fuck?
But the difference is this is at the bottom of mountains. That was just within.
Yeah.
If Florida floods, at least there's drainage to the ocean.
address the devastation today.
I'm here to tell every single survivor in these impacted areas that we will be there with you as long as it takes.
Okay, I typed in storm surge, and League of Legends came up.
Amazing.
So, okay, storm surge is an abnormal rise of water generated by a storm over above predicted astronomical tides. Storm surge should not be confused with storm tide, which is defined by water level rise due to combination of storm surge and astronomical tide. Okay, so the storm surge is 8 feet. It would be 8 feet of extra water. And that's what the storm tide is. Is that compared to what the level already is? If you combine both, that's storm tide. If it's just the additional, that's storm surge.
Thursday is a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles per hour and record-breaking storm surge.
This storm underlines a complicated mix of questions for the people who live here. First, should they rebuild?
Washington Post.
And if
These
they do,
6 places saw the worst storm surge ever during Helene. I can't see because it's Washington Post. But
what will that look like? And then, can they afford what were already the highest home insurance rates in the country?
From 2017 to 2022, Florida homeowners saw a 45% increase in premiums, leaving many unable to afford insurance altogether. Cedar Key, a Big Bend island town of about 700 people, was also one of the hardest hit. Officials estimated a quarter of the
That's where
homes
the
were
manatees
destroyed.
are.
Sue Colson is the mayor. She says the storm will fundamentally change the place she's called home for 30 years.
We have to learn. We cannot
Big
fight
Bend just
nature, and we
literally was
cannot
like
build
15 minutes
the
from where I
Titanic that
was.
will never sink. That's insane, and we still think we can do it. We can do better at building. We can do better at the codes. But then maybe we need to rethink where we place things. Maybe we shouldn't build a food market at the bottom of the hill where it's always getting damaged.
Does a storm like this force the question as to whether a community like Cedar Key can continue in the era of these big
that's
storms?
so silly. That's a silly question. We have never not been inhabited. It's a prime place to live. It's a prime place to exist. The problem is we have to learn how to work with nature, not fight it, not think we can overbuild it.
About 40 miles up the coast in Steinhatchee, residents were salvaging what they could from Maddie's, the town's only grocery store. During past big storms, the water never even reached its door, but Helene's surge nearly touched the ceiling,
Yeah, this isn't looting.
ruining practically everything and blanketing the store with mud.
It's truly amazing how powerful water is.
Crystal Moraz is the store's manager.
This is your third hurricane in 13 months.
Yeah.
Like water.
And I fear there's another one. I hope not. We can't take another one. This is the worst I've ever seen this place. And we've gotten beaten by hurricanes a lot. And I've never seen it like this.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
I've
the
had
last
friends
two didn't have the
who have-
flooding that they got hit with.
Yeah, why was that? Just was
don't
this
know.
time?
Look, I wouldn't even be paying much attention if I wasn't about to be in the hurricane to begin with.
True, true.
completely lost their house.
While plenty of storms have hit the Big Bend throughout history, experts say the recent ones have been the most intense.
There is some element of just very, very bad luck in this part of the country. But on the other hand, I do think that there's a climate change fingerprint to this.
Ryan Truschelit, a meteorologist based in Tallahassee, says warmer and rising waters in the Gulf of Mexico, driven by climate change, are providing extra fuel for these storms.
I don't believe that we're going to be cooling off the sea surface temperatures anytime soon. So whenever the Big Bend faces hurricane risk in the future, I do think we've shifted the risk profile, towards a greater proportion of storms approaching being able to sustain major hurricane intensity.
Back in
And
Keaton
the
Beach,
Big Bend I was by is just a road.
True.
Shannon Millinor says, despite those risks, he and many of his neighbors plan on staying put.
It's our little paradise. It's where we live. We enjoy. We fish all the time. That's what we do. People's got their own stuff they do if they don't live on the coast.
Fair enough. Yes, I wanted to.
No, it literally was right where it was.
Oh, it was? Okay. I
Yeah.
wanted to play an Instagram video. Give me 1 second.
Okay, check this out. Screen share. I understand. Oh, I can click don't show this message again. Next time I'll do it. Right, so here's the map, right?
Mm.
Here's Big Bend. Right? Then this is Sun City Center, where all the old folks are where I was.
Okay. So real close.
That's literally right down the road.
Yeah.
So this place got destroyed, but this place where I was, I slept through it. There was the extent of the flooding that we had is there's a landing with a step up, right? That goes into the house, but it's like an indoor landing with a screen door.
Yeah.
Like
okay.
one of those metal screen doors with the little latchy thing on it.
Mm-hmm.
So that got flooded. And it wasn't high enough to actually hit where the house starts on the foundation.
Interesting.
And then one of the shutters broke in half. And that's it.
Daunting.
A lot of cockroaches came after.
Our elders who are stuck in their homes can't get out. We have babies who don't have water, who don't have milk, who don't have diapers, wipes.
We just had a bad hurricane hit us. Our rivers overflowed. We have a lot of people in need right now.
We can barely get out because the roads are still blocked and muddy. It's just a mess right now. We need your help. Go on to this fundraiser. Help us so we...
I just want to pause on this a little bit.
How do we know this is a legit fundraiser?
Yeah, I can double check. But
how do we know they're not busily?
Hold on. The group associated with it is called Raise Up South, I think. Union of Southern Service Workers is behind the audio here. Cocktails and capitalism. Well, this also came from Mariah, part of the Cop City group. So
get food, water, diapers, dog food, cat food, accessible things that these people need. We need your help. Not just me, not just my family and friends. We all need your help right now.
We need y'all's help to help us to get back out to y'all. Anything will help right now. My city is in dire need.
Our elders who are stuck in.
Okay. What's funny is that that link didn't work.
Okay, there you go. Fuck that link.
I'm gonna make sure that it's correct, but let's go back here.
Let's take a closer look now at North Carolina, which has had the highest hurricane death toll of any state so far. The western city of Asheville, in particular, has been devastated, with flooded roads and loss of power essentially cutting the city off from any outside aid. I'm joined now by Gerard Albert III from Blue Ridge Public Radio in Asheville. Gerard, thank you for joining us. What can you tell us about what you're hearing from people in Asheville, about what you've seen yourself, about the conditions there?
Huh?
Patreon link is in the bio, right?
Ours? Yes.
Yes, okay, just checking.
I will double check, but yes, I'm almost certain. One minute.
It also doesn't auto scroll.
Yes,
so
link is in the bio.
That there's new messages.
Yes, I know. It doesn't auto scroll. Yeah, I noticed that as well.
There and what folks on the ground need.
Yeah, so as the kind of
yeah, so it's reached its goal, but you know, it is what it is.
There you go.
And you know, money always helps.
Find someone to donate.
Yeah.
Water is receding and people are cleaning up roads. The biggest need in Asheville is water. There is no running water in the city. So that is showers, that is flushing toilets, that is, of course, drinking water. So the water is definitely the biggest need.
Tell me a little bit more about what you're hearing from folks on the ground there. I mean, how prepared were they for this storm, and what are they going through right now?
Yeah, not very prepared. I don't think anybody thought it was going to be like this. Everybody that I've spoken to, whether they've lived here 3 years or 30 years, has been telling me that, you know, I've never seen anything like this in the city or the region. I mean, water was up to people's, you know, up to the ceiling in their first floor homes. It was taking trailers down river. It was just such an inundation of water that people are shocked. And right now, since the cell service is so spotty, people are having trouble getting in touch with their friends, their family, their loved ones. People are wandering around the streets, basically trying to find service or a Wi-Fi hotspot.
This is a country in the global north, everybody. Amazing.
You covered the visit of the governor and FEMA officials to Asheville today. What are they telling you about when some of that aid, when water will be able to make its way in, and also why they weren't better prepared in terms of pre-positioning some of these materials?
Right. You know, in their visit, they stressed that help is here. They're doing what they can, but I think it feels so slow because some of the roads are still not traversable, even by these rescue vehicles. I mean, I've seen bridges to neighborhoods completely destroyed. You know, residents have made makeshift bridges to get supplies in and out. But, you know,
like that's pretty crazy. Imagine being in a community of houses isolated by bridges and all those bridges are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, did your rich lifestyle fucking kick you in the ass?
The federal government, the state government
must be nice to no, I'm saying that in like sort of I would imagine that they're either the richest of the rich or they're the poorest of the poor.
They're not
if they're
engineers,
isolated.
I guess is what you're saying.
Huh?
They're not engineers. You have the privilege of not knowing how to build a computer. It just works for you.
What?
Just skills.
Oh, you're talking about chat and completely ignoring what I'm talking about.
You don't need to know how to build a bridge to take a bridge.
No.
government, the local governments, all of them are still working on rescue missions. They are getting water out into places that they feel need it. They are going to the hospitals and making sure they have power and they have water, because that was an issue too. One of the biggest hospitals here, Mission Hospital in Asheville, doctors would do procedures and couldn't wash their hands afterwards. They had no sterile equipment. So now they have some of that, according to the governor.
What are you hearing from folks on the ground about the cleanup or rebuilding ahead? Do folks want to stay and rebuild?
I think people want to stay. A lot of the homes that were destroyed and washed away, it's like this in many of these storms, where the trailers were the homes without that solid foundation. But honestly, it still feels like rescue mode here, even though it's days later. Recovery is not something that a lot of people have been talking about at all. It is still rescue mode. It is still trying to get in contact with somebody, trying to find water, trying to find food. It's not at the recovery stage just yet.
You mentioned the issues with connectivity. What does that mean for people on the ground being able to even find and connect with their loved ones to make sure they're okay?
It's extremely difficult. I myself was stranded for 4 days with no cell service. I had gone out about an hour south of Asheville to cover the storm hitting a more rural area of North Carolina, and I could not get in touch with my bosses, with my family. I didn't know too many people in the area. It causes anxiety, and I had a place to stay, luckily, but for people that maybe don't have a place to stay, it's just a very anxious time. People are on edge, people are worried, and it's getting to the point where they're kind of getting to their wits' end with the lack of food, the lack of water, the lack of being able to reach people. And on the flip side of that, we've seen communities come together. We've seen neighborhoods form bonds and clear out roadways with people who have chainsaws or larger farm tools, like some people in the rural areas do. So there is a coming together in person, but still being able to reach people. Even on Facebook, all we see in the neighborhood groups is people asking about their loved ones in the area that they just cannot reach.
We are all watching with worry and holding everyone in Asheville in our hearts. That is Gerard Albert III from Blue Ridge Public Radio joining us tonight. Thank you so much for your time. Please stay safe.
Thank you.
Areas of North Carolina hit hard by Hurricane Helene began a huge cleanup and recovery effort on Sunday. The storm has plowed through the southeastern United States over the past several days, destroying roads and bridges, knocking out power for millions, and causing massive flooding from Florida to Virginia. A Reuters tally of state and local officials Sunday evening put the death toll from the storm at least 90 people, with officials afraid more bodies would be discovered. Video from Friday showed
the remnants of Hurricane Helene have been wreaking havoc hundreds of miles from where it made landfall in Florida 3 days ago. Western North Carolina is one of the hardest hit areas. Laura Hackett is a reporter for Blue Ridge Public Radio in Asheville. Laura, give us some sense of what it's been like in Asheville the last few days.
Yeah, it's been almost total infrastructure loss in Asheville. It's been really hard. There's no water in the city currently. Cell service has been gone, internet, power. We're just starting to get a little bit back online. Some people are starting to get cell service. So it's been really challenging. Water is definitely the most dire thing right now. We don't have water yet in the city. Folks are trying to bring it into Asheville, but because Hurricane Helene wiped away large swaths of the highway, it's stopping tractor trailers from getting into the region. So that's the situation we're in right now.
I know that you said that cell service is out and the roads are closed. Are there people who can't call for help, or are people who the help can't get to them?
Yeah, that's been one of the most challenging aspects of this as well. There's somebody in Asheville who's keeping kind of a grassroots database. And so far, around 1,000 folks have, last time I checked yesterday, have submitted. They're trying to find missing people for welfare checks because they haven't heard from them. So yeah, folks have been really having a hard time connecting in places in the area like Swannanoa and Biltmore Village, which went
Well, this is a more interesting question, right? I'm more interested to hear about the non-state actors helping people. I want to hear what the people on the ground are doing to help everybody. I don't give a shit what the cops are doing or the firefighters. What is the community doing? That's what I want to know. And that is exactly what she just told us. She told us that there are people keeping databases for checking whether people are all right or not. That's fantastic. That's great. More of this.
Completely underwater during when we did have the big floods. Search and rescue missions are still going on, but it's been really hard because trees have fallen down. There's telephone wires everywhere. We have a really mountainous terrain out here. And so there's just a lot of roadblocks, both, topography wise and communication wise, that's stopping emergency responders from being able to get to people quickly.
What do we know about casualties?
As of this morning, a press conference with Roy Cooper confirmed that there were 11, Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina confirmed there were 11 fatalities in the state. And Buncombe County, at a press conference this morning, confirmed 10 fatalities. So officials have hinted that they think that it's going to be a larger count, but there are 10 confirmed in Buncombe County right now.
Has this area ever seen anything like this ever before?
No. People are calling it, the number keeps getting bigger. People started calling it a 100-year flood. Then some people started calling it a 500-year flood. Some folks have called it biblical damage. The only thing that we can really compare it to is the Great Flood of 1916, which I was doing a little reading on before this happened. And that was before the most significant flood. And this has surpassed that. And when the flood of 1916 occurred, that had wiped away railroads, power plants, and had 80 fatalities. But the water this time was greater and more widespread.
Any estimate of when things are going to get back, when internet service is going to get back, when roads will be opened again, and running water is restored?
Yeah, so water in Asheville, the city shared information today that said it might not be for up to a few weeks for water. So that's really tough right now. Cell service is looking a little bit more optimistic. We're working with cell providers, particularly Verizon and AT&T, to put up some temporary cell service towers. So folks are getting a little bit more service. They can finally call those loved ones and check in and tell them that they're okay. Power is still off for a little under 100,000 folks in the area. So, I think it's going to be at least a few weeks to really get everything back on board. And that's not even to mention the roads. Whole roads are wiped away right now.
Who will build
It's really
the
tough.
roads?
It's going to be a long road. I don't think anybody in this community was really prepared for this.
Laura Hackett of Blue Ridge.
Tonight, an unfolding catastrophe in Asheville, North Carolina. Homes and buildings swept away by raging floodwaters that is...
Okay. More Georgia stuff.
News at 6 p.m. starts now.
First tonight at 6, a major blow to Georgia Republicans and pro-life advocates.
Today, a judge overturned the state's new abortion ban. It's been in effect since July and prohibits most abortions once a fetal heartbeat is detected, which...
Okay, real question right now is, will there be reparations for women harmed while this law was in practice? I think that they have a pretty good case to sue the state for monetary remuneration for stress and any other complications that happened during the time that was in place. I think that they should do that. I don't know how many that would be.
Which can be as early as 6 weeks into gestation.
So today, a Fulton County Superior Court judge ruled the ban is unconstitutional, but the Attorney General's office swiftly filed an appeal, which means this fight is not over just yet. In his ruling today, Fulton County Superior Court Judge Robert McBurney says the ban is unconstitutional. That's because Governor Brian Kemp signed the bill into law in 2019, 2 years before the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. In order for the law to be valid, Judge McBurney says it would have to be passed after the Supreme Court ruling. Georgia State law professor Anthony Michael Crease explains this means that the law is effectively...
They're not the only state that put these laws in pre-effect if the thing got banned.
Oh, what were they? Trigger laws, right, is what they were called?
Yeah.
Yeah, trigger laws. As soon as it passed, all of them just instantly were banned. Fuck these states. All these people have addresses.
Overturned immediately statewide.
What Judge McBurney has said today is we don't need to resolve those privacy-related questions because the General Assembly has to pass a new abortion law now that is lawful under the federal Constitution.
Yeah, no, we've done stories on women who've died because of lack of access to abortion care, and because they were unsure about what the fuck the laws were, so they didn't go and seek help and died as a result. So
remember there was that database, and I pulled it up on stream.
Yeah.
You remember what that was called?
I do not.
Be saved for news stories.
Yes, I will look out for it. Do you remember what day it was?
No, I'll find it in a second here.
Okay.
For the state to act in the way that it did. And so essentially we've just wiped the slate and we're all starting over from square one.
So that was Attorney Christ speaking there. So the Georgia Supreme Court may have the final say on what happens next, but people from both sides of the issue are speaking out tonight.
We are hearing from pro-choice and pro-life advocates about what they believe this could mean for Georgia. We have team coverage tonight on this breaking update. Latasha Gibbons will have reaction from pro-life advocates, but we begin with Bobeth Yates with the pro-choice reaction to the ban being overturned. Bobeth?
Well, pro-choice advocates are not just celebrating this ruling, but they say it's the correct decision because it once again gives women access to the care they need. Now, State Representative Shay Roberts was among those who advocated for the new law to be repealed. And she says today she and other pro-choice advocates are happy that women will no longer have to travel out of state for an abortion if they are past that 6 weeks mark. And she shares her personal abortion story with us.
I made the decision under the recommendation of my doctor because I had small kids at home. They said, don't put that stress on your body for something that isn't going to survive. And so I made that really heartbreaking decision. And the fact that my daughters and all of our daughters could not make those same healthcare decisions, especially when a doctor recommended it to me, put them in danger. And we're already, we have the highest maternal mortality rate in the country.
Jesus
and it
Christ.
disproportionately impacts women of color. So this was not helping anything. This was just making it more.
Now, I also spoke to representatives from Planned Parenthood, one of the plaintiffs in this lawsuit. They tell me their legal team are already preparing for the state's appeal on this decision.
All right, Beth, now let's.
We have breaking news. A Fulton County judge has just overturned Georgia's so-called heartbeat law, declaring part of it unconstitutional. The law made it illegal to terminate a pregnancy after a heartbeat was detected, usually about 6 weeks into the pregnancy. By declaring part of the law unconstitutional, the judge voided the entire law and ordered abortion law to return to what it was before the law was passed. That means abortions will be allowed until 22 weeks, which is considered the point of viability.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser. It's 4 o'clock here in New York, 1 p.m. on the West Coast. We're following breaking news out of Georgia. A Fulton County Superior Court judge has struck down Georgia's ban on abortions at roughly 6 weeks. This comes 2 years after the controversial law known as the heartbeat bill took effect. The court's ruling reads in part, quote, when a fetus growing inside a woman reaches viability, when society can assume care and responsibility for that separate life, then and only then may society intervene. The ruling goes on to say, quote, an arbitrary 6-week ban on PECAP termination is inconsistent with these rights and the proper balance that a viability rule establishes between a woman's rights of liberty and privacy and society's interest in protecting and caring for unborn infants. This is just coming into our newsroom. We are going to stay on top of this developing story.
We're going to turn now to the escalation in the Middle East, where the fighting has intensified between Israel and Hezbollah. Top White House official John Kirby will join us in just a moment. But first, our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell, is on the scene in Beirut. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, Michael. I think we've just witnessed one of the deadliest days in Lebanon, with massive widespread attacks by Israel against Hezbollah targets, effectively putting the two warring sides on the edge of the biggest war here in almost 20 years.
This morning, escalating fears of a wider regional war in the Middle East, with Israel relentlessly pounding Lebanon, killing nearly 500 in just one day, including women and children, and wounding more than 1,600. It's been the deadliest day for Lebanon in decades. One explosion in southern Lebanon captured on dashcam. Israel attacking 1,600 sites across the country it says are being used by Hezbollah. The attacks unleashing a mass exodus, people fleeing their homes and villages, creating gridlock in southern
Israel
Lebanon. Terrified families fleeing amid the bombardment. Israel
Seriously, they're a fucking foreign country. Get fucked. You are justifying. They're just justifying fucking. They're just using, what is it, lawfare? They're just essentially saying this is legal because we're hitting targets, but realistically, it's fucking guy and his family. Yeah, cool.
Preparing for what it calls the next phases of the
civilians.
war. And Prime Minister Netanyahu saying Israel's war is with Hezbollah and not Lebanon, urging people to leave their homes.
The bombs were aimed at you. They were aimed at the Taliban. Whatever. Did they hit Bin Laden? Or they were aimed at Bin Laden?
Your lives and the lives of your loved ones.
Whatever.
The Iranian-backed
Did they
militants
hit Bin
firing
Laden?
rockets into northern Israel, declaring an open-ended battle. Hundreds of thousands of residents in Israel hiding in shelters. And this morning, Hezbollah again striking into Israel. The risk of this conflict...
I genuinely hope we get a Mussolini-level photo of Netanyahu. That's really what I want.
Oh, you're talking about him upside down.
I want like a cringe staff picture, or like a Gaddafi picture, or a Saddam picture, something like that. That's what I fucking hope for. Is he follows the same end as every other Middle Eastern Nazi.
Spiraling out of control is now very real.
Well, guys, I think for now, at least things appear a little quiet on this side of the border today, although the bombardment...
Middle Eastern Nazi?
I didn't say Mussolini.
I know. But you said like a Mussolini picture.
Yeah, but
I'm joking saying the Italians are Middle
I know.
Eastern. They're Mediterranean.
You could make the argument. Well, they did try to say that Tel Aviv was a European city.
carrying on. But I think in some senses, the ball is now in Hezbollah's court. I mean, it's barely tapped into its massive arsenal, and if it does, then the chances of being able to contain a wider war may be impossible.
As Israeli forces and Hezbollah militants traded fire on Tuesday, civilians on both sides of the border sought shelter wherever they could. A technical institute in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, was converted into a shelter for those displaced. Rima Ali Shaheen told Reuters her family spent 16 hours on the road under bombardment to get here.
It has caused anxiety for the kids. They're on edge. If they hear a door slammed, they would go crazy. It's a lot of pressure for grown-ups and children. They're exhausted and stressed. They could not sleep. There's no calmness or quiet. We hear news of bombardment here or there. It is very stressful.
Look,
Still sick.
colony, yes. City, no.
For the kids. They're living through terrible conditions.
No, you're 100% correct, but it's just Israel justifying more brutality.
An official from the Sidon municipality said the city had opened 14 schools to house around 3,000 displaced people seeking shelter, and that the numbers were climbing. This man told Reuters the situation was like garbage, a war of total destruction. Israel said,
Yeah, tomorrow, Israel will bomb that school and say that Hezbollah was there. Israel. That's their game plan.
It struck a Hezbollah-controlled area of Beirut for a second consecutive day after mounting a new wave of airstrikes on targets in Lebanon. Hezbollah said it had fired rockets into northern Israel earlier on Tuesday. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday reiterated his position that his country was at war with Hezbollah, not the people of Lebanon. He said the Iranian-backed militant group was in
Target at the West Bank or something. I don't know if
Look
this
at the
is true
microphone.
or whatever, but I just saw that it was being used as like propaganda, being like Hezbollah is supposed to be your savior's Palestine, but this one targeted West Bank, and it's like, oh no. Like, you think you're gonna fool somebody with that one? Great.
Maybe
psyops.
someone. Maybe you're right wingers.
endangering the population by secreting weapons in their homes, and his message followed one Monday, calling on civilians to flee the fighting. Lebanese authorities said some 558 people had been killed in
where one of the targets hit by Israel had a missile in it, and it was like a civilian household.
Okay.
So because they found that one picture, all they've been saying is like, they hide bombs in their kitchens. That's why we're able to bomb the civilians.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. They found one.
Unbelievable. Are we surprised? Not really, right?
No.
It was probably planted.
Airstrikes on Monday, including 50 children and 94 women. At least 1,835 more were wounded, they said, and tens of thousands have fled for safety. A hospital in Tyre is treating some of the injured children. Another in Beirut opened new wards to treat war wounded. South of the border, Israelis are similarly seeking shelter. Dashboard-mounted camera on this car shows motorists pulling over and taking cover as a rocket struck just up the road. A municipal building in the border town of Kiryat Shmona was hit by a Hezbollah rocket on Tuesday. In Nahariya, a beachfront city familiar with air raid sirens, 53-year-old Yehuda Kidron said residents knew the protocols to stay safe.
You have to follow the rules. If there's an alarm, you have to hide, you have to lie down, maybe go to a safe room. But if you're not on the street, you have to lie down away from the car. That's the only thing you have to do.
Siblings Yonatan and Mia Shorek live in the Israeli city of Haifa. Mia said the booms were loud and frightening during an evening of air raid sirens and explosions as rocket fire from Lebanon was intercepted in the skies above. The Israel-Lebanon border has simmered.
I do. That was a nice touch. From such a depressing story, to have the kids, after talking to them,
Mia said the booms were loud and frightening during an evening of air raid sirens and explosions as rocket fire from Lebanon was intercepted in the skies above. The Israel-Lebanon border has simmered with tension in parallel to the war in Gaza, tensions that have raised fears of an all-out war. The Israeli government has made securing the northern border a war priority, setting the stage for a long conflict, while Hezbollah has vowed it will not back down until a ceasefire is reached in Gaza.
Israel and Hezbollah trading fire again
today. I saw somebody there joking about like hey, maybe if we invade Lebanon again, it will work this time.
Well, they'll try.
Massive Israeli bombardment now climbing to more than 500 people, and thousands of others are fleeing from southern Lebanon. NBC's Raf Sanchez reports from northern Israel.
We're in one of the communities in northern Israel where a Hezbollah rocket got through Israeli air defenses and came.
I was gonna say, like the time I fucking did a story covering body recovery in Syria.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck me, bro.
Hard.
I mean, it's not like hard to see or anything, you know. Like it doesn't stick with you the way like an atrocity does. It's just like gross.
Oh.
You're in like a poorly ventilated basement that it's been chlorine bombed, and they're pulling out bodies that are contaminated.
Yeah.
Yum.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Crashing down on this residential street. I want to just walk you through the scene. The rocket came down right here. You can see crews are already repaving the surfaces here, but it sprayed shrapnel all over this area. So its houses not just impacted by the direct strike, but also by the shrapnel that came back. Now, we've been hearing the booms overhead as Israeli interceptors take down more of these rockets. No one has been killed on the Israeli side since this escalation began. That is not the case on the Lebanese side of the border. Health officials there say more than 500 people have been killed in just the last 24 hours plus. That is by far the deadliest day suffered in Lebanon since the end of the last war between Israel and Hezbollah back in 2006. Now, the Israeli military says it is targeting the militants and their military infrastructure all over the country. They are warning Lebanese civilians to get out of harm's way. But we have seen dozens of children killed in these Israeli attacks so far, according to Lebanese authorities. And the big question at this point is, one, how and at what scale will Hezbollah respond? And two, will Israeli forces move in on the grounds? Raf Sanchez, NBC News, Kiryat Bialik, Israel.
The U.S. is deploying additional troops to the Middle East as tensions rise between Israel and Lebanon. ABC's Christian Cordero has the latest from Washington.
Today, fears of a wider war across the Middle East are climbing, with the death toll in Lebanon eclipsing 500 people.
Like, Ace and I got it, not really a debate. We both agreed on this, that we would label them as like a narco group and not a terror group.
Who?
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah, yeah. That's fair. It's a fair assessment.
You know, so this is literally like they're literally like bombing drug dealers.
Yeah.
Those drug dealers just happen to shoot rockets at their country every now and then.
Yeah. They got to report on it because it's like it's Israel. They got to have their feel good shit, right? They got to make that propaganda for the Israeli state at no cost to them. It's great.
People, including women and children. The deadliest day of conflict between Israel and Lebanon in nearly 2 decades. More than 1,800 people are injured. Hezbollah is firing rockets back across northern Israel, declaring an open-ended battle. President Joe Biden addressing the new hostilities at the UN today.
Full-scale war is not in anyone's interest.
I'm sure this will help the political crisis in Lebanon.
The U.S. plans to deploy additional troops to the region in what officials describe as a small special operations team to help evacuate American citizens if necessary. There are currently 40,000 U.S. troops in the region and tens of thousands of Americans living in Lebanon.
We don't believe it's in Israel's interest for this to escalate, for there to be an all-out war there on the north.
The Israeli Defense Forces attacks on Hezbollah targets is entering a new phase, sparking a mass exodus, people fleeing their homes and villages in the south. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urging Lebanese civilians evacuate.
You know what that means?
The IDF has warned you to get
we
out
don't
of harm's
believe
way.
it's in anyone's interest.
Take this warning seriously.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones.
It means
many of those trying to
Israel's going to do whatever the fuck it wants, and we said, hey, it's not a good idea.
Yeah. You know, it'd be a good idea not giving them the fucking weapons to do it.
All they said is, we think it's not in their interest, as in, hey, Israel, this might not be in your interest, is what they said.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Try not giving Israel weapons. That might be a good start. Jay join.
Look at this. You see this? So it's like Iran foreign ministers, countries of the region capable of defending themselves against Israeli attacks. There's no need to send Iranian forces. So it's literally this.
Pussies. Absolute pussies. Nothing ever happens.
Today, Israel made a direct strike on the Lebanese capital. The State Department is warning Americans living in Lebanon to get out of the country while commercial travel is still available. That could become much more complicated if the airports are hit. Christian Cordero.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe button for our YouTube channel. And download the ABC7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV, Apple TV, and Roku to watch on your TV.
Yeah, but they post a lot, so.
Israel pummeling Lebanon's Hezbollah militant group for a second day. A day after inflicting the highest death toll in Lebanon since the 2006 war. The two-day death toll, more than 550 people, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry, and nearly 2,000 more injured. The enemy doesn't differentiate between civilians and militants, this man said. We're all civilians. The Israeli military releasing this video of a strike today in Beirut, it says, killed a top Hezbollah commander. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed today to keep it up, urging Lebanese civilians to rid themselves of Hezbollah. We'll continue to pound Hezbollah, he said. Anyone who has a missile in their living room and a rocket in their garage will not have a home. Hezbollah has been firing back, launching projectiles over the border toward Israeli towns. The huge uptick in Israeli strikes sparking a panicked exodus in Lebanon's south. Traffic backed up for hours for those fleeing, some with serious injuries.
This hospital has already received dozens of injuries from the south. Some of them are being intubated in the ICU, but they're preparing to get even...
Sorry, John. Go on. What were you saying?
Oh, we were just talking shit about Clash Report. And how they're Turkish propaganda. But, like, they post a lot of videos, so I'm able to find a lot of the stuff I'm looking for there.
Yeah, true.
But, like, you know, I retweet fucking Al-qeada guys. You know?
Yes.
So, like... Anyway, I wanted to show you. You know about the dad who got shot in the second Intifada, right?
No.
You've seen that picture?
I don't believe so.
If I just type in, I'm just gonna type in Palestinian dad and son shot. Oh, literally, just typing that in, Wikipedia article comes up. First thing. Okay. This is one of the most well-known events of the Second Intifada. Watch it not be from the Second Intifada.
Hmm.
24 years ago on this day. Wow.
Oh, is that fucking Ryan Macbeth was saying that this was some disinformation campaign?
Yeah.
That's
exactly
hilarious.
That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. Here's a fucking diagram.
Unfucking believable. That's genuinely hysterical. So this is what that is about. Interesting. So he's literally, I bet he's paid by Israel.
So like, I was like, can you see this? This on my screen? Yeah. This is done every year, Ryan, because that murder is horrific and was documented by a TV crew.
Yeah.
If anyone has not seen the video, I'm not about to show it because I'm not going to get age gated, but go watch it. It's horrific. Like, there's a few videos where they really capture the face of death.
Yeah.
And that one is one of them. That's really freaky. Just because of how he looks when he's dead. It was one of the first atrocities against Palestinians that was documented in high quality, and every Palestinian knows it. This is an important lesson in the Second Intifada, as long as it is part of that, right? Because it might not be. And then I wrote, Ryan must be so confused every 9/11. Who's doing this? Who's doing this information attacks 20 years ago? On this day.
Doctors here say all of the injured they treated were civilians.
We received usual war injuries. Chest, broken legs, abdominal injuries.
Many who escaped death and injury have found themselves homeless,
and we're going to talk shit about Clash Report with Ryan Macbeth being that doofy.
Makeshift shelters. Ilham Abdullah fled southern Lebanon with her family and only the clothes on their backs. She said that after they fled, half of her home was leveled by Israeli strikes. There's no house, she told me. And when I asked her if she was afraid for the future, she said, of course.
And Matt, you were in Beirut tonight. You've talked to people. What is the sense of their biggest concerns right now?
Are you telling me that Israel doing this is creating fear for political gain? So does that mean Israel is a terrorist group? Does that mean America is arming a terrorist group that is committing genocide? I don't know. You tell me.
Well, what are you going to do? Stop him?
America could stop him. What's Israel going to do? Realistically.
Cry.
Exactly. Oh, we're Jewish. We had the Holocaust done to us. We can't.
The only Turkish channel that I like somewhat is Warnor. we have an interview with him.
We do.
Well, Lester, following those huge aerial bombardments and those walkie-talkie and pager explosions last week.
I'm not sure if he says it.
I don't know.
Because I know the Turkish
The worry here is
journalists, including him.
There's what? What?
I said the Turkish government hates journalists, including him.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. I don't know. I don't think I knew.
If you're asking if they're Turkish, I don't know. Can't tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Can't help you.
You gotta. If you go in there and he says it in the interview, then yes. If not, I don't know.
Good evening, I'm John Yang. While keeping up its bombardment of Hezbollah in Lebanon, Israel struck another Iranian-backed militant group today, targeting Houthi fighters in Yemen. Israeli officials said it was in retaliation for Houthi missiles fired at Israel. But Israel's main focus remains Hezbollah, striking dozens of targets today, including rocket launchers and buildings said to be storing weapons. Days after the massive Israeli strike that killed Hassan Nasrallah, smoke still rises from the rubble of Hezbollah's headquarters in southern Beirut. A fitting image for what Israel has done to the militant group's top command. Today, Hezbollah confirmed the death of Nabil Kaouk, deputy head of its Central Council, the 7th top official Israel has killed in a little more than a week. Israel's targets today included 2 buildings near Sidon on the Mediterranean coast. Lebanese health officials said at least 24 people were killed. Meanwhile, Israeli defenses intercepted most of the rockets and missiles Hezbollah fired at Israel. Across Lebanon, hundreds of thousands of people have fled their homes, some camping out on streets, others seeking refuge in a parking lot. The Lebanese government estimates that about 250,000 are in shelters. In Beirut, some residents, like Ayman, feel lost.
The future of Lebanon is in God's hands now. Nothing is clear. Look at us. We are sleeping in the streets. That is how our life is now.
Others, like Francoise, are defiant.
You won't be able to destroy us. Whatever you do, however much you bomb, however much you displace people, we will stay here.
Lebanese are all like that. Every single one that I've ever met, that I've ever interacted with, are all exactly like that. You cannot get them down. They will fucking persist. It's very admirable.
Sidon, Mohammed says he thinks about evening the score.
The war will continue, God willing, until we take our revenge for the Gazan people and the displaced people in Lebanon.
On ABC's This Week, White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said the United States is prepared for any response.
Well, the rhetoric certainly suggests they're going to try to do something. I mean, just coming out of Tehran, but we don't really know. We're watching this very, very closely to see how, if and how, Hezbollah and or Iran may react, as well as the militia groups in Iraq and Syria.
Late today, President Biden said all-out war in the Middle East has to be avoided.
Are the ones that reacted.
Yeah.
Maybe. Because, you know, there's the Golden Zone type stuff. But the main base they used to defend Israel was targeted.
Interesting.
And they did respond with kinetic strikes against the whatever group from Iraq shot them.
America did.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
I think.
He said he would soon talk with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I'll show the source I like for Iraq real quick.
Shout him out.
Yeah, I'm going to find them. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the page.
Special correspondent Layla Milana Allen is in Beirut tonight.
What?
Nothing. I have to find the fucking stream.
I thought you found it.
To show it. There we go. This
for
one.
fuck's sake.
I think this is a really good source on Iraq. They're like normally, like, so they'll be the first ones to post stuff, like when solder conflicts are going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like,
fair enough.
There you go. Found in the blah 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 blah. This is the type of rocket. You know, I don't know what affiliation they have, or if they have any political bias.
Does it matter?
Yeah, well, because normally when conflict happens in Iraq, I retrieve multiple sources, but they tend to be the first one I see reporting on like PMF shit and stuff like that.
Will for the past several days. What's this doing to the Lebanese people?
The feeling amongst the Lebanese people is one of terror. There's
I am fucking hilarious.
always a sense here that a hope that things won't be as bad as they seem they could get, but those chances of this not becoming all-out war in the Middle East seem to be dwindling by the second. Arriving from Beirut airport, which is normally an incredibly lit-up area with busy streets, everything was dark, all the lights out, really somber, quiet. People are incredibly fearful of what's to come, because of course the biggest event was the confirmation yesterday by Hezbollah that the head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, was killed by Israel in that enormous strike in the southern suburbs of Beirut on Friday. And since then, people now feel all cards are off the table. Anything could happen. And it hasn't stopped since. Today, 100 people were injured, more than 50 killed in further strikes across the country. People are terrified, many of them flooding to the airport, but many also returning to Lebanon, saying they're going to stay here through the war. They've done it before, and they can do it again. Of course, the last time we saw this on this level was in 2006. That was a 33-day war. More than 1,000 people were killed, but already 3/4 of that number have been killed in just the past week in Lebanon.
The target of all this is not the Lebanese people, but it's Hezbollah. How do the people view
whatever?
Hezbollah? Do they stand with it, or they
get Bin Laden?
angry that they brought this on them?
This is a lot more complicated than the way that it's often presented. So, of course, Hezbollah is not all of the Lebanese people. The majority of the Lebanese people do not support Hezbollah. Within
there you go.
Fuck? Why don't you
so
use this
apparently they
logic for
aren't the best
Palestine?
about munition identification. Like I said, it's not somebody that I go to for like a solid source, but it's like when a conflict breaks out in Iraq, they tend to be the ones who I see it from first.
They're at least first, is what you're saying.
Yes.
They at least have some kind of knowledge.
Yeah,
It's
I
at
think
least
they're
a
Sunni.
start.
I'm not positive though.
Okay.
Because I have seen some like more of the, not so much anti-Kurdish, but more of like, you know, they go about it in a way where it's clearly like a certain state narrative reporting on something.
Yeah, okay.
And not like fairness about like what group did what.
I gotcha.
And those who do support Hezbollah, Hezbollah is not just a terrorist organization as it's designated
They're
by
also
Western
drug
nations.
dealers.
It's not just a military organization. It's also a political one. It forms part of the government here. It runs social services, hospitals, schools. So many people who live in Hezbollah areas, while they might not like some of the foreign political actions that Hezbollah takes, they are looked after them on a daily basis. They are the people who are essentially their local government. And beyond that, even though there are many Lebanese who feel that Hezbollah are responsible for what's happening now, have brought this on the country by refusing to lay down their arms since the end of the civil war and by repeatedly attacking Israel, they still do feel that Israel is the aggressor here. This is not a case where anyone agrees with what Israel's doing. The Israeli army, the IDF, they say that they are carrying out only precision strikes, but we are seeing so many civilians killed. These are very, very densely packed residential areas. Hezbollah militants live amongst these people, so it's impossible to separate the two out, and everyone here feels that Israel is the aggressor in this and is being indiscriminate in its attacks.
Wow.
Of course, there
It's
was an
almost
all-out
like
war
we've
between
seen
Lebanon and
12 months of that. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy. Who fucking knew?
Israel within the past 2 decades.
I love that
Does
Israel
that
gets
memory?
less criticism
Yeah, it's great.
And, like-
even from PBS.
than like if the United States uses a slap chop.
Yeah, fucking insane.
Affect people?
That affects people hugely. People my age here were in high
Very
school
bigly.
in 2006. I remember those days. I had Lebanese friends who were getting onto aircraft carriers from the port because, of course, the first thing that the Israeli army did was hit the airport, take out Beirut airport. They haven't done that so far, but that memory is very fresh in people's minds. A lot of young people died. Half of the capital was decimated, as was the whole of the south. So people remember very freshly, people who are just in their 20s and 30s, how terrible that war was, how long it took to rebuild, and they're absolutely terrified of that happening again. And, of course, the difference this time is that the last time there was a war, Lebanon was on a high. It had rebuilt after the civil war. The economy was doing better. There was lots of building work going on. They had more money. They were able to rebuild without too much trouble, although it did take a while. This time round,
Remember
Lebanon
the
is
Beirut
reeling from
blast?
years of crisis.
immediately said something about it without being briefed and said it was Israel?
Say that again.
They Beirut blast.
Yeah.
They asked Trump's opinion,
Mm.
and he hadn't even been briefed.
Okay.
And he said that it was a bomb. Like,
amazing.
Israel bombed them. Which
That's a
did
good
not
guess.
help the conspiracy.
No. It's a good guess though. Knowing that history.
The third
Maybe he
biggest
should
financial
wait to be
crash in
briefed on
history.
shit.
People,
I
there's huge
agree.
unemployment. Many
He's
people have left the
also
country to try and find
also
jobs.
an
Those
idiot,
left here are the
so-
most desperate, the most vulnerable, and they
What do
really
you
can't cope
expect?
with this. We're seeing hundreds of thousands of
Bro,
people now
imagine if
either
Al-Qaeda
displaced or
tried
fearing that they will
something
have to
under
leave their
his
homes. They
watch.
really
As opposed to George W. Bush.
Say that again.
I said, imagine if Al-Qaeda did an attack on his watch instead of George W. Bush.
Mm.
Because if there was intel, as you've seen and I've shown, that could have prevented 9/11, that
Yeah.
Condoleezza slept on, like,
Mm.
imagine Trump with his state of briefings.
True. Man, and his statements, his public statements would be fucking fashy as. Good lord. Oh my god, can you imagine the fucking speeches he would give in the same scenarios that Bush was in?
He literally blamed Jews right after 9/11 as well.
Unfucking believable.
It's on camera.
don't have anywhere to go, and they don't have
then
the
he
money to
says
support
that now
themselves,
he's
and they don't
got
have a
the
government
tallest
that can
building.
support them either.
Israel has really shown its capability throughout this. The
It's
ability
so-
to infiltrate the supply chain
Trump?
with the pagers.
Vain.
Mm. Yeah, that's a good word for it.
It's just crazy because, like, I'm so fair,
Mm.
you know, even with Bush. But like, I just don't get people supporting Trump. Open your fucking eyes. Like,
Well,
what is
you're
wrong
German.
with you?
You're German, aren't you? Do we remember what Germany was doing before the war kicked off? That they were fucking shit up inside, threatening another country and bombing another one, invading another one. Like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on? What is happening?
What?
Like, what the fuck? We're literally seeing it repeat. It's fucking crazy. And nobody gives a fuck either, because there's no real, like, opposition or support like there was in Europe. So
Well, Jack,
Israel's
don't
just
you
gonna be able
know
to
that
do it.
the war can't happen like it did in World War II because territorial expansion wars are illegal?
Well, it'll be I don't know if they're legit, but I've been seeing posts on Twitter about Israel posting, was Lebanon part of Israel's promised land? And it's like, is Yemen part of Israel's promised land and shit like
I
that?
saw some of that too.
Surely that's not real.
I mean, I'm sure there's some people.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, who fucking knows? I mean, I can't be the only one that's been seeing this, right? Yeah, that's strange. Why would Germany do this?
To strike Hezbollah's leadership at will. Has this in any way changed the balance of power in the region?
It absolutely has. I mean, what's become very clear, not just in the past week, but over the past few months, is that if anybody ever underestimated Israel, they were fools to do so. At the beginning of the war with Gaza on the 8th of October.
What are you talking about? Gaza is a war against children, and Hezbollah is barely an organization.
If anyone underestimated Israel, she said.
That's awesome.
Last year, many people were saying, oh, Israel has to be very careful, they can't afford to split their forces if they're thinking about the northern border with Lebanon as well. They're now not just thinking about Gaza and the northern border with Lebanon, as well as the deployments they have in the West Bank. They've also been striking the Houthis in Yemen. They're threatening Iran as well, and they've shown that they can do it. Over the past few months, what they've achieved, taking out the leader of Hamas in Tehran on foreign soil when he was attending the inauguration of the
said
president
that she
in
lived
Iran,
in Lebanon. So she's probably been a Lebanese correspondent for a long time.
I would imagine so.
able to take out Hassan Nasrallah, who is nothing short of a myth, really. I mean, this man, it's difficult to overstate how important his legend is in this part of the world. People thought he was a ghost, that you would never be able to get hold of him. He lived underground, he never appeared in public, he was able to move seamlessly, and somehow they managed to get him. The level of intelligence that Israel must have to be able to have infiltrated to the point where they could kill Hassan Nasrallah, where they could take out all these different leaders, and where they were able to tackle the pagers and the
Free
walkie-talkies, smuggling
Syrians were like, I
explosives into
bet
the homes
Assad
of
himself
thousands
ratted his location to the idea.
Would not surprise me.
of Hezbollah operatives. It's very clear that they have been working with...
I always depict him as a weasel in the thumbnails. There's a reason. Any way to survive.
Oh, Assad.
Yeah.
A huge network of intelligence that they've infiltrated every level of this sheer network across the region. And people now feel that there's more to come. They're not finished yet.
More to come. In Gaza, Israel has launched more attacks overnight.
People feel
At
like
least 35
more
people
to
have been
come,
killed in the latest wave.
Yeah.
Stunning.
And brave. What?
Of strikes there. One person was killed.
As I said, I'm
excuse me,
hilarious.
after a house was targeted in Beit Lahia. And in the Nusrat refugee camp, 2 Palestinians were killed when their tent was hit by an Israeli airstrike. The death toll after nearly 1 year of war has now reached 41,495. Israeli forces held a truck containing at least 80 bodies of Palestinians in Gaza. The Palestinian Ministry of Health says it refused to receive the corpses, citing a lack of coordination. They say those killed have repeatedly been handed down to authorities without any identification, forcing them to be buried as unknown martyrs. Let's go to Gaza now, where there's no respite, as we said, from Israel's assault on Palestinian families. Tarek Abu Zoum is live outside the Al-Aqsa hospital in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Tarek, bring us up to speed. These latest strikes, once again, putting civilians in the firing line.
Well, that's right. In fact, the Israeli missiles are still overwhelming the strip.
Bulletproof vest? Yes, no? It's more of a flak vest, I think.
Yeah, these are the modular ones. I was telling you about them. They always look silly because they're just like straps. It's like a straight jacket.
Mm-hmm.
It's like fucking just tentacle octopus shit you're wrapping about yourself. And it's supposed to, it's like small, medium, large. I hit the space bar.
Central and southern part of Gaza. In the past couple of hours, the Palestinian civil defense crews managed to recover 2 Palestinians from the city of Rafah after being squarely hit by a drone attack in that area. Alongside that, an overnight strikes, the Israeli fighter jets have destroyed a residential building where at least 6 Palestinians were killed, including a mother with her 5 kids who were hardly recovered from under the remnants of their destroyed house. And apparently...
A woman, nice. A woman and her 5 kids. Good job, Israel. Well,
you know?
Well done, precision strikes, baby. This is what we
Wouldn't
love
it be
to
great
see.
if this was a wooga?
Yeah, I wish it wasn't a wooga. That would be great. That'd be way better.
There has been a very rapid increase of the Israeli military strikes on Al-Nusrat refugee camp. These explosions are continuing to be overheard in the eastern and in the northern part of Al-Nusrat that are overviewing Netzarim corridor, where also we have been getting reports from Gaza civil defense saying that they are observing that there is a very remarkable advancement for the Israeli military tanks in the eastern side of the city of Khan Yunis. During the past 24 hours, according to the latest reports released from Gaza's health ministry, they confirmed that at least 28 Palestinians have been killed and were more than 8.
I love that Israel fights civilians with tanks and fighter jets. That's pretty cool.
I mean...
Others were wounded, which is a proper reflection about...
On a hospital. Yeah, that's true. Like father, like son, I guess.
The level of intensification of the Israeli bombardment on Gaza, where all the eyes...
but me. And maybe
directed toward the Lebanese front there in the north of Israel.
And Tarek, we've been reporting, of course, the Israeli forces holding this truck containing at least 80 bodies. I understand that that truck is now on the move. Can you tell us any more about who these people are, why their bodies ended up on this truck?
Oh, so the bodies are on the truck because these
an
people
official
are actually
statement
human meat.
The Health Ministry has confirmed that they have refused receiving a truck that is loaded with more than 80 Palestinian bodies who were sent from Israel to the Gaza Strip without any prior coordination with Gaza's Health Ministry. The ministry has expressed that the Israeli military has deliberately concealed the identity of those Palestinian people, also their names, genders, and the location they have been kidnapped from, despite also the fact that the circumstances of the abduction from Gaza and they are calling for
hogs. You know, like a goose.
I agree. That's actually very funny.
The illustration from the Israeli military, and they are unable to identify those bodies simply because those bodies were mostly decomposed, and there has been lots of sign that those bodies have been remained in the Israeli
Remember when Israel bombed the cemetery?
Awesome.
Time, while Gaza's government media office has condemned that step, saying that it's added to a new series of the Israeli violations of the humanitarian international law.
That's the picture from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Tariq Abouzian, many thanks.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get...
After killing more than 41,000 Palestinians in Gaza, Israel's now waging its most intense assault on Lebanon in decades. Israel's carrying out more attacks in the south. You're seeing some of the latest attacks around the city of Tyre. At least 3 people are killed and 9 injured in an Israeli attack on the town of Maisra, that's in the Kassawan region. At least 569 people have been killed in the past 2 days of Israeli bombing. 50 of those were children. And more than 500,000 people have now had to flee from their homes in southern Lebanon in order to escape Israel's bombing campaign. Earlier, Israel warned that anyone near buildings linked to Hezbollah was in danger. And Hezbollah has hit back with a missile attack against Israel. Some of the latest strikes targeted the headquarters of the Mossad intelligence agency, that's in Tel Aviv, but that was intercepted. Speak to Ali. Ali, when I spoke to you a short while ago, there were plumes of smoke rising in the distance behind you. What more do we know about those strikes on Lebanon's second largest city?
Well, just after we finished, there were another 4 airstrikes, also covering the skyline behind me. One in the same neighborhood that we spoke about, Al-Hawsh, and there were another ones in Bazuriye, Burj al-Shamali, and to the back. Now, for now, it's clear, but anytime from now, there might be airstrikes. And it's clear that there are kind of very short intervals between one hit and another. For the moment, we have no clue whether there are casualties. But given the fact, maybe Ali can show us this neighborhood. The neighborhood of Hosh is a residential neighborhood. You can see a lot of buildings, a lot of people living there. So there might be casualties, though the fact is that many people have left. Many people decided to evacuate towards safer areas, whether to Tyre, where we are right now, or much more north towards the capital, Beirut. But the fact is that also, this is just the beginning of the day. It's just 12 o'clock here, local time. And if we have to compare this to what's been happening over the past 2 days, probably there is more to come, and probably more people are to leave.
And Ali, Israel has repeatedly said that this is an operation targeting Hezbollah. The consequences, though, are that now 500,000 people have had to flee their homes and that dozens of civilians, including children, have been killed. And I understand, Ali, you are hearing, too, about the death of a cameraman in southern Lebanon.
Yes, indeed. I mean, first of all, with at least 550 people killed over the past 48 hours, which is just half what was killed during the 33 days war in 2006. This gives you an indication how much indiscriminate the attacks are. And regarding the cameraman, Kamel Karaki was a cameraman very well known here in the country. And actually, personally, I know him very well. I know him since 22 years. He was killed today in Al-Qantara, towards the south. And this adds the number of journalists killed in Lebanon since the beginning of this conflict to 4. Isam al-Abdallah on the 13th of October, Farah Omar and Rabi' Ma'mari from Al-Mayadeen, and now we have Kamel Karaki.
Ali, many thanks for that. Ali Hashim there with the latest in Tyre.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Damn it. I'm driving into the neighborhood of Hosh, which is one of Tyre's eastern suburbs. Several airstrikes took place here over the past days. We'll try to show you the mood here in the area. It's quite empty, except for some people just leaving. And we're getting closer to where the attack happened. This is the latest attack here. You can see the building. it's not really possible to drive for much time here. That's why I'm going to leave. It's really becoming dangerous, especially in the middle of a residential area. Most of the people have left. Most of the people have evacuated. And of course, getting here comes with a lot of risks. Ali Hashim, Al Jazeera, Al Hawsh, Tyre.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Day 3 of Israel's sustained air assault on Lebanon. A campaign its army says is about destroying Hezbollah's military capability. The area of operations is expanding. Strikes are no longer confined to the south and east. They are reaching other areas where Hezbollah has a presence. For the first time, targeting positions in Mount Lebanon, north of Beirut. And 20 kilometers south of the capital, a building was destroyed along the main highway. The strikes are causing widespread destruction, and casualties, already in their hundreds, are mounting. Strikes are now getting closer to the country's biggest city, outside Hezbollah's stronghold in Beirut's southern suburbs, where commanders have already been killed.
For weeks, we have been speculating if and when border confrontations will spiral into war. It's week 2 of a new phase in hostilities. It may not be all-out war like in 2006, when Israel laid siege to Lebanon, bombing the airport, blockading seaports, leveling parts of Beirut's southern suburbs, as well as targeting regions outside Hezbollah's influence.
But for the people of Lebanon, this is very much a war. Hundreds of thousands are believed to be on the move in scenes similar to the last major war between Israel and Hezbollah in 2006. Ambulances racing in all directions.
The day before yesterday, strikes started getting closer and Israeli planes were in the sky. For sure, we were scared bit by bit. It reached the fields outside the village and
What?
I said I can definitely get a soundboard on the Streamlabs desktop.
Mm-hmm. How would that work? Because the problem is, I don't know how to have 2 screens, 2 people on OBS. That I have no fucking clue how to do. Which is an issue.
Oh no.
inside it. Of course, we could not stay. Everyone is scared. We carried ourselves, packed our clothes, and left.
Hezbollah, too, is hitting deeper inside Israel, targeting areas that have still not been evacuated. It has promised Israel's military actions won't achieve its stated war goal of returning tens of thousands of people to their homes in northern Israel. For the first time in 11 months of fighting, Hezbollah launched a long-range weapon towards Tel Aviv. It was seen as a significant escalation and a message that its capabilities have not been destroyed. Hezbollah has committed itself to keep fighting until the war on Gaza ends.
Netanyahu's aim of returning the northern settlers to their homes, which cannot be done without going into this large-scale war. Diplomacy has not been successful, neither with Gaza, and it won't be successful with Lebanon, as I can see it.
Lebanese officials say this is an unprecedented attack by Israel, and they are disappointed with the position of the Biden administration. It is not strong, and it is not promising, is what the foreign minister here said. There doesn't appear to be a window for diplomacy, at least not yet. Sana Khuder, Al Jazeera, Beirut.
Call him out. Get him.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the
Whoops. Page verification.
Israel said on Saturday it killed Hezbollah leader Syed Hassan Nasrallah in a powerful airstrike in Beirut's southern suburbs Friday. Here's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
State of Israel has eliminated Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. He was the murderer of thousands of Israelis and foreign.
Eliminated.
citizens.
Hezbollah confirmed Nasrallah was killed without saying how. His death dealt a heavy blow to the Iran-backed group as it reels from an escalating campaign of Israeli attacks.
It's difficult to overstate the significance of Hassan Nasrallah's assassination by Israel.
Firas Maqsad, a senior fellow at the Washington-based Middle East Institute think tank, said an attack like this indicates Israel has clearly infiltrated Hezbollah's ranks, and it could lead to the end of the organization.
Hezbollah is going to have to do a great deal of restructuring in the coming weeks and months, and its future, perhaps for the first time since its founding in 1982, is in doubt.
In a statement, U.S. President Joe Biden said Nasrallah's death from an Israeli airstrike is a measure of justice for his many victims, including thousands of Americans, Israelis, and Lebanese civilians. Though he added the U.S. is still trying to use diplomacy to de-escalate attacks in the region. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, said Nasrallah's killing would be avenged, and his path in fighting Israel would be continued by other militants. Strikes continued on Beirut's southern suburbs throughout the early evening on Saturday, sending large clouds of smoke over the city. In Israel, air raid sirens sounded across the center of the country on Saturday, including Tel Aviv, and large bangs were heard after a missile was fired from Yemen and intercepted, according to the Israeli military. Hezbollah said in a statement that it would continue its battle against Israel and gave no immediate indication of who might succeed Nasrallah.
Lieutenant General David Tula with us right now, of course, the first Deputy Chief of Staff for Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance, headquartered at the U.S. Air Force. He knows of what he speaks. You know, it's interesting, General, because there is the cockroach theory on these perpetrators, that one goes and another just takes his place. And that's what Israel can look forward to, for good or ill. The Israelis respond, we'll keep going after the cockroaches. Where does this stand in your eyes?
God damn it.
Well, I think taking...
My God. Jesus fucking Christ.
Is this Fox or CBN?
This is Fox.
I thought so.
Jesus Christ. Wow.
Taking out Nasrallah tops the Israeli Defense Forces' efforts to decapitate Hezbollah's leadership. And as a result, that's thrown their command and control into chaos. And they'll keep doing that. I mean, part of the message and part of what you see unfolding is the complete penetration and understanding of the Hezbollah organization. And yeah, if they need to continue to take out cockroaches, they'll continue to do so. But I think the capabilities that have been demonstrated plays directly into Israel's strategy to create the conditions to get the nearly 70,000 Israelis in northern Israel to return to their homes.
You know, you mentioned the Israelis, General, and over...
What the fuck is this 7,000 Israelis? What? What is that? What are they talking about?
October 7th.
Sure.
Oh man.
Ready, word has gone out for the entire country.
35 gigs available.
I don't believe just limited to Tel Aviv or central Israel, to stop large gatherings of more than 1,000 people. So that would effectively close theaters, then that would be closing other large concert gatherings and the like. So Israel's prepared for anything and everything, isn't it?
Well, it's a prudent measure in conjunction with their missile defense system, in anticipation of how Iran, Hezbollah, and Iran's other puppets, if you will, may respond. So once again, it's appropriate. Now, with respect to concerns about possible escalation, Neil, I wanted to offer that, you know, one of the things that people aren't talking about is the Iranian leadership's now on notice of what might happen to them. So I think this event over the last, yesterday, with taking out the Hezbollah leadership as well as IGRC leadership, may in fact have a deterrent effect on Iranian direct action against Israel. Because they understand the consequences if they did that. So peace comes through strength, and Israel just demonstrated how strong they are, and I think that Iran's going to pay attention to that.
You know, it's interesting, General, you mentioned how Israel is handling this, apparently on its own, not running any of this by the United States or the White House, more to the point. Now, that might not really be the case, but we already know Defense Secretary Austin has stressed that the U.S. is determined to prevent Iran and Iranian-backed partners and proxies from exploiting this situation or expanding the conflict. But he emphasized yesterday as well that we were not part of the planning, or even, he didn't say it in so many words, had a heads up on these attacks on Israel's part. What did you make of that?
Well, I think, quite frankly, it's basic military operational prudence. Clearly, any kind of a leak could eliminate or prevent what the Israeli Defense Forces were able to do yesterday. So it's simply a matter of achieving surprise and protecting all your moves in advance. And I wouldn't chalk it up to anything other than that.
General, real quickly while I have you, no comments, and I've been sort of scouring the press, not only last night after my regular show, but preparing for this weekend show. Nothing from the likes of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the UAE, some of the more moderate members of the Arab world who they might have been warning earlier in the week about Israel not expanding or threatening to expand the war, but that had more to do with ignoring calls for a ceasefire. We forget that some of those countries, particularly Saudi Arabia, have serious issues with Iran, and that is putting it mildly. And they might welcome all of this. What do you think?
No, I think you put your finger on it, Neil. That's exactly right. Iran is absolutely a critical adversary of the GCC states, and they are more than happy to see Israel accomplish the objectives that it has and to deter Iran and put it into its place. Now, Neil, one more thing before I know you got to go, but let me also offer that recent IDF successes demonstrate the importance of having both a strong Air Force as well as an effective missile defense system and the options that they provide for a nation's security. Unfortunately, the United States Air Force has been allowed to atrophy to the extent that today we have the oldest and the smallest Air Force in our history, and our missile defenses are not adequate to meet the demands of our own national defense strategy. So reversing this situation's got to be a priority of the next administration, regardless of
you military-industrial complex bootlicking cunt. You sellout fucking shill. Remove yourself from the census as soon as possible, you old fuck. Die.
This is Nick Schifrin in Tel Aviv, and we're covering the death of Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, in an Israeli strike yesterday morning in southern Beirut. His death is an enormous blow to Hezbollah, militarily, politically, socially. He was the group's commander-in-chief. He was the one who really led the group's efforts against Israel, whether that was guerrilla efforts over the years, whether that was fighting a war in 2006, whether that was the decision last year to link Hezbollah attacks into Israel with Israeli strikes into Gaza against Hamas, a decision that ultimately probably cost him his life. He was also the communicator-in-chief of Hezbollah, and this really shows how much influence he had. He created a fierce following, thanks to fiery speeches, thanks to his charisma. People followed him as much as they followed the
certainly
idea
wasn't
of
from his
and
actions.
its Iranian backers,
No,
and that allowed Hezbollah to have an outsized influence politically, being a major member of the Lebanese parliament, socially, culturally, societally. Hezbollah has a huge role in Lebanon, especially in eastern and southern Lebanon. And that was largely his creation, with the help of Iran. He became the anchor of the axis of resistance, as Iran calls its proxies around the region. He became really the most important single leader of that axis of resistance, and was very close to the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. And so his loss is a blow for Hezbollah, its followers in Lebanon, and Iran. That said, the analysts I speak to say that he will be replaced, just like everyone is replaced,
call yourself
probably by his cousin.
Yeah, probably not the best choice of words.
Who's the most likely to take over, perhaps by his deputy, who's a little bit less likely because has been less involved in the military aspects of Hezbollah. But when that person is replaced, we will see a decision made by Hezbollah, by Iran, of whether to unlink their attacks into Israel with the attacks ongoing war by Israel against Hamas in Gaza. The U.S. officials publicly I speak to say that they want this to be a pivot point toward diplomacy.
Yeah.
They want this to provide pressure on Hezbollah to agree to a diplomatic move that was demanded of them after the 2006 war by Security Council Resolution 1701 to move behind the Litani River, which is on average about 19 miles or so north of the Israeli-Lebanese border. It's not clear that they will be willing to do that. In fact, some analysts believe that
the counter on my monitor is broken. It's been at 5 for a while.
Yeah. It's been at 5 on mine for a while as well.
I think it's only counting one source.
Maybe. The Twitch is at 7.
Why is my camera on? Oh, because
Yeah, so the main Twitch is at 7. The other Twitch is still at 1, and it has always been at 1 forever. It has never moved up from 1. It has never had more than 1 viewer. And the YouTube has, I don't know how to see.
Remember Lori Lightfoot?
7 watching on YouTube, apparently. All right, let's fucking go.
That Hezbollah is on the verge of escalating in a major way, leading to another Israeli escalation.
Who are these
and in
lurkers?
fact, private.
Speak up, lurkers. Who the fuck are you? Reveal yourself. What is happening? Who are all these lurkers? Join the Discord. It's in the Twitch description. I think it's in the YouTube description as well. Let me check, actually. I'm pretty sure it is. Hey, I heard myself. It isn't.
Way to go.
Shit. Fuck.
I will rectify this immediately. An opportunity, to quote one official, a once-in-a-generation opportunity to try and either.
I am echoing real bad. It's tripping me out. All right, here we go.
Rid Lebanon of Hezbollah, or at least decrease its influence. But that is an extremely large task. It's not clear there are any partners who are willing or able to help them in that effort in Beirut. And Hezbollah's military capacity is still vast. 100,000 plus rockets, all of which are aimed at Israel, continues to be the reason that Iran wants Hezbollah to exist in a strong way and to avoid an all-out war so that Hezbollah can keep that deterrence to Israel. So very tense time here in Tel Aviv, in Israel, in Lebanon.
First.
Yeah.
That's what he just said.
Yep.
And the region, and we are all waiting to see whether this even further escalates.
What a good friend.
Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah is killed. He has been martyred by the Zionist entity. Okay, Hezbollah came out and confirmed his assassination. Iran has vowed to retaliate. I hope the chatters that are in.
No, I did not.
It was so good.
Bring up the tweet, Jamie.
I'll try.
Lebanon are okay. I hope they're safe. We are keeping you guys in our minds and our hearts.
The Israeli military said Nasrallah was at Hezbollah's underground headquarters, one of several sites targeted in a series of massive explosions that the Lebanese health ministry says killed at least 6 and injured more than 90 others. The killing of Nasrallah not only strikes a blow to terrorist group's leadership, but could also trigger a wider war with Hezbollah's main backer, Iran. Imtiaz Tayyab has the latest from Beirut.
Were people really cheering, or is that propaganda? Yes. Like I've said before, the Lebanese society is very diverse, has had a litany of infighting and complications. A lot of the Lebanese society also.
Okay, the YouTube link for the people lurking on YouTube has been updated, and there is now a Discord link for you. Stop lurking. Join the Discord. Click the link. Refresh the page. Click the link. Join the Discord. Say something. We'll see you enter.
Also despises their governance, and they see Hezbollah as taking advantage of that power vacuum pretty much because like they are one of the more popular parties and are the basic standing military of Lebanon in general. So for this reason, I think like some people definitely have different opinions about Hezbollah in general. Their domestic governance obviously is not great either. Having said that, however, most people see it as like a defensive posture that Hezbollah presents towards Israel, and they certainly hate Israel a lot more than they even hate Hezbollah. But the video that they were using to say people were cheering Hassan Nasrallah's assassination is from 2019. And
to find a tweet where he's talking about Mao. Oh my God, I found it. Okay. Share screen. This one. And then
Jay joined.
Here.
Oh, I did see this.
This one's so good. I think I'm much more plugged in and communist when I say that Bin Laden is like Lenin. Just saying. Not Nasrallah.
That's it. The way I would describe it is like if there was an alien force that was not China, like far more powerful than America, right? Like an insane power. And this alien force was attacking America relentlessly.
It's just an insult to
showing that
Lenin,
they wanted
you
to
know?
occupy. And then they assassinated
Lenin
the
accomplished
Republican paramilitary
stuff.
that was like,
sure,
actively fighting against the aliens. Most Americans would be like, this is completely unacceptable. Like even if you had a disagreement with the Republicans in that regard, you would still be like, well, they're up in arms against like a much more powerful enemy. So that's the way to analyze it. Hezbollah done got rocked. Hezbollah in shambles. Worst metaphor in history. I think it's a phenomenal metaphor because regardless of your opinions in terms of like domestic policy, if you are faced with a far larger enemy, I'm trying to explain it to Americans who have never actually faced a far larger enemy. So that's why I'm using the alien analogy. There's no other way to describe it. Ultimately, if aliens dropped a massive bomb in the middle of New York to like assassinate the leadership of like the Republican paramilitaries that were fighting against them, you would probably be like, that's
now.
The much larger enemy would be the aliens in this circumstance. And you don't have to look any further than Ukraine to understand this. There are plenty of Ukrainians who did not like the Azov battalion, who did not like the Nazis in Ukraine, who fought against said Nazis in Ukraine, who, once the much larger enemy, Russia, came in and started blowing their goddamn cities, entire city blocks, became aligned with the Azov battalion. That's usually how things go. This was something that I mentioned in the beginning of the invasion as well, where I talked about how invading a country does not denazify it. As a matter of fact, it just galvanizes and emboldens some of the more fascist elements within the country and turns them into national heroes because their emancipatory goals are now completely justified. Not even making a comparison between Hezbollah and Nazis. I'm just using that as an analog for people to understand, especially because a lot of people who despise Hezbollah love, you know, the Azov battalion. Hassan, I need an explanation. Yesterday, during the bombing of Beirut, some CNN journalists were sheltering. Could you explain why that would be necessary? They themselves say that Israel is precise and targeted when they strike. Why would they be afraid? Can't put my finger on it. Because Israel cannot be analyzed from the perspective of a belligerent, okay? In American news. But they are. They are not only belligerent as like in the war terminology, but they're also belligerent in the way that you colloquially understand the term. They're insane. And that is precisely the reason why, of course, Americans are obviously understandably fearful. As the United States of America, we can't acknowledge that Israel is a belligerent occupier in Lebanon. So we take this weird posture where we're like, yeah, you got to take your own tickets out if you want to leave. We can't even evacuate. Hi, I'm Lebanese and just wanted to note that a lot of people that don't support Hezbollah, including me, but in these circumstances, living under the threat of a genocidal and destructive state, we see Hezbollah as our only form of resistance. So it's shocking when you hear the leader of our resistance is dead. Exactly. No, I totally get that. I totally understand that. Are we seriously mourning the death of the head of a terrorist organization? I'm going to tell you right now, if you have this opinion, you 1,000,000% would mourn if, again, an alien force out of nowhere came in and assassinated like hundreds of civilians in the middle of Chicago to like execute whatever Republican military general that was fighting against those aliens. Okay, you would be like, that's unimaginable. That is insane. I can't believe this just happened. You can slap on the terrorist sticker over and over again, but what you fail to recognize is Israel is a far greater terror in the region. It's just that we don't analyze Israel as a terrorist organization because it's a state. Okay, and it's not only a state, but it's also a state that's aligned with the United States. If you want to see a terror state, we consider Iran to be a terrorist state. We consider Russia to be a terrorist state. Those countries are outside of the scope of influence of the United States of America, and they are personally viewed as a state sponsor of terror. Israel is significantly larger in terms of the terror it presents to enemies that it occupies, enemies that it is a belligerent occupier of in an unjustifiable war that it wages upon every country in the region and all of the territories that it currently illegally militarily occupies. It doesn't really matter what sticker you're slapping onto it. It doesn't change that dynamic at all. In terms of analyzing Hezbollah's militancy and the dynamic between Israel and Hezbollah, when you look at the tit-for-tat bombing campaigns that occurred since October 7
once the
between
invasion
Israel
happened,
and Hezbollah,
there was
Israel
a lot
is
more
responsible
legitimate forces that showed up. So it actually didn't help the Nazis anymore. Like before that, there was very few battalions you could join when it was just like National Guard forces.
Yeah, because they sent the Nazis to die.
Well, not necessarily.
No, I know.
Because like even Azov itself, like people think they rebranded because they're trying to soften their image.
No, most of them are dead.
But it's like a lot of people who believed in that original like plan aren't necessarily in it anymore.
Yeah.
Like it's so big that it like outfloods
the assault brigade, yeah.
2% of all bombing, and that number has actually grown now.
And then
if
also
we're going to look at it on the
honoring
same
people.
moral boundary, if we're going to operate on the same
If they're
moral
Nazis,
playing
it
field,
doesn't matter
Hezbollah
if they
is the far
did
greater
something
lesser
heroic.
evil in that situation. Okay, incredibly restricted and restrained in terms of its tit for tat military campaigns in comparison to Israel, because Israel doesn't have to be restrained. Israel can do whatever the f- it wants, and America will give it billions and billions of dollars that they are going to give to Israel instead of you. Free college education to fix the potholes, or to harden our infrastructure against climate change and the natural disasters that seemingly occur at a rapid clip, at a more rapid clip than before. Year over year, America is both under fire and also underwater at the same time. Our infrastructure is falling apart, and we have absolutely nothing
literally,
going on to
there's
fix it because
wildfires
there's
in
no
the
money
West.
for that. Okay.
Well, people were drowning in
Yeah.
in the East.
It just shows how different America is coast to coast.
It's a fucking huge country, bro.
It's wild, yeah.
We can't do that. We can't do that. There's no money for the top of the hour ad break avoidance fee, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and you could be defensive against that by subscribing.
Triggering deafening explosions and sending huge plumes of crimson smoke in the skies above. On the ground near.
I understand this now. Don't get ads.
What?
Give us money instead. Subscribe.
Total devastation. At least 4 buildings pulverized.
Don't like
Israel's
ads?
military says it killed Hezbollah's
Subscribe.
leader, Hassan Nasrallah.
Give us
And
money.
this morning, the
Help
group
us.
confirmed he was
We
dead.
like money.
Syed Hassan Nasrallah was a singular figure within the political and paramilitary force. Known for his fiery speeches, like this one we attended in August. For 32 years, he led Hezbollah, which
Ghassan Kanafani, bodies fall, ideas live forever. It's not just ideas as well. It's ideals. Not just ideas, but ideals, okay? Like, people understandably have a need for emancipation. People understandably do not want to live under permanent military occupation. People don't want to get bombed into bits, okay? That's a normal, understandable position that every human being has. So, of course, it does not matter. Assassinating the head of this organization will probably stop the bombing campaigns for like a little bit. Even that is not likely from the Hezbollah side. When you continuously and mercilessly and relentlessly occupy territory, more and more territory, you keep bombing these people, they're gonna fight back. There is no world in which you can bomb people so hard that they end up liking you. They're just gonna like you less. And this has happened over the course of the past 20 plus years
like
of
a
permanent
bongo
military occupation in the
when
Middle
they
East
said
with
back.
America. Look at Afghanistan. The Taliban has taken over Afghanistan again. It's stupid. There's only one commander for Hezbollah alive. Dude, I don't think you guys understand. Unless you personally think people's understandable resentment against Israel in the territory was because Hassan Nasrallah was like the singular figure mind controlling everyone to hate Israel, this doesn't make any sense. A lot of Americans fail to comprehend this. Americans, because we are so comfortable in the lap of luxury, in the first world, in the core of empire, we
our main correspondent in Lebanon, Lebanon Uprising, and their page. All this is just reporting where bombs are hitting. It really is not political about who or what is being bombed. It's like Israel is bombing us again. Israel's bombing us again. Israel's bombing us again. It's like saying that like Ukraine, because there was 2 political factions in the east and west of the country, that if shit happens in the east of the country, the west of the country doesn't care, because it's like they're another philosophy over there.
We have no way to comprehend a much greater threat to our existence. We don't have any way of understanding that, so much so that we make up our own fake threats against us. Like,
it wasn't just a decapitation of him. They eliminated the entire senior command. Like, there's no way the organization doesn't have a radical change after this.
Yeah, it's either going to go really well or really badly.
It might splinter.
Maybe.
It's very likely. I mean, look at the cartel. That was just 2 leaders that have caused this fucking civil war inside the cartel.
Massive power vacuum.
like some goat herder in Afghanistan or some rice farmer in Vietnam. Like, we literally have 0 enemies. We have 800 military bases and 0 real enemies. So much so that we make up new ones in order to justify our check your pager. Like, this is again a power.
Check your pager.
I love how the military bases went from like 300 to 800 overnight.
Bro, his chat's calling him Hezbollah.
It's so funny.
Posturing as though they benefit from America and Israel's actions. You do not have health care. You will never achieve the American dream.
And having
you will never be
healthcare
able
has
to own a
nothing to
house.
do with the
You will never
military.
be able to get upward social mobility. Your life will be worse than your parents' generation. But because you
Like, you
recognize
could
that,
say
you have
one
to
of
like
the side
grab onto
effects
anything.
of
You
like
have to
needing
grab onto
healthcare is
anything
you
and
have to
everything you
join
can
the
to be like,
military or something like that to like get benefits or something like that. But or like the it doesn't compare to them using college.
No.
Like it's just a side effect. It doesn't even like phase the lawmakers.
Mm-hmm.
well, no, this is check your pager. You're Hezbollah.
You
You're
don't
gonna
have
die.
healthcare because of
Nasrallah's
how big
death
the
would be a
fucking
potentially
watch
catastrophic blow
Theo
for the group.
with Bernie Sanders,
Several
and you'll
Hez-
understand why you don't have healthcare.
Hezbollah's military commanders have been assassinated in other Israeli strikes since July. And thousands of its members were injured in booby-trapped pager and walkie-talkie explosions earlier this month, leaving it badly diminished and potentially leaderless. The stunning developments follow Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to the UN General Assembly, where he received a mix of boos and applause.
I just want to say,
And we'll continue degrading Hezbollah.
okay, imagine us doing this to Al-Qaeda after 9/11. People would be fucking losing their shit. Like, people would be ecstatic here.
Yeah.
And guess what? We did do this to Al-Qaeda. We just didn't fucking tell people.
Until all our objectives are met.
Yeah, I wonder what those objectives are. There's never been an instance where Israel has not said that they're doing this for like security concerns, just so you understand. It is always a security concern. Like the justification for the state of Israel existing since 1948. Oh, this is a security concern. This is a security concern. Understand that like that is the justification for you to hear in the Western world and understand and agree with. The tactic is always the same. Up, displace civilians, and then settlers come in and take over that territory. People understandably feel resentful and spiteful against Israel.
That's pretty good advice.
The United States has let these groups get away with this for too long. You know, so they think they can posture and do all this shit all day, do these strikes they know aren't going to hit anything, just to look cool.
Displace civilians, and then settlers come in and take over that territory. People understandably feel resentful and spiteful against Israel, fight back.
Okay,
then
so
Israel encroaches on
as far
more
as the
territory.
political factions go, if Hezbollah splinters enough politically, I just think Amal will take their place. They're already like Hezbollah light, and that might separate like the Shia militancy more from the Shia political factions. It might do something there. But I imagine Amal is going to be able to take advantage of this, even though they're like not opposition. They're just the same thing as Hezbollah at the end of the day.
Because you have to protect those civilians that now moved into that area, right? That's why people are desperately, inside of Israel, you have ultra-Orthodox, rabid, ultra-Zionist, ultra-nationalist settlers who are fascists trying to go into Gaza and settle again. And they have plans to settle Gaza again. This is what they did in the West Bank. This is what they used to do in Gaza. This is what they did in Sinai. And this is what they did in Golan Heights. This is what they did in Shebaa Farms, which is technically Lebanese territory according to Syria. And it doesn't matter, right? They will always have an appetite for more and more territorial acquisition. And then when they move people into that territory, and the people that are now displaced from that territory are like, well, what the is this? This was my family's farm. Why the did you take that? Yeah, look, Israel is preparing for a limited incursion into Lebanon.
Overnight, Israeli warplanes targeted even more areas across Beirut's southern suburbs, reportedly carrying out at least 20 strikes before dawn.
These people cheering this on, which is just more civilians dying, brainwashed by Zionism, brainwashed into thinking Israel's legitimate. 1 out of 3 people in Haifa are non-Jewish Russians. This is nothing but colonial genocide of a different flavor, fake-ass state. Yeah, I mean, it is. It totally is.
Now, President Biden and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin have both denied being given advance warning from Israel on the massive strikes targeting this.
I think there's pros and cons. And the biggest con is logistical fracturing. If you can't get the ammunition, then you're not much of a fucking insurgency.
True.
Insurgency. It's because I can hear myself. Fucking up all my words.
Nasrallah, with Secretary Austin saying the first time he was told about it was while the strikes were actually happening, as the White House now instructs the Pentagon to, quote, assess and adjust U.S. forces across the Middle East as needed. Jeff.
Yes, thank you.
Is election Donald Trump a better choice for the safety of Lebanon? no. There is no better choice. There is only one choice. America does what it wants to do. I need you guys to understand, okay? America and Israel, as an extension of America, is a force that will not change its trajectory regardless of whether a Democrat is in charge or a Republican is in charge. This is something that is important for a lot of people to comprehend because this is a Democratic administration doing this, and Democrats are supposed to at least present themselves as a counterbalance against the Republican incursions, against Republican neocon sentiment, against Republican death and destruction. And it's very obvious that they're not doing that. The Democrats are not doing that, and they're waging the exact same bloody war. So Donald Trump is not going to change that trajectory even a little bit, if not make it worse. It doesn't really matter to the people that are directly under this permanent occupation at this point. If you are living in these regions, there is unfortunately no solution for you in terms of like who is going to be, you know, who's going to be in charge of this death and destruction. And before you point to this, okay, and say, when Israel killed Ahmad Yassin, the leader of Hamas, the Bush administration condemned Israel for killing 7 others. When Israel killed Hassan Nasrallah, the Biden administration congratulates Israel for its measure of justice and Israel strikes against 300 people. This right here makes it seem as though George W. Bush is more moderate, okay? On Israel, he was. And I repeated this before. I talked about this like a couple days ago. But that does not mean that like the American foreign policy has moved so firmly into the right. This doesn't mean that like a Republican would do that right now. Trump would do that right now. They would not. Understand where we are in terms of America being a uniparty in its analysis of foreign policy, okay? We are uniparty on foreign policy, especially. George W. Bush was more moderate technically and still up the bag in Israel-Palestine in very mean.
Is this Hassan's subject? Is this his thing?
What, being an idiot?
No, like this conflict, Israel, Gaza, this sort of stuff.
I don't know. I haven't been listening because I'm sending the tweets.
Fantastic.
Were linked to me from because I'm reading chat.
Uh-huh.
So I'm sending you the links for that.
What is this?
Just tweets that somebody sent. They tagged me in.
Meaningful ways. George W. Bush was also a death-dealing warmonger. His administration is literally the worst. Still worse than the Biden administration, still worse than the Trump administration in terms of its foreign policy. Of course, it's unimaginable. No one approaches the death and destruction that the Bush administration dealt to the world, and even in terms of domestic policy, in terms of like greatly accelerating America's security apparatus and internal
the
surveillance
Iraq war is obviously a disaster.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think you could really be like that hard on Bush for the invasion of Afghanistan. Like, obviously, they fucked up and they could have prevented a lot of stuff. But after 9/11, like, of course, an invasion happened. With Obama, it's like, why are we letting ISIS rise? Why are we letting this Syrian government park tanks outside the VP office or the opposition? And, you know, why are we backing people against Gaddafi? Why do we have troops in all these fucking African territories? Why are we drone striking American citizens? George Bush really just has Iraq.
Yeah.
You know, Obama is so much more widespread. So it's like, obviously the devastation Iraq caused in Iraq was fucking horrific. But like, if you spread all the Obama stuff out, I don't know. ISIS is pretty shit.
Consequence of George W. Bush and as a consequence of Barack Obama continuing that foreign policy, as a consequence of Donald Trump continuing that foreign policy, have now firmly moved as a uniparty to a level of like right-wing fascist behavior from the Democrats and the Republican Party both. This basically is what I am trying to explain to people, that like if your expectation is that, you know, one party is going to do it differently, it's not going to happen.
All right, Mike and Eric, for more on this now, let's bring in former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett.
Oh, God.
Mr. Bennett, thank you very much for joining us here. First of all, Iran says this represents a serious escalation and changes the rules of the game. So do you anticipate a consequential response from Iran, or did Israel send a strong message to Iran to stop while you can?
Well, our actions send the message. I think what we've seen over the past few hours is that Israel's iron fist can reach anywhere in the Middle East. And I think the mullahs in Tehran see it. And I think they're now understanding that if you mess with the Jewish state, we hit back,
down
powerfully,
to look evil,
and
too.
we will no
Can't
longer...
you like look at the camera straight on, bro? Fucking, you could draw angry eyebrows on this man. Somebody take a screenshot.
Hold on, I got this.
Who looks so evil?
I got this.
Longer tolerate anyone who's threatening our people.
Okay, meanwhile, Nasrallah is dead. So I ask you, can a decapitated Hezbollah still forge a formidable fight? Also, is another IDF ground incursion in Lebanon imminent?
Are you trying to say that a decapitated Hezbollah would have forged a formidable fight?
Oh my god. There we go. That shit looks funny. Fucking useless. Come on, cunt.
What? Nobody sees or hears anything. You're just laughing to yourself.
I'm laughing at myself, though. I should play this.
I want to clarify what our objective is. Our objective is not only a ceasefire.
Our objective is genocide?
Only for Hezbollah to recuperate. Right now, Hezbollah is temporarily paralyzed, almost paralyzed. We hit them bad. We killed their CEO, Nasrallah. We killed their board of directors. We killed their executive management. And whoever conducted the pager attack also took out much of their mid-level management. So right now, Hezbollah is in shambles, but that is temporary. If we let up, then they will ultimately be able to recover and threaten our northern citizens. Again, I want to point out, for the past 35 years, they've been making our lives hell. They've killed scores of Israelis. They killed my best friend. Over the past year, they killed dozens of Israelis, including 12 children playing soccer. So what we need to set as an objective is to permanently remove the threat of Hezbollah in the north.
Whoever did this.
So does that mean a ground incursion is going to be a part of that maneuver?
That's a possibility. There's a couple of ways to achieve it. I trust that the IDF knows how to get that done.
Angry man.
Okay, we'll move on. We're 8 days from the horrific Hamas terror attack in Israel, the day Iran tried to stop normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Now, this morning, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham had a message about this. Let's listen.
To my friends in Israel, to my friends in Saudi Arabia, Bibi gave a great speech about the benefits of the deal. I've gone over since last April 7 times trying to help this administration normalize between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Do not give up. Do not let Iran win. Do the deal.
So I ask you, is a deal to end the Arab-Israel conflict going to get done?
Didn't Israel kill the kids playing soccer?
I don't know what
you're specifically talking about here, but yes.
Wait, are you talking about Golan Heights where they turned them into meat curtains? It was the kids on the soccer field that turned into meat curtains because of the...
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't that Lebanon?
I thought that was like a misfire from Hezbollah.
I thought that was too. Maybe it's a different one.
That he does have no eyebrows. That's why we need to give him eyebrows.
Positive countries and the moderate countries in the region, the Saudis, the Emirates, Bahrain, Egypt, etc., in order to fight and repel the horrible axis of evil of Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas. And I think that now with Israel on the offensive, we need to set a very clear goal. The goal is that within a reasonable time frame to topple the Iranian regime of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You see, that Iranian regime is the epicenter of all our problems in the Middle East. And it's despised by its own people. The Iranian people hate their regime. It's incompetent, corrupt, mean, old regime that will fall.
Bro,
but I think America, Israel, and the allies in the region can...
Iran is mean. They're mean to us. Iran
no, they said they're mean to their own people. That's what he described it. That's what he described raping a 14-year-old girl before throwing a corpse off a building as mean.
Very cool.
Accelerate the demise of that regime.
How do you do it, and what's a reasonable time frame?
Well, you do it not necessarily with war, but you use a bunch of tools similar to what was used against the Soviet Union in the 80s.
A bunch of tools, including troops
economic...
with guns and action missiles.
sanctions, diplomatic sanctions. I'm talking about empowering the people of Iran who go out and protest, and every time they protest, the Iranian regime turns off their internet. We can take care of turning it back on. There's a lot of things that we can do to empower the Iranian people to overthrow their regime. And I want to make one more point.
Give them all the guns.
Over the past 30 years, and especially the past year after October 7th, our enemies thought that Israel has lost it, that the Israelis are weak, exhausted, not willing to sacrifice anymore, that we've lost our edge. And I'm...
Do you see that?
7th. Our enemies thought that Israel has lost it.
Hey!
That the Israelis are weak, exhausted, not willing to sacrifice anymore, that we've lost our edge. And I'm here to say very clearly, Israel is a nation of lions. Our people, thousands of people, drove down on October 7th to defend brothers and sisters, and many of them lost their lives. The state of Israel has shown that we are willing to sacrifice. We are willing to fight for freedom. We are willing to put our ideals on top of our material considerations, and we've not lost our edge. We can be clever, sophisticated, surprise our enemies, and it's only begun. So my point to the region and to our enemies, we're back big, and we can make the Middle East a much better place.
The lions are roaring, no doubt, sir. Meanwhile, there is no ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza war. Do you know how many hostages are still being held in Gaza that are still alive? And is there still a plan to rescue them?
There's 100 hostages in Hamas's custody. We don't know the precise number. I hope more than half of them are alive. We have to bring them home. This is a fundamental tenet of Israel's ethos that we never forget anyone. We never leave anyone behind. Israel must bring them home. We have to step up the pressure on Yahya Sinwar and reach a deal where we can bring them home safe and alive, because right now they're suffocating in those tunnels. It's a horrible thing, and we're just a few days from now, it's gonna be a year for their kidnapped. They were kidnapped from their beds, from their homes. This is unacceptable.
Indeed, it's unacceptable.
Maybe you should,
I should feel
negotiate to release them.
Yeah, should I feel sorry after you spent a year indiscriminately bombing children? I don't know. Seems hard.
Acceptable. Do you think you'll get those hostages home soon, sir?
We have to apply the pressure and at the same time build the right deal to bring him home.
Okay.
I'm sick of hearing this guy talk.
Good evening. I'm John Yang. We're following two big stories tonight: the rising exchange of rockets and bombs between Israel and Hezbollah, and the rising death toll from Hurricane Helene. We begin in the Middle East, where Israel's assassination of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah is reverberating across the region, raising fears of retaliation from Iran and a wider war. Tonight, Nick Schifrin is in Tel Aviv.
This evening, southern Beirut is still smoldering after what residents call the most intense bombing in nearly 20 years on a cluster of high-rises and a bunker beneath them, killing Hassan Nasrallah, Hezbollah's leader for the last 3 decades. The group confirmed his death on its TV channel after the Israel Defense Forces posted on social media, Hassan Nasrallah will no longer be able to terrorize the world. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
At the start of the week, I came to the conclusion that the intense blows
They terrorized the world with those low prices on
these
used
blows
cars.
will not be enough. Nasrallah's assassination was an essential condition to achieving the goals we set.
Nasrallah was Hezbollah's commander and communicator-in-chief. His charisma made him powerful in Lebanon and one of the Middle East's most influential figures. He inspired Shia followers with fiery speeches and the sacrifice of his own son fighting Israel. Even if
Wait,
for
so
years,
Israel
he has only
bombed that
spoken
little
remotely.
midget kid?
For Iran.
I fucking got you.
It's a funny word. Fuck you, midgets are funny.
Iran, Hezbollah became its key proxy, and Nasrallah anchored its axis of resistance, a close confidant of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. In Tehran,
Give me a break. I grew up watching Mike Myers. Fuck you. It's like it's so funny.
Is it the never goon photo?
What?
Mind your business.
Fuck you.
Today, the regime's supporters vowed revenge.
We have heard the message clearly with the killing of Nasrallah. Israel will be destroyed. Israel is finished for sure. The oppressor, Israel, will go.
But in southern Beirut, the smoke hasn't yet cleared, and residents are beginning an overwhelming cleanup. Many have fled, 100,000 just in the last week, some from Lebanon to Syria, despite its civil war.
To Syria?
They're too scared to spend the night in their southern Lebanon homes, so they sleep outside, longing for a safer present and future.
Christ.
May God protect the people who were displaced from their homes and those who fled the south and all the areas affected by the war. May God protect them.
Tonight, President Biden called Nasrallah's death a, quote, measure of justice for his many victims, but added the U.S. aim was to, quote, de-escalate the ongoing conflicts in both Gaza and Lebanon through diplomatic means. But tonight, the means that we're seeing from both sides, John, are military strikes and rocket attacks.
Nick, what is this going to do to Hezbollah? Taking out Nasrallah. What is this going to do to the organization?
Okay. Bye.
This news is funded by viewers like you.
Amy.
Please support our work at democracynow.org.
I think after Amy, we will move on to the next topic.
/give. News reports from northern Israel show Israeli military tanks massing along the Israel-Lebanon border after Israel launched its first attack in central Beirut. Earlier today, Israel struck a building near the busy Kola Bridge intersection of the Lebanese capital after carrying out a massive attack Friday on a Beirut suburb that assassinated Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. He led Hezbollah for more than 3 decades and was considered one of the most powerful figures in the Middle East. Israel likely used U.S.-made bombs in Friday's attack that leveled several high-rise apartment buildings. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris both called the killing of Nasrallah a, quote, measure of justice. Meanwhile, Monday's attack targeted senior figures in the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, a Palestinian militant group. The strike leveled another apartment building.
We are Palestinian firefighters and rescuers from the camps in Lebanon who came to help our brothers after the raid.
After they did nothing over
Yeah, nothing ever happens. When will people learn? Nothing ever happens.
Bro, somebody called me edgy today.
Oh, seriously?
Okay. And
amazing.
What do you think
Over
I could
what?
have possibly said that was so
I don't
edgy?
know. Something about Bin Laden, 9/11, something. Who fucking knows? ISIS, Al-qeada? Who fucking knows? What?
I'm finding it.
Oh my god.
That happened here in Ain Ed Delb. We've been here since yesterday, since the incident. We have not left the site, and we will remain here until we complete the entire mission.
All right. Look, so did nothing ever happens, bro? Take an L. And I said, to be fair, almost everyone in the world won't be affected. And said, don't cut yourself on all that edge, bro. And I said, not even edgy, Lamau. And they said, okay. Like, what about that is edgy?
What a loser.
We are doing
They must
everything
be
we can to
trolling.
save them as
I don't know.
Maybe.
That's like so stupid.
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
quickly as possible.
So today, Israel killed the head of Hamas in Lebanon, along with his wife, son, and daughter, in a strike on their home in a Palestinian refugee camp. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave the order to kill Nasrallah shortly after giving a speech before the UN General Assembly. Before his remarks, dozens of diplomats walked out of the UN General Assembly hall in protest. Today, Hezbollah's deputy leader, Sheikh Naim Qassem, vowed to fight on, saying the group is prepared for a long war in his first speech since Nasrallah was killed.
تعتدي إسرائيل بارتكاب المجازر في كل مناطق لبنان.
Israel is committing massacres in all areas of Lebanon and choosing villages one by one until there is no village or house that does not have traces of Israeli aggression in it. It is attacking civilians, health organizations, all Rizallah scouts, all those who are in the streets, and all those who are staying in their homes, including children, women, and the elderly. These people are not
Is that what you're telling me?
fighting the fighters, but rather are killing and committing massacres against civilians and innocents.
Here it is.
In defense of Lebanon.
Over the past 24 hours, Israeli strikes in Lebanon have killed at least 105 people, bringing the death toll over the past 2 weeks to over 1,000, with 6,000 people injured. The Israeli attacks have displaced about 1 million people in Lebanon. More than 100,000 have fled from Lebanon to Syria, according to the United Nations. Meanwhile, Israel forces launched a wave of airstrikes on Yemen Sunday, targeting the city of Hodeidah for the second time in recent months in response to missile fires by Houthi militants. This comes as more than 1,000 Israelis protested in Tel Aviv on Saturday to call on Prime Minister Netanyahu to refocus his efforts on securing the release of hostages in Gaza, where the death toll from nearly a year of Israeli attacks is nearing at least 42,000. For more, we begin in Beirut to speak with Karim Chahayeb, the Beirut-based journalist reporting on Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq for the Associated Press. His recent piece for AP is headlined, "What to Know After Israel's Assassination of Hezbollah Leader Hassan Nasrallah." Karim, welcome to Democracy Now! Well, why don't you tell us about the significance of this assassination and who exactly the Hezbollah leader was?
So this assassination really rattled all of Lebanon. Hassan Nasrallah for decades led Hezbollah and oversaw significant developments within the military group. Oversaw, ending Israel's occupation of southern Lebanon, Hezbollah's sort of transformation into having a more heavy involvement in Lebanese politics with MPs, parliamentarians, ministers, and so on.
Oh, is that the picture of him in the UN ordering the strike after his speech?
Yeah, on the phone.
On American soil, then walking out with $9 extra billion in aid? Yeah. Basically spitting in the face of America and humiliating them in the world stage.
We also did nothing about the UAE.
Incredible.
And fucking upgraded our partnership.
This is also true. Fat L's for America all around. Embarrassing.
So on. And also
like, literally humiliates America on the world stage and just leaves. Nothing happens. Nobody says anything. Biden's just like, oh, left there, covered in cum like a dirty slut that he is. And fucking whore.
Led Hezbollah when it began to expand more regionally, notably in Syria, where they played a pivotal role in keeping
like a
Syrian
used
President Bashar al-Assad in power. The news really shocked all of Lebanon, both supporters and people who oppose him. I recall I was on the streets here in Beirut when the news happened, and some of his supporters were screaming. They were way shocked by the news, and they thought that this was a leader. Some told me that they felt like he was immortal, almost. And of course, his assassination, on top of a handful of Hezbollah leaders, 7 senior leaders over the past 8 days, really rattled the organization. Even the deputy leader, Naim Qasim, said so today. But he said that they're going to regroup.
Oh, and I've said this before, and I'll continue saying this, and I'll keep saying it. Anybody who votes for aid to Israel should be charged with facilitation of genocide charges. I don't give a shit. You are facilitating that genocide. Like, why does Israel need that much aid in that little of a time for a war of aggression against women and children? Like, really analyze that for a second.
Fuck them, that's why.
Like, it's insane.
And appoint a new leader soon. It's unclear when.
And what's even crazier is that Israel will hire the diaspora to post pro-Israel fucking messages on message boards and social medias. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's imagine if Russia was doing that. Imagine if Russia was using their diaspora to post their own propaganda organically, basically, inside social medias. America would fucking flip its lid. Israel's just allowed to do it. What the fuck is going on?
They do that?
Mm-hmm. Look it up. It's easily Googleable.
America doesn't do shit.
It's definitely.
Oh, you mean Russia does that?
Yes.
Right. Well, it's an issue.
Something that rattled the region.
Yeah, it's an issue. And guess what? Germany has no more nuclear power plants because of Russia. So how'd that work out?
For sure.
I want to go to Israeli Prime Minister.
Germany literally gave up self-reliance to get granted reliance on Russian gas. The dumbest thing I've ever heard of. So stupid. Oh, you scared of nuclear? You don't have nuclear power plants. Oh, they're big scary things.
Minister Netanyahu.
I put it in there, but Britain is like going to be the first G7 country to phase out coal power.
I saw that.
Speaking this weekend.
Nasrallah was not just another terrorist. He was the terrorist. He was the axis of the axis, the main engine of Iran's axis of evil. He and his people were the architects of the plan to destroy Israel. As long as Nasrallah was alive, he would have quickly rebuilt the capabilities we took from Hezbollah. Therefore, I gave the directive, and Nasrallah is no longer with us.
Where?
If you can respond, Kareem, to what the Israeli prime minister said after the assassination, and also what has happened since, both the killing of a top-level Iranian commander, along with Nasrallah, and now the head of Hamas in Lebanon with his family.
So, a lot of people after the assassination of Nasrallah sort of wondered, what happens next now. The Israeli government maintains that their goal is to, secure their north for their residents to return. And, since the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, other senior officials have been assassinated as well. And the airstrikes, aren't stopping. They're continuing. And now people are anticipating a ground invasion. And, of course, experts say that Iran is sort of in a policy dilemma. Iran has dealt with several attacks that are widely blamed on Israel, including a strike on a consulate building in Syria and the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran in late July. Iran hasn't necessarily responded in such a decisive way. And the question is, what are Tehran's red lines? We don't know how they're going to respond to that and what this means for the region. What we do know is that they've sort of maintained that they're going to keep piling diplomatic pressure. This is according to statements from different Iranian government officials. But the big question is, given the the severity of this attack, will this eventually not just widen the war in Lebanon, but also have a regional component? Iran has, proxies in Yemen and Iraq, and there's a lot of speculation as to whether they will be involved or not. So there's a really big sort of gap as to what happens next in this very intense phase of the war.
Kareem, we're speaking to you in Beirut, so you're not only a journalist covering all of this, you're a resident there. Can you describe what the blast was like in the suburb on Friday, and then this Beirut-based blast that just took place?
Yeah, the airstrike in the Beirut southern suburbs that killed Hassan Nasrallah was probably one of the most, if not the most intense strike thus far in this conflict. Eyewitnesses and others,
it was in Beirut?
Close to this office, heard 8 to 10 explosions. There were multiple airstrikes, and it leveled several buildings to the ground. It was a very shocking
precision, guys, precision. It was
for
precision.
many here. A lot
what
of people were panicking, and it definitely sparked a wave of displacement. A lot of people in the Beirut southern suburbs, immediately fled their homes and went in large groups to other neighborhoods in Beirut to find safety. And then the strike yesterday near the Kola Bridge, it's a very central part of the city. It's very busy during the day. Critical. It's a critical point for public transportation as well. And this is the most central part of Beirut where Israel has struck so far in this conflict. And a lot of the questions now among people here is where else will be hit, given that it appears that central parts of the city are could be possible targets, and this is not limited to just the south or the east of Lebanon anymore. So there's a lot of fear and anxiety and confusion among residents all over Beirut, where over the past previous months, where the fighting was mostly limited to southern Lebanon, you didn't really feel that so much.
And we just have reports, and this has been going on for days, of Israeli tanks amassing along the border. What is the response of the Lebanese to what is taking place? Lebanon has one of the most, if not the highest percentage refugee population in the world. Now, 1 million people are displaced. Many are trying to go into Syria right now.
Yes, so the Lebanese government has sounded the alarm on a massive displacement. Prior to this recent intense escalation, I guess, there was
bombing started like how long ago, and there's already 1 million people displaced.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Like, what are we talking about? Why are we accepting this? Why are we letting Israel do this? Why was Netanyahu allowed to leave New York?
Who's gonna stop me?
displaced people. Now that number is almost a million in such a short period of time. The Lebanese government is struggling to keep up. Remember, this is a country that's going through an economic crisis. The government is essentially broke, and the United Nations is trying to get as much funds as it can to support. And a lot of what's helping these displaced people here is just the goodwill of a lot of people, community initiatives, and so on. A lot of people I speak to in Beirut and elsewhere are doing their best, but they're questioning how sustainable it is.
It's Bowser from the Mario
just a couple of weeks. And yes, it does seem like a larger number are going to Syria as well. So it's indicative of the desperation taking place. And of course, a possible ground invasion is certainly the talk of the town right now. And people are wondering what the consequences will be, whether it means this war will last for a much longer time and it will further widen the displacement. So it is definitely a critical time. The Lebanese government, is trying to sort of push a recent, U.S.-led initiative for a temporary ceasefire for 21 days. The French foreign ministers in town met with the Prime Minister and the Speaker of Parliament, and it appears that the message that they're sending is that they're willing to, go about the ceasefire and and try and put an end to this war as quickly as possible. The question is whether Hezbollah at the same time, whether they will change their approach to this. Hezbollah have maintained even after Nasrallah's assassination that they will stop once there's a ceasefire in Gaza. And they accuse the Israelis and the American government of basically wanting them to set up a deal independent of Gaza. So the question really is, how can this diplomatic gridlock be broken? And I think we could be at a major turning point right now, given the heightened developments.
Do you see Lebanese troops joining or replacing Hezbollah militants on the border?
There is certainly a lot of speculation that has come about, the fate of Lebanon politically and with the war after Nasrallah's assassination. There are allied groups to Hezbollah that have been involved in the south since the beginning. For example, the Fajr Brigades of the Islamic Group, which is the branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. Hamas early on as well here in Lebanon were involved as well. The question, of course, is if there's a ground invasion, will more groups allied that have, some sort of weapons be involved? Appears that most experts say that it might actually be more about the allies of Hezbollah outside of Lebanon, whether the Houthis in Yemen or the Iran-backed militias in Iraq will be much more involved.
Actually did
so
fire back.
That is sort of the big question right now, given a possible ground invasion.
Karim Chahayeb, we want to thank you for being with us. Speaking to us from Beirut, journalist covering Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq for the Associated Press. We'll link to your piece, What to Know After Israel's Assassination of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers.
Thanks. Actually,
part of why we're so fired up is like Lebanon is being
did want to say Netanyahu's speech.
Bombed a lot right now, like carpet bombing. It's hard.
2,000 pound bombs.
I haven't seen that, but if that's
what people are saying based on the craters.
I would imagine. Like, why should we be shocked by that? By the way, the red line for Biden was not to use 2,000 pound bombs in Gaza, but we're going to use it in residential areas in Lebanon. Is that a red line yet?
Well, and it's another thing, like, imagine, like, okay, let's say these weren't what we're about to see, this atrocity, wasn't 2,000 pound bombs. Imagine, like, the person, like, MR said it was 2,000 pound bombs, and actually it was these slightly smaller pound bombs. It's the same people who would have been shocked that, say, Rashida Tlaib call out Israel for bombing hospitals, David Pacman, and then just shut up about the subject for months.
Yeah, just once. Only once. And it was purely posturing. Purely political posturing. Very pathetic.
Months afterwards, but yeah, here's this carpet bombing in Beirut.
Oh my God.
Carpet bombing? That's a precise strike. What are you talking about? What do you mean? That's a precise strike. Can't you see how fucking precise that was? 300 civilians killed. Precise?
For one guy.
Okay, so they've already killed
very fucking cool in a foreign fucking country that was just allowed to happen while Netanyahu was on American soil, humiliating the country. Americans should be humiliated. You guys got cocked, fucked in the ass. You guys got reamed, and Israel played you like dogs. The pay pig bitches you are. Feel bad.
America doesn't care.
Feel fucking bad. Pathetic. Fucking pathetic.
700 people before we saw this footage.
Yeah, who knows how many.
Imagine if you
can hear just the screams after the fact. I mean, this is hell.
Huh?
Imagine if Ukraine did this.
Yeah. Just imagine.
And in the midst of all this, you'll get Zionists sharing photos of like a bottle rocket crashing next to a highway, being like, how can people live like this? How can people live like this? Is my question.
It's not a coincidence that this is happening as Bibi Netanyahu. I'm using the stupid nickname that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Hitler of our time, was speaking at the United Nations today. Here he is, and good on these member states organizing this walkout in the middle of this genocidal maniac's appearance. This is at the beginning of his speech.
And just before you play this, thanks to everybody who was protesting him outside his Lux Hotel in Manhattan last night. And anybody who is getting jury duty summons recently, please do your jury duty so you can hopefully get on one of those cases and throw it the fuck out, because everybody who got arrested was righteous.
Talking of Israel and the conflict, that is now the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, about to address the General Assembly. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, order.
There needs to be a lot more of this.
Order, please.
What we're seeing, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people walking out of the General Assembly, and the moment in which Benjamin Netanyahu walked in to address to give his address, perhaps a sign, a bit of taking of the temperature as to how that session of the world body feels about his presence right now. Talking.
So it's not a coincidence, by the way, that this extensive bombing out of Beirut, out in the immediate outskirts of Beirut, is happening right now.
Can we watch a clip of his speech where he talks about the region, and because there's so much emphasis on the regional conflict?
The regional conflict. Let's forget about the people were starving to death and bombing to death in the open air prison.
So Netanyahu basically at this point in the speech uses two visual aids to basically indicate which are the good Arab countries to work with and which are the bad ones to be scared of and to not trust.
Goo goo gaga.
This is the map I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Across this bridge, we will lay rail lines,
this is why you saw those
energy
memes
pipelines, fiber optic cables, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people.
What an actual fucking loser.
BB always fucking brings signs.
He's the Katie Porter of the international
my favorite
community.
is the Looney Tune bomb. You know what I'm
Now
talking
look
about?
at this second
no, I have no idea.
map.
He's literally a Karen with power. This is why you don't give Karens power.
It's a map. Look at the second map. It's a map of a curse. It's a map of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed
Can you pause it,
from the Indian
actually?
Ocean to the Mediterranean.
So even in the curse map, there's no Gaza. Can we just zoom in? I mean, I don't see Gaza. I don't see the West Bank.
Yeah, no, this is the same as the map. This is what he always does. Is
He erased, and then he...
also the Golan Heights, obviously. Thank you, Trump. Yeah.
Mediterranean. Iran's malignant arc has shut down international waterways. It cuts off trade. It destroys millions, destroys nations from within, and inflicts misery on millions. On the one hand,
Yes. Israel doesn't do any of that. Never.
on the one hand,
there's so
a
many
bright
good
blessing,
memes in this
a
bomb.
future of hope. On the other hand, a dark future of despair. And if
I'm the hope. Guys, believe me, I'm the hope. You are the embarrassing person that people bring along just because they feel sorry for you. Shut the fuck up.
If you think this dark map is only a curse for Israel,
God, I hope we get a fucking Saddam-like photo for this fucking guy. High definition, baby. God, that's going to be good to see.
I mean, the picture of Saddam's death was from a cell phone video, and it was a cell phone video in 2004.
Yes.
if you think that, then you should think again.
Okay.
So what's interesting about that is we've throughout this entire conflict had people who wanted us to emphasize the religious sort of dogmatic elements of this. This is what it's about. The problem with Israel-Palestine and why it's slightly more intractable than, say, South Africa is that there is a major trade routes in the area. Why were the British?
What?
the bomb video that's funny.
Bomb
Fucking his
video.
Wile E. Coyote shit.
Oh.
Yep, instantly found it.
We'll get claimed
What do you mean?
if you play it.
It's fucking UN.
Oh, I thought you were playing. Okay.
No, it's just Wile E. Coyote shit.
Uranium.
Right.
Do you need for a bomb? And how close is Iran to getting it? Well, let me show you. Brought a diagram for you.
Oh my God.
Here's a diagram. This is a bomb.
That is fucking
This
amazing.
is a fuse. In the case of Iran's nuclear plans to build a bomb,
literal Karen with power.
this bomb has to be filled with enough
My
enriched
God.
uranium.
Hold on,
And
pause
Iran
it.
has to go through 3 stages.
Pause it. If I was there theoretically and I heckled him, would they let me?
Bro, I used to joke saying, like, Iran was supposed to get the bomb like 14 weeks ago, according to Netanyahu, and I'd always be extending that time, but it's become so irrelevant now.
Where's Iran? Iran's completed the first
This was
stage.
anti-nuclear deal, by the way. This was right before Obama's first nuclear deal. So this was his anti-nuclear deal speech.
Now they're well into the second stage. And by next spring, at most, by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb. If these are the facts, and they are, where should a red line be drawn? A red line should be drawn right here. Before Iran completes the second stage of nuclear enrichment necessary to make a bomb.
Okay, now.
Amazing.
Like, look at how many you got. All these. Here's an angry
Marcus
bird.
Squeak and everything. Amazing. Amazing.
Right?
It's like Putin's nuclear threats. Why are you not putting him back?
I mean, you can bring yourself down.
So willing to give Palestine to the Zionists is because they wanted a colony right next to the Suez Canal that they wanted to keep control of. And why did America come in and say, hey, we need to like sort of decolonialize a little bit because trade is more important.
Bro,
so we're going to come in and back.
They sided with Egypt during the Suez crisis.
Israel, but we're also going to back up Egypt too, because that's who has the Suez Canal within their borders. So that's what this is. And that's also when we've heard about the Uyghurs, who I do buy the idea that there is a genocidal acts going on against the Uyghurs with regards to the forced education. When we hear that from our State Department, the reason our State Department is talking about that is because of the Belt and Road Initiative and the other sort of trade things around this. That is their real concern. These issues are the real thing that we're seeing so many people getting slaughtered in the Middle East for.
Well, I mean, I think even early on, Matt, we were having these conversations about what is it first? Is it the racist colonialism, or is it like the just brute capitalistic trade elements of it? The Suez being so imperative for oil and all of that. I mean, Netanyahu's making a pitch there.
The racism's helpful.
This is a boardroom pitch for genocide. And you got brought visual aids and everything.
The racism's helpful, but unfortunately for South Africa, Cape Town became less important once the Suez Canal
That's exactly right.
Was built. So
the Horn of Africa. Right, that's. I mean, that's.
Okay.
This news is.
Enough of Israel.
Hey, Penny Wong. What about Penny Wong?
Yeah.
It was an attack that cannot and should
Fuck this bitch.
not be justified. Like many countries, Australia has imposed sanctions on Hamas, its leaders and financial facilitators.
Thank God.
In Israel's
Thank
response,
God you did that.
more than 40,000 Palestinians have been killed. More than 11,000 children. Nearly 2 million Gazans displaced, some many times over.
And you sat there listening to the fuckwit who did its speech instead of walking out like most of the Australians probably would have wanted you to. Amazing.
More than 2 million facing acute food insecurity. This must end. Palestinian civilians cannot be made to pay the price of defeating.
Didn't your party kick somebody out for saying that they wanted to recognize Palestine? Interesting. I guess you just want people to conveniently forget about that. Hey, we have a video on that, actually. You can find it if you look for Anthony Albanese with John Howard's head. Which means absolutely
I didn't know
nothing
that's
to
what it
anybody. That's exactly what it is.
Hamas. All lives have equal value. It is now nearly 300 days since Australia and 152 other countries voted for a ceasefire, and today I repeat that call. Just as I repeat Australia's call for a ceasefire in Lebanon and for parties to fully implement Resolution 1701, Lebanon cannot become the next Gaza.
I now give the floor to His Excellency.
Hitler.
It is Azerbaijan. See there's a panda story as well.
Sri Lankans woke up on Wednesday to newspaper headlines reporting that just days after winning election, the country's new president had dissolved the legislature. That means a snap parliamentary election will happen November 14th. This is just another massive expenditure, this man says, while this man thinks it's a good move to start afresh. What does President Anura Kumara Dissanayake hope to accomplish with a fresh parliament? And what are the risks for the debt-ridden nation? Dissanayake won Saturday's presidential election with the support of 5.6 million voters, or just over 40.
The Sri Lankan Soviet Socialist Republic is starting in debt. Oh no. That's a bad start.
2%. His
Yeah,
nearest rival
what's
garnered
funny
less
is,
than
in my mind, I'm just thinking, oh, here we go. Now we're going to see what a Marxist does to counter that, you know, like as compared to Argentina. And you're over here thinking that type of shit. By the way, Argentina
33%
going great.
It's so good. I guess we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll get a capitalist tanker country and a Marxist fix one. where the tables have turned, bitch.
Support. The Marxist-leaning leader with no political lineage rode a wave of support as a candidate of change. Change that many felt was desperately needed after Sri Lanka's economic collapse in 2022.
It's literally reverse Argentina.
Wait, what? Take on what? Israeli kit. Oh, their fucking camo, their regular gear sucks. That olive green shit, it's like straight out of Vietnam era. I fucking hate it. I love camo. And I fucking hate solid colors. And because I did like military cadets when I was younger, we did all the survival stuff. I would not use solid colors even if I had to. I would find a way to not use them. Awful dog shit.
But they also wear that silly mushroom hat.
Mushroom hat? Show me.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean the beret or whatever it is?
It's headgear that's supposed to break up the background because it's big and silly.
Weird. I am gonna look that up.
He acknowledged in his inaugural speech on Monday that Sri Lankans have a very negative view of politicians. We have a deep understanding that we have a challenging country. Our politics must be cleaner, he said. We will commit ourselves to that. He's promised to cut taxes and free up revenue for public investment. But to deliver on policy, he needs a parliament that reflects his program. And he's betting a snap election.
It's literally a mushroom. That's hilarious. It's straight out of hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm waiting.
No, it's
My
not the right
stomach
one.
has hurt this
I don't
entire
know.
stream.
I don't know exactly what to search here, but this is basically what I was looking for. This kind of looks. There was like this idea, but I pictured it goofier in my head. I don't know why. Reminds me of
Maybe you're
something.
thinking about Anakin in the pilot helmet.
No,
And he says, "Now
it was
this is pod
no.
racing," and it's clearly not pod racing.
It was
he's in a
definitely a chick character with some kind of goofy helmet in the prequel, in like the original trilogy, and it's definitely on a grass planet.
Will give him that. The National People's Power Alliance, which includes Disanayake's JVP party, held just 3 seats in the last parliament.
What weaponry do they use? Do they use the Tavor, whatever it's called? Or do they use American stuff?
Sri Lanka agreed to a 4-year, $2.9 billion IMF bailout program that has helped boost reserves, stem a fall in its currency, and tame runaway inflation.
Yeah, I don't know what that
but the
mushroom
bailout
head is
came with
called.
strings attached, including a step.
It's literally this. It's this.
Yeah. Again, I don't know what that's supposed to say, but I put it on
Just
some of my
type that
XCOM
in.
soldiers' head. I know what it looks like, bro.
Oh, you don't know how to say it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just don't care.
Yeah, I just mushroom out. That's all. Oh, they dropped it. Neat.
Austerity measures. Angry voters pinned hopes of a better future on their next leader. In his bid for office, Disanayake said he wanted to revisit the terms of the IMF bailout, but to pass a budget, he needs parliamentary support. Sri Lanka is in the middle of restructuring about $25 billion in foreign debt. Getting parliamentary backing will strengthen Disanayake's hands in negotiations with bondholders. Those creditors may be reassured if the new president can clarify his policy. With such a narrow bench in parliament, the new president was unable to staff a full roster of ministers. On Tuesday, Disanayake unveiled his cabinet pick, and it only has 3 members. One is a first-time lawmaker, now Prime Minister, who will handle 5 portfolios. Another veteran legislator is now Foreign Minister and overseeing 5 other ministries. Key ministries such as Finance, Defence and Energy are all run by Disanayake himself. The snap general election was widely expected as part of Disanayake's plan to fix many of the issues that have his hands tied.
Now let's turn to Sri Lanka. The left-wing opposition candidate Anura Kumara Dissanayake has won Sri Lanka's first presidential poll since the country defaulted on its international debts 2 years ago. And in his first comments, the new president said that it was a victory for all Sri Lankans. He promised a fresh start, but vowed to work within the framework of an existing deal with the IMF. Well, the official result was announced after a second round of counting, which included second preference votes. So let's cross over to our South Asia correspondent, Samira Hussain, who's been monitoring this in Colombo for us. So we've got a result, Samira. Just talk us through it.
Right, so I'm actually standing outside the Election Commission office, and this is where the official result was announced, that in fact Anura Kumara Dissanayake was said to have won these elections. You can imagine that actually just a few moments ago there were lots of people that had come to the streets that were cheering and just so excited at this pretty significant political sea change that has happened in Sri Lanka. You know, this is a really remarkable election because there are so many firsts. This is the first time that we've really seen the...
No, who, what?
Randoms we've got from going and just chatting. We would have had at least 3 funny Nazis by now if we were in politics.
True.
breaking down of a long-standing political dynasty that has really been part of government for decades here in Sri Lanka.
The numbers we can't really see, so we might be doing better. We just might not have.
No, because I can see everyone in
crazies.
chat, and I know who everyone is.
Okay.
Everyone who's watching.
Oh, right, you have the monitor, yeah. Fair enough.
Although he's not new to politics, Anura Kumar Dissanayake is really seen as the candidate of change. But it's also a remarkable election because it wasn't fought on ethnic and religious lines. It was really all about the economy. And it's also remarkable because this was a relatively peaceful election. So often in Sri Lanka's history, you've seen violence during these elections, but that was not the case this time around.
Okay, and Samira, just a quick one with you because we've got to go to Germany in just a moment. Election results coming in there, but this is obviously how is he hoping to get Sri Lanka back on track?
Yeah, maybe.
That is going to be the biggest task for him. He has to form his government, which is going to be difficult, and then he's going to have to try and get Sri Lanka back on track. But he remains committed to the austerity measures that the International Monetary Fund had placed on Sri Lanka those 2 years ago.
Cool.
Latest Rajapaksa to enter the presidential race. Namal Rajapaksa says he can be somebody new. His family has a long history in Sri Lanka, most notably for sinking the island nation into a crushing economic crisis.
The Rajapaksas are blamed for Sri Lanka's economic woes. Why do you think you should run?
Well, see, it's up to the people to decide, and we know our hands are clean. We know we haven't done anything wrong to the people or to this country. So we are willing to face the people and the public. So let the public decide as to what they want to vote for.
Do you think you have any chance of winning, given your family name?
Well, I mean, you can ask on the public here. There are a lot of people in the meetings, right? So they have to speak, not me. So they'll speak on the 21st.
2 years ago, this uprising forced his father and his uncle out of office. Severe food shortages and skyrocketing inflation, a result of decades of financial mismanagement by the government. Phenomenal scenes of people swimming in the presidential palace.
Cool. How did you feel jumping into the
Yeah, that's awesome, and this is the president's house.
The caretaker president, Ranil Wickremesinghe,
or just the Tamils? I fucking love the Tamil Tigers.
Did after the others were thrown out.
What are we? I just
people didn't elect the current.
Told you about him, and then we were watching something where the Tamil Tigers were brought up.
I've known about the Tamil Tigers forever.
Well, I showed you like how memeable they are.
No,
we had been talking about them a lot, and then something came up, and I go, Tamil Tigers.
Yeah.
It's like in my brain somewhere.
It's happened a couple times where we've been speaking about something and then pops up.
It was like some historical video.
President. So this election is important because we will elect a president we want who can rule for the next 5 years.
The caretaker president is running for re-election, but his chances are slim, seen as an ally of the Rajapaksas.
The economy is the biggest issue in these elections. And that's because Sri Lankans are paying so much more for basic things. Take this Apple, for example. 2 years ago, the amount of money that you spend to buy 4,
this guy's like, bitch, give me back my Apple.
Very difficult because of the tax. People's having the salary reduction taxes a lot.
I work 2 jobs because I don't earn enough from one.
Fake beard.
Last election, Sajid Pramadasa, the one taking selfies, won 42% of the popular vote. This time, he's looking for a win. But people are looking for change, and this candidate might be the one to do it.
Are you going to win?
Yes, 100% sure, okay.
Well,
Anura Kumar Dissanayake, not new to politics, but now a rising political force, hoping to disrupt Sri Lanka's political dynasty.
Damn, this journalist had to go and
With Sri
grab
Lanka
his
drowning
money.
under
That's all
billions
she
of
got
dollars
was
of
the
debt, winner of
soundbite.
the
Is how are you
presidential
going to win
elections
from
will
that guy?
have
But
the
she at least
enormous
went
task of rebuilding
to all these
the
different
economy
guys to get
and
personal
faithful people.
soundbites.
Samir
Like,
Hussain,
good
BBC
hustle,
News.
you know?
Cool.
And she did that whole after it was pointless, but like, hey, that's exactly what you should do. Is like anything to stand up like that. Gas prices, you show you're at the gas pump. Boom, done. Thrilling video. He does got some Oxalon vibes to him, you know? He's very uncle status.
We've been waiting here for 3 hours.
I'm cool.
All the trappings of a slick campaign to win Sri Lanka's highest position, president. Politics in this country has long been about personality over policy. This election is no different. And this man seems to be ahead on that count. Anurakumara Dissanayake, or the cooler-sounding AKD, is the national...
He's got that fucking commie uncle vibe. Like,
the People's Power candidate.
Tell me he doesn't look like Ashalan when he's out there like laughing and shaking hands.
And one of the two leading contenders.
We need fraud-free, corruption-free and waste-free rule that has been a long-held wish and goal of the people of this country. Our manifesto includes a way of achieving this.
The straight-talking image of a grassroots contender who says he will be different from the past leaders is creating waves. The other main contender, Sajith Premadasa, insists he is the best suited for the job. Premadasa has worked with rural communities for many years, representing voters in the south, dominated by the family of ousted leaders Mahinda and Gotabaya Rajapaksa.
Those who robbed this country's wealth and resources will definitely be brought before the law.
He says his team wants to bring in people-friendly, responsible and transparent government, which will use technology to be open and efficient. Incumbent leader Ranil Wickremesinghe appears to be lagging third in the presidential race. He was voted out of parliament at the last election, but became president during the turmoil of 2022. He says he is the only candidate who can keep Sri Lanka on its recovery path.
You are voting for your kitchen. That is what your ballot is for. It's not my future, it's your future. If a good economy is built, your children's future will be a better life.
If none of the candidates get more than 50% of the votes, which many say is likely given the close race, a second count will be needed.
This time may be that actually they have to count the second and third preferential voting also.
The rise of Anurakumara Dissanayake as a top contender, who even foreign governments are taking note of, is because of voter disillusion with the more established candidates. Whoever voters choose as Sri Lanka's next president, he's bound to have a challenge on his hands. Minal Fernandez, Al Jazeera, Colombo.
Well, early in-person voting for the...
And Sri Lanka has chosen its next president in Anurakumara Dissanayake.
A leader whose political fortunes have changed after the 2022 economic meltdown. Dissanayake is expected to take oath of office today.
Well, it was not an easy win for the 55-year-old leader. Millions of Sri Lankans voted on Saturday in an election that turned to be historic in more ways than one.
By early evening, the race was down to two candidates, Anurakumara Dissanayake and Sajith Premadasa. Since neither cleared the 50% vote share mark, election officials proceeded to count preferential votes. For the first time in Sri Lanka's history, as the day drew to a close, the people's mandate became increasingly clear.
So they just said that they have like preferential votes. Does that mean they have ranked choice voting, but it only goes to ranked if it's close?
In accordance with Section 61 of the Presidential Elections Act No. 15 of 1981, Anurakumara Dissanayake, who got 5,074,179 votes, has been legally elected as President of the Sri Lankan Democratic Socialist Republic.
Outgoing President Ranil Wickremesinghe congratulated Dissanayake for the victory.
Democratic Socialist
ජනාධිපති තුමනි ඔබත් මමත් දෙදෙනාම ආදරය කරන ශ්‍රී ලංකාව නැමැති ආදරණීය දරුවා මම මහත් සෙනෙහසින් ඔබ වෙත බාර දෙනවා.
India's High Commissioner Santosh Jha met with President-elect Dissanayake and conveyed greetings from India's leadership.
In his first address as President-elect of Sri Lanka, Dissanayake called for a restoration of the people's voice as a critical step towards advancing the country.
There was a need for a government with a mandate from the people if you want to rescue the country from the crisis. We know in the recent past the mandate was distorted. The distortion of the people's mandate affected the parliament and other institutions beyond that. The people's mandate that is needed to take this country forward is being established. That was the main point of the presidential election. And I think the general election should be held immediately after.
The president-elect now has a plate full of challenges. What Dissanayake has promised to bring to the table is a tax reform and a pledge to be and pledged to renegotiate the existing IMF bailout agreement. The question now is, can he deliver on the change that Sri Lankans have voted for?
And well, for more on this, our correspondent Dasuni Athola is joining us live from Colombo. Hi, Dasuni, you're joining us live from outside the presidential secretariat in Colombo. You have been tracking the polls very closely over the weekend, and now we have a new Sri Lankan president. He is supposed to be sworn in later today. How are the on-ground preparations looking like?
They're always yelling.
Well, yes, I'm currently outside the presidential secretariat. This is the prominent building you see right behind me. The media is just arriving as the final preparations to get the swearing-in ceremony underway is still ongoing inside the presidential secretariat. We did see a few prominent figures, political as well as general government figures, coming in earlier in the morning at around 7:30, and the media also is just coming in because we were informed that the official oath ceremony will take place between 9 to 10 a.m., probably at an auspicious time.
All right, well, Dasuni, that being said, Dissanayake has called for restoration of the people's voice as a critical step towards advancing the country. Now, what kind of changes can one expect under his presidency?
Absolutely. If we were to compare from a statistic point of view, the percentage of votes that Anukumar Dissanayake obtained in the 2019 election and then compare it with this, it is a significant jump from 3% in 2019 to 42% plus in the 2024 presidential election, which clearly shows that the mood, the voice of the people have shifted, and they are placing him with high trust and hope to sort of see a shift in Sri Lanka's political as well as economic culture. What we are interested to see is after the swearing-in ceremony, what next lies ahead of the NPC's plan of governance, because they are yet to tell us how they will be forming a new government, whether they will be forming a new government, and what next can we expect. Are we going to head in for general elections? Are we not going to? Are we going to wait for a budget to be passed for this election to take place? So those are some key questions that everyone here is waiting for, just to hear the president-elect speak to the media or give a general address as the president for the first time and sort of give us a hint or a glimpse of what we can expect in the coming few weeks.
Right, Dasuni, clearly Sri Lankans did vote for a change, and it was an unprecedented one because it came down to a two-horse race between Dissanayake and Premadasa. If you can tell us how the Sri Lankans are reacting to Dissanayike's victory.
Now, the Sri Lankans are quite elated. While a lot of
You know what I just learned? There's someone that works for the city that hates rats as much as I do. I got to meet this guy.
Mike has been muted the whole time.
I'm doing this for 25 years. I can smell it, okay? So you're not quite at that level yet. I would call this like one of the epicenters of rats in New York City about 5 years ago. A couple of good things that we've done that I think you support. We know the best thing is to eliminate the food source.
Possum scared the fuck out of me.
I was about to say, did you see a rat?
Big old possum.
Did you catch the possum?
Nah.
Did it scream at you?
Nah, I just peed on myself a little.
If it screamed at you, would you scream back at it? I'd scream back at it.
Which is, I think, what your administration is kind of concentrating on right now.
And that's what the public's complain about the rats, but then they drop food on the ground.
Yeah. Just to point out, look how flat and smooth the ground is over there.
Right.
That's how I know Houston, we got a problem.
Look. This is, it goes right through here.
Yep.
And goes right into the hole.
Yeah. And not only that, it's probably running this way because of the garbage can. It's probably a burrow system with a dozen rats in there. Wow. So if you're going to do a dry ice treatment, a skilled professional like that gentleman puts dry ice into the holes that they take it in, they fall asleep and they don't wake up.
Right.
Yeah, and I think, again, that legislation was starting to get those plastic bags off the street.
So the huge
See, that's a good idea in general, though.
The number one thing. And
this is like if they said if he did anything good, it was reducing rats.
Yeah. Although rats are chill, except not New York City rats, apparently. New York City rats are apparently pretty fucked up. So probably a good thing. But rats are cool. Don't hate rats because of New York City. Rats be chill. The chinchillas are rats.
And look at the garbage compactor up there.
I almost came in and got my camera because I saw the tail. And I was like,
infesting that. There were over 400.
is that, I thought, because like I was like, is that a stick blowing in the wind? Because it's like dark, right?
Yeah. Don't they
Or
play
like
dead?
some sort of leaf. But then I actually heard the rustling and the tail moved. And, you know, if I had my phone on me, I probably would have whipped it out and started recording. But
Gentlemen here with this
I hate rats
compactor,
and
which reduces
pigs.
the stuff
Uh-oh.
down to a quarter of
Somebody
what it
hates
is.
pig
You come out
races.
here in the evening, you do not see any rats.
Right. I hear that over and over again.
Is this a German thing?
Food source.
Getting New Yorkers involved in this. If they could put their garbage out closer to the time sanitation picks up, having lids on their garbage when it goes out.
Simple things. Everyone can chip in.
Yep.
You know, instead of complaining about the rats, participating in getting rid of the rats. Like it.
In this particular case, New York is sort of
literally
reeling in a way because there's a lot of controversy of whether Mayor Adams should resign. Some people are calling for his resignation. He is, of course, saying that it can be business as usual. I have a question a little bit about, you referenced this one building that he wanted to move forward on to assist the Turkish embassy to finish construction, and the fire department was against that. They also say that he accepted up close to, they tallied it up to about $100,000 worth of alleged gifts involving upgrades, involving trips to India, Ghana, China, France, business class upgrades, things like that. Now, we know of this one case that you referenced regarding pushing the fire department to approve a permit. However, what are the standards here? I mean, he's accepted these gifts, but if if the government
story with the fire department is wild.
It's
something like a building. Oh, the embassy needed a fire inspection.
That's going to be the defense, and we've seen other
he
public
was like,
corruption
"Hey,
cases that
skip
have
the
been going back to
inspection before this open date."
Fair enough. That works. And that's what he's getting taken down for, is it?
I mean, it's mostly the plane stuff.
Sure. Didn't he also get charged in Turkey?
No. I don't know.
That's
Anyone
right.
else hear
The senator
that?
argued, listen, I'm just advocating on behalf of my constituents. That's my job as a public official. There's no this for
Oh
that,
yeah,
no
by the
quid
way,
pro quo.
the
That's what
lawyer is a
sometimes makes
fucking
bribery
clown.
charges hard to prove if you're a prosecutor. And obviously, Adams is a sophisticated individual, and I'm sure he did a good job covering up his tracks, whether it's being careful about what he said,
Oh my
whether it's
God,
delivering
bro.
messages, acting through
He
intermediaries.
didn't.
So bribery isn't that easy to prove, despite being
amazing
charged in this case. It's actually
Yeah,
one of the charges that has the
why do you
highest
think it
percentage of
took
not
so
guilty
long?
verdicts when it comes to prosecution.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's why I think SDNY and U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, took a little bit of a kitchen sink approach.
Well,
They
Eric
charged
Adams
everyone
would have been
expected to be
fine
cooperators in this
if he
case.
just
You see a
stopped.
lot of unnamed, unindicted
As soon as
co-conspirators.
they knew the investigation should have started, you
Mhm.
should have stopped.
Yep.
And you didn't. You're a fucking idiot.
There's obviously conspiracies and agreement between two or more people. They don't have to be charged, but I believe that in addition to the text messages and digital evidence that the U.S. Attorney discussed during this press conference, we're probably going to have some proffers or cooperators, individuals that are close to the mayor who have flipped. And as you mentioned, Leanne, many individuals who work directly for the mayor and for the city of New York have resigned in the
Talking
past
about it
days.
like it's a criminal enterprise.
Do you feel that fact, along with those quite sweeping allegations
gonna
in
sweat
this
'em out underneath
indictment,
the
have
lights.
undermined confidence in the ability for Mayor Adams to sort of continue? Of course, he's up for re-election. What does this mean for his prospects and really just the city moving forward without this constant disruption, constant resignations, people not wanting to be associated with this whole
funny
complaint to
'cause
begin with?
He's up
No
for
question it's
re-election, and
gonna-
all I could think was, "What an asshole!"
Be a cloud over the mayor, and New York City is going to be very difficult to get anything done. A lot of very high-profile elected
But what does
officials in
Kathy
New York and around the
think?
country have called for the mayor's resignation. And, he's come out and said that this is racially motivated or political.
Oh my
I mean, obviously, Williams is the first Black U.S. attorney in the history of the Southern District of New York. So I think that's somewhat difficult to argue that it's some sort of racial prosecution. The same thing on the politics side. The mayor has said that it's all political because
Yeah,
he
'cause
stood
if
up
it's a black
against
cop
Joe
that arrests
Biden
you,
and
it's
the Department
not
of Homeland
racist.
Security because of the migrant crisis in our southern border. Again, it's sort of difficult to see how one relates to the other and how Adams would be a target. But, he's dug in his heels. He's hired Spiro pretty high-profile lawyer. I litigated against him, have cases against him. He was very well known, represented Alec Baldwin successfully recently, and got that case dismissed. So he's going to dig in his heels and got a pretty big law firm behind him. And I wouldn't be surprised if this case goes to trial, like many public corruption cases do, because he's not just fighting for his freedom, but his political career as well.
Later today, the mayor's attorney is calling for a press briefing where he will lay out the mayor's case against federal prosecutors. As we know, the mayor has been quite adamant here, no plans in the immediate future to step down from office, but instead will continue doing his job. His schedule today is pretty packed, including several public appearances, including one at a Queens church where the mayor has been stopping quite a bit in recent days at churches across the city where he's finding support as well as taking on his fiercest critics.
You did not see me lose focus. You saw me focus on improving the city of New York. So when people say you need to resign, I say I need to reign.
Mayor Eric Adams firing back from the pulpit, taking aim at critics who want him to step down. Adams again insisting he will not resign during a visit to Mount Sinai United Christian Church Sunday on Staten Island. The mayor also visiting churches in the Bronx and Queens over the weekend, just days after making his first appearance in federal court. Adams, a former NYPD captain.
Is he putting on an extra black
Jesse
accent?
Smolletting it.
Oh my God, is he really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
He's trying to get photographed with as much black people as he can right now.
Amazing.
And that's why it's funny, because like a protester showed up with a megaphone and he said, "This isn't about black people. This is about you."
Yeah. I think I saw that actually.
It was so funny.
Captain and state senator pleading not guilty to charges, including that he allegedly accepted bribes and foreign campaign donations valued at more than $100,000. Federal prosecutors alleging those illegal campaign donations began as early as his tenure as Brooklyn Borough president, and that donors received favorable treatment in return. Okay. Faith leaders and churchgoers saying Adams deserves his day in court.
Our purpose was not to mount the platform of guilt or innocence, but more so to affirm his right, as all of us have that right, to due process.
I think that he is entitled to due process, just as our former president was.
And back live a short time ago, we did see a motorcade arrive here to City Hall, but the vehicles arriving in such a way that it made it hard for us out here to see just who was exiting that vehicle. It could have been the mayor beginning his very busy day. Meantime, we know that late last week, the mayor did quietly issue a new executive order changing the line of succession for the first deputy mayor. However,
we see some individuals just approaching the podium. We'll bring that to our viewers as soon as they speak, but these are serious charges. This is historic when it comes.
Adams' solicitation of illegal campaign contributions began in 2018. After he started raising funds for his 2021 mayoral campaign, he agreed to take contributions offered by multiple Turkish businessmen, several of whom he met in Turkey. Adams knew that these wealthy individuals could not legally donate in a U.S. election. Federal law clearly prohibits foreign donations. That's how we protect our elections from foreign influence. Yet Adams directed his staff to pursue this illegal money.
Have your citizens that are diaspora and American citizens to start a super PAC, mister. You just can't be donating out the blue like that.
Exactly.
To support his campaign for mayor. And as we allege, Adams continued to pursue foreign money in secret well into 2021. And it didn't stop with his first campaign for mayor. As we allege, in 2023, the mayor rekindled these corrupt relationships, seeking more illegal campaign contributions from some of the same foreign sources to support his re-election campaign.
Amazing.
Adams also took contributions that broke other laws. As we allege, he sought contributions from businessmen far in excess of what the law allowed. He also allegedly sought contributions from corporations, which are not allowed to contribute at all in New York City elections. Many of those illegal corporate contributions were organized by the same people who organized the illegal foreign contributions. And Adams allegedly disguised them all in the same way.
The name of the company is
so-called
like the most obvious fucking shell company.
Oh, it's insane.
It's like it's something like Good Watches.
Yeah,
Good
Best
Watches Traders.
BestWatchesEver.com or something like that. And I think it literally is Best Watches Ever LLC or something. Something dumb like that. Yeah.
Straw donors. A straw donor contributes someone else's money, hiding the money's illegal source, such as a foreign businessman, a corporation, or a wealthy New Yorker who has already contributed the maximum amount allowed. And as we allege, Adams circumvented all of these laws, taking contributions from exactly the sources.
This is why you don't vote for a guy from
all to
Jersey
benefit
as
his
the
mayoral
mayor.
campaigns. Now, Adams also personally
Where's the
benefited
other
from the illegal
bribery case?
conduct alleged in the indictment. Adams
where he's
solicited and
from.
accepted over $100,000 in luxury travel benefits for years from wealthy Turkish business people and at least one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. Adams started accepting undisclosed luxury travel benefits at least as early as 2016. He took these benefits nearly every year through 2021. Here are some of the benefits that we uncovered during our investigation. In 2016, Adams flew to India through Turkey and received 2 free round-trip upgrades for business class seats. That's the highest class on Turkey's national airline. Those upgrades were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2017, Adams accepted free business class tickets for himself and his travel companions to France, Turkey, and China. And he was put up in the Bentley
It's so
suite
funny
in
how
the St.
like
Regis Hotel
so many
in
other
Istanbul.
countries use
All
their
of that was
airline
worth
for
more than
like
$41,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed.
and ours are like,
Also
we're
in
going out of
2017,
business.
he flew to China,
It's
again,
called
through
American
Turkey,
Airlines.
and
It has
accepted 2
nothing
free
to do
business
with
class
the
tickets for
American
himself
state.
and a companion. Those were worth more than $16,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2018, he flew to Hungary through Turkey and accepted free upgrades for business class
Through
seats.
Turkey.
Those were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed.
Okay.
In 2019, he flew to Turkey and accepted a free upgrade to business class for his companion and a free stay in a lavish suite at the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. That was worth more than $9,000. And again, none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2021, Adams solicited business class tickets to Istanbul.
Fucking, it's like the angel reading the sins when you get to heaven. Jesus Christ, bro.
For all of this, in order to disguise what we allege were in fact bribes. He canceled that trip at the very last minute, but the benefits that he solicited were worth more than $21,000.
Damn.
And later in 2021, Adams flew to Ghana, again, through Turkey, and accepted free business class ticket upgrades and other gifts while he was on a layover in Istanbul. Those benefits were worth more than $12,000. And just like all the other benefits I've just run through, none of it was publicly disclosed. Now, I want to be clear. These upgrades and freebies were not part of some frequent flyer or loyalty program available to the general public. As we allege, this was a multi-year scheme to buy favor with a single New York City politician on the rise, Eric Adams. Now, this is a chart with all of the undisclosed travel benefits that we uncovered during the investigation.
Hell yeah.
We just listed all out here. You see the year, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2019.
Whole ass chart, cunt.
The destination.
Fucking somebody used Microsoft Excel.
The free upgrades.
They did him fucking dirty.
The hotel stays.
Bro, when they got Excel fucking columns and rows.
As I said before, every single trip that we list here was undisclosed. As we allege in the indictment, in addition to not disclosing these benefits, Adams sometimes created fake paper trails to try to cover up the travel benefits he solicited and received. Let me give you one example. Adams wrote emails to his staff suggesting he paid for his 2017 business class flights on the Turkish airline when, as we allege, he did not. Those flights were worth a lot of money. Just one ticket alone cost more than $10,000. But months after taking the flights, Adams wrote an email to a staff member and told the staff member that he had left cash in her desk drawer and that she should send the money to the Turkish airline to pay for a trip he had already taken. As the indictment makes clear, that's just a clumsy cover-up. Now, just because Adams received benefits for free, that doesn't mean that there weren't strings attached. As we allege, a particular Turkish government official behind many of the benefits Adams sought and accepted gave Adams all these things to gain influence over him. We allege that Adams knew that and took the benefits.
He went to an assistant
that when the Turkish government
and it was like, hey,
Adams also took corrupt
forward
official
this
action
money
in exchange
to like sub account. It's for a flight
that he'd already taken. Very cool.
for some of the luxury travel benefits. In 2021, the Turkish government official was trying to open a brand new high-rise building in Manhattan that would house Turkey's consulate.
Oh my God.
There was significant time pressure because the Turkish official desperately needed the building to be open in time for a visit from Turkey's president. This building was important to the Turkish official, and it was important to Turkey. But the FDNY's fire safety professionals wouldn't let the building open because the building hadn't passed an inspection. And not just that. Some of the people at the FDNY thought the building had so many issues and defects that the building was not safe to occupy. So the Turkish official sent word to Adams that it was, quote, his turn, unquote, to support Turkey. And as we allege, Adams delivered and pressured the fire department to let the building open.
They called in the favor.
The FDNY professionals were convinced that they would lose their jobs if they didn't back down. And so they did. They got out of the way and let the building open. The Turkish official got what he wanted. And as we explained in the indictment, just 4 days after Adams held up his end of the bargain, he went right back to soliciting more travel benefits from the Turkish airline. Now, I want to make Three things crystal clear.
He's such a
First,
moron.
the conduct alleged in the
I'll
indictment,
fucking do it
the foreign
again.
money, the corporate money, the bribery, the years of concealment is a grave breach of the public's trust. Public office is a privilege. We allege that Mayor Adams abused that privilege and broke the law. Laws that are designed to ensure that officials like him serve the people, not the highest bidder, not a foreign bidder, and certainly not a foreign power. These are bright red lines. And we allege that the mayor crossed them again and again for years. That is the only reason we are here today. Second, this investigation continues. We continue to dig, and we will hold more people accountable.
This is great.
And I encourage.
All right.
As we allege, Mayor Adams took these contributions, even though he
says he will fight each of these charges, which he believes are politically motivated. Now, at the same time, he quietly issued a new executive order changing the line of succession. The new order outlines in the event the first deputy mayor is unable to fulfill the functions of mayor, the deputy mayor for health and human services would be next in line. And Mayor Adams is charged with those 5 federal corruption charges, which include wire fraud, bribery, and solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national. The Department of Justice says that Mayor Adams is facing up to 45 years in prison if convicted on all counts and given the maximum sentence. Here's News Nation's Caitlin Becker.
Amazing.
His downfall is happening as mayor, but this alleged scheme goes as far back as nearly a decade when he was Brooklyn Borough president. Mayor Eric Adams indicted this week on multiple criminal charges. The historic home of the New York City mayor, Gracie Mansion, raided. The feds early Thursday morning seizing his phones. Adams is accused in a 57-page indictment of accepting bribes in the form of luxury travel, first-class flights, 5-star hotels for little or no money, furnished by allegedly a Turkish government official. Now, these alleged dealings happened as far back as 2015.
These upgrades and freebies were not part of some frequent flyer or loyalty program available to the general public. As we allege, this was a multi-year scheme to buy favor
of the foreign money stolen. Adams' administration have already started to resign in the midst of the scandal. Recent resignations include the mayor's chief counsel, the NYPD commissioner, New York City Public Schools chancellor, and the New York City health commissioner. The scandal-plagued politician is facing numerous calls to resign, but he's really dug in his heels.
Scandal-plagued politician.
His moral duties and his criminal defense.
You say who's the point person that's going to deal with business communities, who's going to deal with the business of running the city? The point person is Eric Adams. I'm the mayor of the city of New York, and I have a competent team of deputy mayors, a competent team of people who are going to continue to lead forward, and we're excited about that.
He might not have a choice, though. Governor Kathy Hochul has the power to remove Adams from his position, and sources are telling me he's seriously considering it as more and more information comes to light about the alleged corruption within his administration. Now, if Hochul does remove Mayor Adams, NYC's public advocate Jamani Williams would assume the role and then schedule a special election, which could take place within 90 days.
Thanks so much for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find
The mayor's attorney asking a judge to toss out the bribery charge.
No, I literally thought he was a
Republican.
Republican.
Benefits the mayor received.
And I'm like yelling at Tim Pool. And then I was like, wait. He is a Democrat. I totally forgot. He's just Republican coded.
And do not amount to federal crimes.
All right, Fox 5's Arthur Chen live outside Gracie Mansion with more on today's developments. Arthur.
Steve, Natasha, there have been a lot of developments. The mayor spent today showing New Yorkers that he is willing to and determined to still perform as his job as the mayor of New York City, while his lawyers were in court trying to get a judge to dismiss a key charge against him.
I've done nothing wrong. Time will prove that. And people will look back on this moment and say, we're glad we gave this man the opportunity to do what he's done.
The day of reckoning will come.
Adams dove into his work with public appearances, from a promotion and graduation ceremony at the sanitation department to an announcement on changes to and investments in New York's water supply.
There's no fucking way. He gets indicted for corruption, then goes and does a speech at the sanitation department. Incredible.
Adams was indicted on 5 federal criminal charges Friday, alleging he took bribes and illegal campaign contributions from foreign sources. This morning, Adams' lawyers asked a judge to dismiss the bribery charge.
I have way too much anxiety to ever take these kinds of bribes.
Get upgrades. They get corner suites.
I'd be such a better mayor
because
because my anxiety would stop me from doing anything.
That's just what happens.
Over the weekend, Adams' top advisor, Ingrid Lewis-Martin, was subpoenaed and had her cell phone taken away at JFK Airport as she returned home from a trip. Federal investigators also searched her home. The mayor spent the weekend making his appeal at churches across the city. As for the line between gratuity and bribery, we asked the mayor today about where he draws that line. This was his response.
You've made the point before that government does work if you have relationships with your constituents and they bring things to your attention that you go and it's your job to get those done.
Yes.
What would you say to members of your administration and including members of the police department about that relationship, whether there are boundaries in terms of what is exchanged in that relationship? Are there limits after which it starts looking bad?
I didn't get that. That was a little too complicated.
Part of that exchange of that relationship, for instance, are coffee or meals. What is the city's rule when it comes to when that relationship kind of tilts into something that the city might not look favorably upon, even though they're trying to gather information that's important to their constituents to act on?
I must be slow this morning because I still didn't get it.
I mean, it was a pretty complicated
Ultimately,
question.
the mayor did not give an actual amount or type of gift that constitute a breach of ethics in the eyes of the city, but just said that there are
Was
rules.
that you
And meanwhile,
asking
in
the
somewhat
question?
happier news, two of the
Terrible
mayor's top
question.
aides got married this weekend. We're talking about David Banks, the school's
The
chancellor,
question should
and
be,
Sheena
did you
Wright.
do
While the
it?
wedding was planned in advance, legal experts point out now the two may not have to testify against each other if this
these are
were
gloves,
to end up in
sir.
court. And finally, speaking of court, Mayor Adams himself will end up back in federal court on these charges on Wednesday. We're live at Gracie Mansion on the Upper East Side. Arthur Chien, Fox 5 News. Steve, Natasha, back to you guys.
All right, Arthur, and back to that question the mayor didn't really want to deal with. Many companies, as you were alluding to, do have limits on how much their employees can receive in terms of gifts. Do New York City public servants have to follow similar rules?
Right, so we looked this up, and the
What
city's
was
conflict
that?
of board interest,
That was just a
conflict
kid
of
in
interest
the
board is the one that looked
background.
after this. $50 is the amount that's given. That is the max to receive from a vendor during the course of the year. There are other rules as well. That was the number we were looking for. We did not hear that from the mayor.
Very well. We appreciate it. Thanks, Arthur.
How are you?
Given the accomplishments that you just mentioned, what are your thoughts on the potential for this case to negatively impact your legacy?
My legacy and the legacy of the 300,000 plus New Yorkers that inherited a city that was filled with COVID, 217,000 migrants and asylum seekers, uncertainty around public safety and many of the other things that we're doing, like patching up the tunnel, the finished leg of that. That legacy is going to be intact. I think when people look back on this administration and see what we have done for those 40,000 children that went through our educational system, the lives that we've saved, and how we really turned around the economy. Bond raters just, I don't know if many people are aware of that, the bond raters that raised our bonds, they just double down on it and say this city is moving in the right direction. The legacy is going to be clear. And the best picture of that legacy is when y'all all read my book. You're not going to believe what life has been 2 years and 10 months. This is going to be a bestseller. Get that best bottom line that you have. And those of you who are into cannabis, you can roll the joint and just sit down and read my book because you are going to be really amazed what life has been for 2 years and 10 months.
I understand that you don't share the content of your private conversations, but the governor this morning said that she is hoping that you can correct the case. Those were her words, to write the case. What can we expect from you in the coming days to prove to Governor Hochul that you are fit to stay in office?
Hold on. When we make movements and announcements, we do so. I got a good team, and the team has been sitting down. We're very conscious of the moment that we're in. We're not. Our heads are not in the sand. We're very conscious of the moments that we're in and what we must do moving forward to continue the success that we had. But it's important for Rit Agrawala, his team, DM Mira Joshi, DM Williams Isom, Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, and Anna Amazar, who are the four important pillars. It's important for them to tell their troops we have work to do. Let the attorneys handle the legalese. We have work to do, and that is what we're going to be focused on. And I've been meeting with the team throughout the week and saying, listen, stay true to the work that we have to do. Hey, Michael, can I have some of that water?
He's running out of water. He's already got 2 cups up there.
Corporate money, the bribery.
Weirdo.
Is it hot under these lights or what?
Man. All right. Sudan.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
Agitated.
Guess we're not doing that one. Sudanese
Classic
army.
Sudan video.
Sudanese army launches push to regain some ground in Khartoum. So that's generally probably a good thing. Wouldn't know because I can't say
Omdurman
it.
Market, the shopping hub for the Khartoum metropolitan area, as seen in March 2023.
Being nervous makes your mouth dry. Cut to
Fast forward to September
what was it,
2024.
Haiti?
Total devastation caused by almost 18 months of war in Sudan. Faris Mustafa fled the city when the war started. He's returning to the market for the first time.
In the past, it wasn't easy to be here because of the overcrowding. All the shops were open. All the shops were filled with goods. All our mothers and sisters were here. I mean, the Sudanese community gathered here. Honestly, the war has changed us Sudanese. It's a test from God.
Since the war began in April 2023, the Sudanese government has barred entry to many international journalists. But in September, VOA gained rare access to Omdurman, which is now controlled by the Sudanese Armed Forces, or SAF. Gunfire and shelling can be heard directed towards positions in Khartoum. held by the opposing Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, less than 4 kilometers away.
Yeah, map.
The owner
Great
of this
map.
cosmetics store declined to give his name, out of fear for his safety. He says shopkeepers were getting ready for a major holiday when the war broke out.
All of the shops were affected. The shooting and chaos started around 2 days before the festival of Eid. People were operating normally and had their Eid products ready to sell.
That's right, it did happen very quickly.
A year and a half later, analysts say Sudan's war is at a stalemate. Peace talks have repeatedly stalled. Rights groups and the US government accuse both sides of war crimes. Just across the River Nile from here is RSF-controlled territory, which is inaccessible to most journalists. Those who have escaped say the destruction there is even worse. The UN says the territory is likely suffering from famine, the world's first in 7 years. But it's unable to confirm it due to lack of access. Mustafa says he just wants the war to end.
VOA literally can't get access.
May God compensate them, and people should not despair. God willing, one day we will return, and we will rebuild our country and rebuild Sudan, God willing.
Many civilians VOA spoke to shared this hope. Henry Wilkins, VOA News, Omdurman, Sudan.
Yeah, well, what else do they have?
Yeah.
When Sudan's civil war started in April last year, those fleeing the fighting began arriving in the city of Port Sudan. The Church of the Virgin Mary opened its doors to the new arrivals. Basada Bushra Korgeos is one of the priests at the church.
Our role as clergymen is to help others find housing, food, and water. We give psychological counseling and physical treatment as well. We try to find safe places for them to stay, whether here or outside Port Sudan.
Those who cannot afford to flee the country remain at the church, he says. According to UN figures, almost 11 million are now displaced as a result of Sudan's war. In Port Sudan and its surrounding region, 36,000 are forced to live in public buildings such as churches. Anna Simon Aziz Sadek arrived at the church 2 months ago with her young daughter. She says,
because when wars end, trials start.
they were threatened and robbed by members of the Paramilitary Rapid Support Forces on their journey here, and that her daughter is traumatized as a result.
When we were coming here, the RSF were stopping cars. They pulled us out of our car and took our belongings. So she's still terrified after she witnessed the gunfire. Now, if she sees a group of strangers, she feels scared.
Sure. Why not?
She says the church was a welcome respite.
Here, we found safety. The church welcomed us and asked us what we needed. We were tired when we came here, but they helped us.
Like Sadek, Gorgeos also found safety in Port Sudan. He was displaced after the church he worked at in another city was attacked by unidentified gunmen. He says the clergymen were deliberately targeted. The attackers knew their names, shot one person in the leg, and looted the building. When he arrived in Port Sudan in October 2023, the trauma weighed heavily on him. He says, but that drove him to help others.
Again? That's what got an aid to the Darfur genocide.
Yo, that's what's happening, right? That's what they're saying.
I mean,
some kind of church.
With similar experiences.
As clergymen, it is a God-given duty and responsibility to serve others, even if we sacrifice our life to do it.
He says the church gets little assistance from the international community. The United Nations has complained about a 50% funding shortfall for Sudan's humanitarian crisis and restricted humanitarian access from the government, exacerbating the plight of Sudan's displaced. On September 25th, the US announced it would send a further $424 million in aid to the country. Henry Wilkins, VOA News, Port Sudan, Sudan.
At Waterkloof Air Base in Pretoria on Wednesday, 42 South African liberation fighters made their final journeys home. Their remains repatriated from Zimbabwe and Zambia, where they had died while in exile. For family members, it's been a long wait. Sipho Ndaba's brother, Simon Maswanganyi, was a member of the ANC's armed wing during apartheid, Umkhonto we Sizwe.
He was 27 years when he died. But he died with his boots on.
He went to exile to fight for liberation of this country. So we are very proud. We are very, very proud, you know.
Until now, repatriations have been more ad hoc and largely initiated by families' request to the government. But this event signals the start of a country-to-country repatriation model, the South African government said in a statement, that is set to expedite the process. That's in a collaboration which includes regional governments, historians and local communities. On Wednesday, the daughter of anti-apartheid activist Lindiwe Tabanisa said that if those who have passed can see us, then her father is very happy today. Now that he is finally going to rest in the land where he came from.
White coffins topped with flowers and photographs of boys, some as young as 9, drew mourners to a memorial service in Kenya on Thursday, the victims of a school fire earlier this month.
Damn.
Kenya's deputy prime minister spoke of the tragedy of parents burying their own children.
These young souls, innocent young boys, our heart cries for them. When you look at them, they are innocent. They are no more.
But in Kenya, this tragedy has become all too common. A pattern of deadly fires in this nation has left survivors and mourners demanding improved safety in the country's schools. In 2017, 10 girls lost their lives in a fire at a school dormitory in Nairobi.
I just remember the cloud of smoke becoming thicker and thicker, and I couldn't see anything personally, and everything just went silent for me. I just saw my bed burning, and I told God to just remove me from that situation, and that's how I managed to get through the window.
Mwambui Kigwa survived that fire, but still remembers the terror of the incident.
I felt so scared and hopeless because when the smoke is choking you and like you don't know a way out, it was really scary. And it was also more scary considering the fact that we were not prepared beforehand.
While she escaped, many did not, like Muhaki Mwangi's 14-year-old daughter, Bubbles. Mwangi says Bubbles did escape at first, but bravely...
Yeah, well, God said, fuck your daughter. Obviously.
returned to save...
I cannot put into words how much I fucking hate people assigning them surviving or winning shit to fucking God.
Like Trump being saved by the angel.
Just everything, just like, oh, you, the quarterback of the winning team. Thanks God, not his fucking team. You ungrateful cunt.
I mean, they thank God and then their team normally.
Yeah, why? Why God first? Are you fucking kidding? God didn't do shit. You know who did? Your fucking team. It's fucking so disrespectful.
God gave him the talent.
God didn't do
He
fucking
divinely
anything.
created them with
friends.
a gift.
Well,
fucking Protestants.
her friend survived, she did not. A teenage student was charged with manslaughter for committing arson. Mwangi and Kigwa both say the Kenyan government must take action to prevent this happening again.
I always prayed that Bubbles will be the last child who will die of school fire because I thought I would be able to amplify the whole thing. But the nature of this country, when the cameras stop rolling, kila mtu aende akadili na issue yake, heal your wounds, Kenya itaendelea tu. So I truly do believe if government has the will, because it doesn't have the will, it can do a lot.
And as investigators look into what caused the blaze that killed these children, survivors and grieving parents are hoping their calls for reform will finally be heard.
Kenyan lawmakers plan to launch impeachment proceedings against Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. That's according to Parliament's majority leader, speaking on Sunday. They accuse him of undermining the government. The move could add to the government's challenges after deadly month-long protests. It reflects a widening rift between President William Ruto and his deputy. Gachagua's spokespeople on Monday did not return calls seeking comment. In recent days, Gachagua has spoken of being sidelined. He denied accusations linking him and his associates to the unrest, calling it a futile attempt to soil his name. On Sunday, he told reporters that any impeachment motion would require Ruto's assent. Gachagua commands support in Kenya's populous central region, and efforts to unseat him could stir up discontent there. More than 50 people were killed in the unrest against the financing legislation. Protesters opposed tax hikes contained in the bill and demanded action against the misgovernance and corruption.
Stop this crime. Stop it now. Stop the killing of children and
Stop it. Stop. Just stop.
women.
Please stop.
Stop this genocide. Stop sending weapons to Israel.
There you go.
This madness cannot continue. The entire world is responsible. Israel reoccupied the Gaza Strip and has almost entirely destroyed it. It is no longer fit for life. After destroying the buildings, the homes, the educational and medical centers.
المساكن والمباني والمرافق الصحية والتعليمية التي ترفض تنفيذ قرارات الأمم المتحدة هي تنفجر ولقد حدث هذا
A ban on a women's...
That says their response. He didn't condemn October 7th, was Israel's response.
Amazing.
Okay.
Only art exhibit in Australia has been lifted. On Friday, an Australian court ruled that the art gallery in Tasmania did not discriminate against men. Curator of the Ladies' Lounge at the Museum of Old and New Art, Kirsha Kachel, celebrated the decision.
This is how we build a beautiful society, and I'm very inspired by the occurrences in the courtroom today. In 30 seconds, the patriarchy was smashed.
Oh my god, I fucking hate these people.
So I was like, is this going to be anti-trans stuff?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh my god.
That's what I assumed what was happening. But
and the verdict demonstrates a simple truth. Women are better than men.
Oh my god. I fucking hate these people so much.
Go back, go back. That was so good.
The occurrences in the courtroom today. In 30 seconds, the patriarchy was smashed. And the verdict demonstrates a simple truth. Women are better than men.
A lower court in the state had banned the Ladies' Lounge after a case was brought by a male visitor in May.
Looks like it was out of fucking used gum. The fucking car got stung by bees.
A lower court...
Like, what did you melt that thing?
Oh, fuck.
In the state had banned the Ladies' Lounge after a case was brought by a male visitor in May. It triggered an uproar
the art that's on display.
among supporters and artists. To protest the ban, the museum moved some of the contents of the Ladies' Lounge to a women's toilet. But the state Supreme Court overturned the ban, arguing the lounge was an attempt to promote equality by highlighting the lack of equal opportunity for women.
Littering,
Female
littering,
supporters.
We love littering. We love littering. Yay. Pro anti-ecological feminism. Fuck yeah.
Look, they all
danced
have
and
the
threw
same
paperwork in the
shoes on.
air.
They all have what?
No, a bunch of them had like boots on, but they were like the low cut
After
boots.
the verdict
Yeah.
was announced.
We'll see how the men take it. The men are a little
This is cringe.
We'll see how the men take it.
This is cringe. You're just cringe.
hysterical. I'm a bit concerned. They're troubled by the power of women. They may appeal, but they're not appealing to me.
They may appeal, but they're not
50
appealing
unusually
to me.
well-preserved skeletons.
God, this is art feminists. Oh my god.
I loved her.
Art feminists.
Oh my god.
Get the fuck away from me. Same vibe as tankies. Get away from me.
Fucking hysterical.
Skeletons have been uncovered at a Viking-era burial site in Denmark.
The skeletons are so amazing.
Archaeologists anticipate that this significant find will offer new insights into the lives of the Nordic people, best known for their seafaring exploits in the Middle Ages.
For some
Here is
reason,
Michael Borrelund.
They're always on their side.
Seafaring exploits.
They're always on their sides. It's very strange.
Archaeologist and excavation leader from Museum Anze.
They are so well preserved, their 5 fingers, 5 toes, and that just opens up a whole new set of possibilities for discoveries. Maybe even things we didn't know we wanted to know.
Discovered near Denmark's third largest city, Anze, the skeletons were kept intact by high water levels and favourable soil conditions that prevented them from decomposing. Rare artefacts such as knives, glass pearls and brooches dated between year 850 to 970, were also found at the excavation, which began 6 months ago. Jani Amsgaard Ebsen is a conservator at Museum Anzi.
So the object I'm holding in my hand right now is a certain Viking Age brooch. It's a female object that was worn on the breast, actually, to sort of hold together a piece of cloth.
The grave gifts indicate most of the people were part of a small community of farmers, Lundo said. A woman of a higher status was buried with a silver ornamented knife and a piece of glass, which was rare in the Viking Age.
Cool.
Archaeologists also collected soil samples in search of pollen,
jewel.
hoping
Charlie,
to determine not only the season
glass.
in which the person was buried, but also what types of textiles they may have worn. Most of the skeletons have been removed from the graves and packed in cardboard boxes at the museum to dry out before the examination and final cleaning.
3 activists from Just Stop Oil threw soup at 2 of Vincent van Gogh's Sunflowers paintings in London's National Gallery on Friday. Just after 2
You're a fool, you are.
members of the same group were sentenced to jail time for doing the same thing in 2022. In that incident, 2 members of the group threw tomato soup at a Sunflowers painting and then glued themselves to a wall.
What is worth more, art or life?
That's Phoebe Plummer in the video. The now 23-year-old was handed a 2-year prison sentence for a criminal damage charge, plus an additional 3 months for the relatively new offense of interfering with the use of key national infrastructure.
Oh my God.
We cannot afford
blocking a road.
oil and gas.
Literally 3 months for blocking a road.
They literally invented a law to charge these people.
You are blocking essential infrastructure.
Incredible.
That's what they charge homeless people with when they sleep on benches.
Incredible. Incredible.
The other activist from 2022 was Anna Holland, who was sentenced to 20 months. The pair had pleaded not guilty. Prosecutors said the soup toss caused over $13,000 worth of damage to the painting's frame.
No, it didn't.
The work itself was behind a protective screen. It was undamaged and went back on display the same day.
Oh, so nothing actually happened.
Well, can you
go
go back?
Prison. Cool.
Let her finish what she says here.
Hey,
Listen to the
the judge said the pair had no right to do it.
Go back.
Sentenced to 20 months. The pair had pleaded not guilty. Prosecutors said the soup toss caused over $13,000 worth of damage to the painting's frame. The work itself was behind a protective screen. It was undamaged and went back on display the same day.
Hey, new
the judge said the pair had no right to do what they did, adding, quote, "Your arrogance in thinking otherwise deserves the strongest condemnation."
40 Aaron 13. I'm sure
said she was being made a political prisoner, an assertion that drew a critical rebuke from the judge. There's been a wider crackdown on protest movements in Britain and across Europe. In July, 5 members of Just Stop Oil were jailed for at least 4 years for conspiracy to block London's M25 highway. They were the longest sentences ever imposed for a non-violent protest in Britain. Friday's soup throwers targeted one Van Gogh painting owned by the London Gallery.
Not the painting! Oh no! No, don't hurt the painting that's behind the glass! Shut up, you fucking old British cunt.
Same one struck in 2022, and another on loan. The National Gallery said 3 people had been arrested, and no damage had been done to the paintings.
It was an attack that
Fuck off, Penny.
Scared me. Uh-oh, what have you done? You got it all fucked up.
No, we will.
People are seeing behind the secrets.
Nobody knows. Don't worry.
You're giving it all away. Now they'll know why we're here.
Okay. Fucking Christ.
Could get the 3 babies from Dollar Tree.
Yeah, Buddha don't give a fuck. Standing strong. That's it? That's crazy. Where's...
what do you want?
Where's
32 people are dead.
Yeah, well, based on what we just saw, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Kathmandu. See how it's spelled.
Huh?
Kathmandu it's spelled Kathmandu. I'm looking up where it is. Oh, it's not that far.
It's in Nepal.
Yeah, it's near mountains. Crazy.
Nepal is mountains.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying where it is in relation
It's
to
in
the
the
actual
Himalaya
country.
Kush. They're the Himalaya hillbillies.
It's on the eastern side. Eastern part of the wedge in this gigantic range of huge fucking mountains that nobody talks about because Mount Everest is the biggest by 100 meters. Nobody talks about how all the mountains are that fucking big, and it's insane.
Okay.
This week, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a global pact to phase out fossil fuels and triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. On Tuesday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres hailed the promise of renewable energy to alleviate poverty.
Because the car goes out of control and they start like spinning like they're in the shuttle simulator.
Yes.
You know?
Fuel prices are plummeting, rollout is accelerating, and lives are being transformed by affordable, accessible, clean energy.
In Serbia, mining company Rio Tinto has discovered a lithium deposit expected to produce enough of the metal annually to build 1.1 million electric vehicles, according to Serbian media reports.
Not a lot.
Jeffrey Piot, the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources, says the project is a chance to grow Europe's green economy and wean the world off dependence on China's critical minerals dominance.
We're going to need a lot more battery minerals, but we're also going to need the batteries. We're going to need the cells. We're going to need the auto manufacturer.
Cells.
These are all things that are within the scope of Serbia to play a significant role.
Lithium is becoming the new oil.
Yeah.
Especially in the European supply chain.
But while the critical mineral demand is creating new opportunities, climate activists say it's also posing new environmental risks. The group Climate Rights International says a nickel mine in Indonesia is threatening dozens of animal and bird species through deforestation and pollution.
As an environmental organization, we believe that EVs are an important part of the energy transition, but the way that this is being done in Indonesia is not
Write her name down.
necessarily part of a climate solution, part of the energy transition, but the way that this is being done in an organization, we believe that EV.
She's one of them anti-electronic vehicles. Clearly an agent for big oil. Am I right?
She's not anti.
These are an important part of the energy transition, but the way that this is being done in Indonesia is not necessarily part of a climate solution.
The search for solutions has driven mining companies underwater, where U.S. tech startup Impossible
I'm so glad that they brought this up. Stop this. Don't do this. Don't let them do this. This is bad. We know nothing about
they just
the
dumped
ocean.
the dirt back in. What is it going to happen?
We know nothing.
I mean, it obviously sinks to the bottom. That's where the dirt
We know
came from.
nothing about the ocean, and we have no idea what fucking with the fucking bottom of the ocean is going to do to the ecosystem. Look at what mining does to the ecosystems on land.
And like people said, the nodules themselves have unique ecosystems on them.
Yeah. This should be immediately banned, and anybody doing this should be hung, drawn, and quartered.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck. Fuck these people. This should not be allowed.
Metals aims to harvest nodules, or aggregates of minerals, on the sea floor of an area of the Pacific Ocean known as the Clarion-Clipperton Zone. The technology avoids nodules where it detects life and harvests those where it does not.
Unlike mining on land, there's no cutting or blasting or tunneling. These rocks just live on the seabed floor. So literally you just have to pick them up.
Another U.S. startup, Viridian Biometals, replaces energy
alien virus from that rock.
Processes such as smelting with
Seconds
bacteria
later, it burst out of his chest.
separate metal ore from the rock around it.
We need to stir our tanks lightly as our bacteria do their work, but that electricity use is minuscule compared to the energy used in conventional processing.
But opponents argue there is no safe way to mine the sea floor and support a moratorium until the risks to deep sea biodiversity are better understood.
From what we already know, there's so much down there to be explored.
President.
And so much potential for
damage that could never be reversed.
It's a debate that's increasing along with investment in renewables across the globe. Jessica Stone, VOA News.
Around the globby.
I hate this because it's not going to stop. Nobody's going to stop them. They're going to do it. They're going to fuck it up. They're
But
going
what
to
if it
destroy
hurts China?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. They're going to fuck it up. They're going to destroy the ocean, and then we're fucked. If the ocean dies, we're all dead. The ocean feeds most of the life on Earth. If the ocean goes, we go. It's that simple. Ocean acidification is more concerning than general climate change, in my opinion. And
It
is
causes
one of the
hurricanes.
biggest contributors to climate change, honestly, is ocean acidification, because the ocean recycles oxygen just like trees. And if there's too much CO2 in the ocean and it can't take enough out and can't if the balance of CO2 in the ocean continues to grow, it kills the I think it's the phytoplankton is what it kills, which if it kills off that, it kills off food chains, and then we're all dead. We're all dead. Just so everyone's aware. Look it up. Ocean acidification. It's fucked.
Joseph Binder felt happy on Monday. The carpenter, who lives in Vienna, was among voters who propelled Austria's far-right Freedom Party to an historic parliamentary win a day before. Binder said his family had long supported the Conservative People's Party, which governs now, but he switched, complaining that its policies are bad for business.
Weil es gibt so viele Regeln und Kennzeichnungspflichten.
There are so many rules and labeling requirements that small businesses can no longer keep up with. And then you feel let down
Wait, you
somewhere.
mean to tell me
You're a
Austria
compulsory
and
member,
Germany
and
now
you
have far-right parties?
Very cool.
no longer feel properly represented. And that's also a major reason why more and more people are joining the FPO, expecting and hoping for a better future.
Sunday's election saw the FPO draw 29% of votes, still short of a parliamentary majority. To govern, it must now find a coalition partner, but the leaders of rival factions have said they're not interested in a coalition with the FPO's polarizing leader, Herbert Kickl.
What a little goober.
That refusal has garnered criticism from voters such as Binder, accusing other parties
hear
of
that?
ignoring the single largest voting bloc.
What they just said is the government will fail.
Awesome.
They won't be able to form parliament.
Very
It's
cool.
Israel all over again. You know, all these this always fucking happens.
Nicht in Ordnung ist, undemokratisch.
It's undemocratic, and at some point you might even lose touch with the people, and then you shouldn't be surprised if they perhaps split off somewhere or make their own plans.
The Eurosceptic, Russia-friendly FPO has worked to moderate its image. The party wants to stop granting asylum altogether and build a fortress Austria that stops migrants from entering. Some Austrian Turkish citizens are trying to look positively at the prospects of a Kickl-led government.
Was ich befürchten könnte, dass viele...
Remember how what I've been saying? How come the Nazis don't just learn from Maloney?
I see what's happening here.
Said there could be worries about people being deported. But, born and raised in Austria and having served in its army, he didn't seem concerned for himself.
Bro's making kebabs. I'm so hungry.
I pay my taxes. I'm nice to the people here. They're just as nice to me, he said.
Bro, they have fake lamb
While
too.
Turkish
That's not
cafe
cool.
owner Batal Alkan says he's just concerned about crime and believes the Freedom Party could fix the problem.
Up until now, I supported the Social
My
Democrats.
baklava will actually fix crime, is what baklava salesman
I'm an
said.
employer, and in the last 3 to 4 years, people can't even come out on the street anymore because of all the drug dealers and theft.
I'm going to hit a big fat doubt on that one.
The ruling People's Party, also known as OVP, is the only group that has signalled
Wait, you mean to
openness
tell me
to
the
forming a
Turks
coalition
are the
with the
people they
Freedom
found
Party.
to support this party?
Its leader, incumbent Chancellor Karl Nehammer, ruled out again on Sunday chances of going into government with Kickl. If Kickl can't bring allies on board, it could mean a comeback
His
from
name's
the
Kickl.
OVP in
Kickl?
coalition with the centre-left Social Democrats.
Kickl. All right, enough of that.
Britain will become the first G7 country to end coal-fired power production on Monday. It sees the closure of its last plant, Uniper's Ratcliffe-on-Soar in England's Midlands, ending more than 140 years of coal power in Britain. In 2015, Britain announced plans to close coal plants.
Nah, fake lamb shit. Real lamb goated. If you can find real lamb at a Turkish place, good God. Oh my good God. Jesus Christ, you don't even know.
Plants within the next decade as part of wider measures to reach.
There's a kebab place at a shopping center near my place that's run by basically just a Turkish family, and they make all their meats. I'm pretty sure that they create all the meats and shit, but they definitely home make the breads, and it's very hard to find homemade Turkish bread. And I've been always looking for it, and now I have two places because there's actually one just down the fucking road from me as well, and it's $4. She makes them fresh every day. I'm very excited. Turkish bread, real Turkish bread.
Reach its climate targets. Just under a third of the country's electricity came from coal at the time, with this at 4.
Hey, no. Very, very specifically, people who are now moving from mining and fucking up the planet's surface
who collect rocks
to people who are mining and fucking up the ocean floor, of which we do not understand.
Don't touch the rocks.
Those people get hanged, drawn, and quartered.
Fire bad.
Kill them.
Fallen to slightly over 1% last year.
Hey, bro, you're
the drop
gonna
in
get
coal
banned.
power has helped cut Britain's greenhouse gas emissions, which have more than halved since 1990.
More loomer over here.
Britain has a target to reach net zero emissions by 2050 and plans to decarbonise the electricity sector by 2030. The move will need a rapid ramp-up in renewable power, such as wind and solar.
Birds, according to
Emissions from energy make up around 3/4 of total greenhouse gas emissions. Scientists have said...
No. Just the Turkish bread, $4. Very good.
The use of fossil fuels must be cut to meet goals set under 2015's Paris Climate Agreement. The G7 major industrialised countries agreed at a meeting this year to end coal power in the first half of the next decade. But it did give some leeway to economies which are heavily coal-reliant, drawing criticism from green groups.
Bruv, it's just
coal power
steam.
Still makes up more than a quarter of Germany's electricity and over 30% of Japan's power.
L's. You know, to make up less if Germany just
Sky don't lie.
Nuclear. You know, instead of relying on Russian gas, you could have kept your nuclear power plants. Would have been
Sky
pretty
don't lie,
good
though.
fucking idea. I don't know.
China's factories still aren't running at full tilt, and the service sector doesn't look any better. That was the gloomy picture painted by new data out Monday. The closely watched Purchasing Managers Index for manufacturers did nudge up a little to 49.8 in September, but that still left it below the 50-point line that indicates falling activity. It's now been below that level for 5 straight months. The numbers come just days after Beijing launched its biggest stimulus package since the pandemic. That included interest rate cuts and help for mortgage borrowers. Further measures are expected to include special bonds to fund increased subsidies for consumer goods and business equipment. Those moves continue to boost stocks, with China's blue chip index up around 8% on Monday. That put the country's equity markets on track for their best month in nearly a decade. Even so, Monday's figures...
Damn, I guess disappearing their head economist actually worked. Who knew?
Also showed the service sector slipping into contraction for the first time since December. Put it together, and the data may suggest...
That's what I'm having.
I don't know what this fake imaginary money means. The fuck is a euro worth?
It's pieces of plastic.
Even more economic support is needed if China is to hit its growth target of around 5% for the year. The construction sector was, however, one relative bright spot on Monday. Its PMI number hit 50.7, well above the key 50 mark.
Look,
last week...
No coal power plants spewing shit out. This is just China on a regular day.
I don't lie.
Top leaders at China's Politburo meeting called for more efforts to boost the housing market.
Look, I've acknowledged that my money is fake. It's plastic and colorful.
Piece of
Of
plastic.
course it's fake.
Giant confetti.
Reuters has reported that megacities Shanghai and Shenzhen will also take action, lifting all restrictions on home buying.
Cool. Maybe they can sell off those billion extra properties that they have.
But that's
Very
just
cool.
city planning.
This is last video because we're out. I'm out of videos. Why are these ones so loud?
That's just how loud they actually are. It's a low frequency, so the mics don't pick it up well.
Ah, okay.
But like I can hear them really clear as day, but it never picks
You should
up
get
on the
one
mic.
of those little animal microphones.
Oh, that's what she has.
And then you can connect it up during the stream and have chinchilla cam. We can ask the chinchillas questions.
I mean, eventually. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
That was her.
That's about, yeah, that's probably about what it is here too. Fuck.
Yep. All these noises are very familiar to me.
Yelling at him. Is that the bark?
That's a bark.
Is that like a warning thing, is it?
Yeah.
Are Haitians eating?
Oh, no, they're not. All right, we're done. Whoa. They are adorable. And they're illegal here, so that's cool. Australia, fun police. That's what this country is.
What's
the
crazy is
fun
the
police.
dingoes are even louder, and they're like,
Oh, really?
you know, that big.
All right. Well, we don't have any more sound bites, so I can't play sound bites at the end anymore. We do have chat box, which is cool. We'll
Play me
figure
out,
out
Scotty.
more stuff.
Yeah, what are you talking about? We got these.
What?
Gas.
Wow.
I'm going for gas. Laughter.
Oh my god. It's that one. Still can't hear it?
I mean, it's not really.
What about that one?
Barely.
That one?
Talking about?
Fairly pretty low.
Okay. We'll fix those. All right. We'll figure it out. All right, everybody. We're going. Yes, you can't airsoft. And paintball, you need a fucking license for a paintball gun. It's very fucking cool. This country is very much not run
you
by
might
idiots.
shoot a frog.
Yeah, it's very, very cool how we can, the police train. Sorry, they don't train. They shoot practically once a year and can work and hold a firearm in a professional setting. But to get a pistol license, you have to spend 18 months and over $1,000 before you can even think about buying a gun. So that's pretty fucking cool as well. But let's trust the police with guns. Yeah, because the severely undertrained people should be the one armed policing people. What a great fucking idea. Very fucking cool. No wonder the Victorian police turn into brutalizing fuckwits when they encounter protesters. Who knew that it came with the territory? People can't fight back. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, have a good one. Australia sucks. If anybody tells you different, tell them to go fuck themselves. Come back on Wednesday. We'll talk to you then. Goodbye.